Celestial Immortal Clan. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Bleeding Road. The development of the matter was beyond the expectations of many people, including Su Danliang. Since Lin Changqing said that, it proved that the relationship between the two must be deep. Su Danliang did not dare to risk offending Mount Jiufeng and this mysterious senior brother at the same time, so he could only swallow his anger and acquiesce that this quota belonged to Xian'an sect. After more than half an hour, Chen Ziya finally woke up slowly, feeling refreshed and relaxed, and her spiritual awareness was also enhanced several times. Seeing Lin Changqing and the two junior sisters around her, she was relieved. She hurried out of Jiang Pool, and Zhao Mingxia had already taken out a piece of her own clothes and put it on her to cover her beautiful figure. Lin Changqing couldn't keep staring at her, so he turned around and motioned Mu Xiaoxiao to go in quickly. Mu Xiaoxiao also knew that time was precious now, and her sister would have to soak later. Before entering, she smiled happily at Lin Changqing, and then hurried into Jiang Pool. With Lin Changqing protecting her, she was very relieved. On the other side, Chen Ziya used her spiritual energy to dry her body, tidied herself up a little, and came to Lin Changqing. "Thank you, senior brother. I will always remember you." Chen Ziya looked at Lin Changqing and said seriously. Lin Changqing shook his head and said, "Junior sister, there is no need to be like this. By the way, how does it feel to soak in the purple spirit liquid, or is there any difference in your body?" Chen Ziya thought for a moment and said, "As soon as I entered the purple yang pool, I could feel a gentle purple energy entering my body and mind. It was very warm and gentle, just like returning to my mother's arms. I fell into deep sleep without realizing it. After waking up, I felt relaxed all over, as if the foundation of my cultivation had become much more solid. The most important thing is that my spiritual awareness has increased by about 5 times. This should be the main reason why the purple spirit liquid can increase the chance of breaking through to the purple mansion stage by 50%. Lin Changqing suddenly realized and said, "So this is why junior sister said she would never forget it, right?" Chen Ziya chuckled and said, "Senior brother is really smart, I admire you." Chen Ziya took a curious look at Mu Xiaoxiao in the purple yang pool and continued, "Senior brother, who is this fellow Taoist? It seems that he has a close relationship with you. Could it be that you are a hero saving the damsel in distress?" Hearing Chen Ziya ask the question they wanted to ask the most, Huyana and Zhao Mingxia were also very curious, especially Huyana, who took a step closer and pricked up her ears to listen carefully. Lin Changqing glanced at Chen Ziya, and didn't expect that Chen Ziya also had a gossipy side, but still replied, "I think she is a friend. I saved her once on the way to Wanxilan to meet you." Zhao Mingxia heard it and said with sudden enlightenment, "It turns out that this junior sister was also saved by senior brother Gao. No wonder she is so close to senior brother Gao." Chen Ziya also nodded and said nothing. At this time, someone else was teleported into the valley. There were 3 people coming, wearing green clothes. Judging from their attire, they should be from the Yuling sect. Sure enough, the monks of the Yuling sect in the valley immediately called out to the people who came in. "Senior brother Wan, here, here." The 3 people who came were obviously led by the senior brother Wan. He first scanned the circle before going over to meet up with his fellow disciples over there. Huyana couldn't help but say, "Brother, that person is Wan Yaxin, a core disciple of the Yuling sect. I heard that he is very talented in taming beasts, and now he has 3 or 4 natal beasts. Moreover, his elders also found him a 4th-level green-scale dragon beast egg. I don't know if it has hatched yet." Lin Changqing was moved when he heard this. Could this be the beast egg that was auctioned at the last Wanbao Pavilion auction? But forget it, it has nothing to do with me. Now that the Yuling sect has become stronger, I don't know if it will break the current balance. I will just wait and see." At this time, Wan Yaxin also learned from his fellow disciples what happened before. He glanced at the people from Xian'an sect, then looked at Lin Changqing and said, "Wan Yaxin from the beast taming sect has met senior brother Gao. I wonder what the relationship is between senior brother Gao and Xian'an sect." Lin Changqing didn't expect that Wan Yaxin would be the first to find him. After thinking for a while, he vaguely said, "I know 1 or 2 of my friends." "What does senior brother Wan mean by asking this?" Wan Yaxin laughed and said, "What I mean is that the strong are respected. Now one quota is too few. For people like me, senior brother Gao, and senior sister Mu from Xian'an sect, it is reasonable for each of them to have 2 quotas. And how can these 2 ordinary cultivators from the creation sect be allocated 1 quota? Is it because they are weak? After hearing this, Lin Changqing's heart moved. This Wan Yaxin is really powerful. He broke the balance as soon as he came, and in a blink of an eye, he won over himself and Mu Jiu'an and established a new balance that is beneficial to him. These disciples of the big sects are really not simple. Lin Changqing looked around and had a general idea in his mind. He said, Sister Mu already has 2 places. Brother Wan should discuss it with Brother Su first. If Brother Su agrees, I will discuss it with the 2 brothers from the creation sect. Wan Yaxin almost got internal injuries after hearing what Lin Changqing said. This senior brother Gao, whom Qinghai sect had never heard of, was really amazing. He directly designated Danding sect as the opponent for Yuling sect and left the weakest creation sect to himself. The problem was that if he didn't do what he wanted, he might even join forces with Xian'an sect to deal with him. Su Danyang from Danding sect was so angry that his eyes were about to spark. Discuss. Discuss your sister. Discuss. Seeing that Wan Yaxin really looked over and wanted to say something, Su Danyang was so angry that he didn't care about anything and threw the secret method of violent flame technique that he had prepared in advance. Although he was very angry, he was very experienced in combat. His target was not Wan Yaxin, but the monk from Yuling sect next to him. The monk was completely unprepared. With a defensive talisman on his body, he could not resist the attack of the secret fire spell. He was blown away on the spot and died before he even hit the ground. Seeing that his senior brother had already started, Su Danyang's companions also fired all the spells and secrets they had prepared in advance, catching the monks of the Yuling sect off guard and achieving the result of 1 death and 2 injuries. After a breath of shock, the monks of the Yuling sect immediately reacted and released their spirit pets. 7 or 8 spirit beasts rushed towards the monks of the Danding sect. Then the monks of the Yuling sect were still casting spells or controlling magic weapons to attack from behind, and a melee began. Immediately, the shouts of the monks, the explosions of fire spells and secrets, the roars of spirit beasts, the screams of the monks, and all kinds of fire and sound waves were mixed together. The surrounding Xian'an sect and the creation sect also quickly pulled a long distance away from them to ensure that the melee would not affect them, and then they also began to be alert and defensive. Lin Changqing and his companions were the farthest away, and were now leisurely watching the show. They were just short of setting out the spiritual fruits and brewing spiritual tea. Huyana sighed and said, the cultivators of Danding sect who practice the 9 Yang Burning Heaven Sutra are still so hot-tempered. They get angry easily. In fact, they don't need to do anything. Lin Changqing's heart moved. Could it be that practicing this 9 Yang Burning Heaven Sutra would affect the cultivator's personality? Would other skills also have this effect? Zhao Mingxia took over the conversation and said, no matter what they do, it's best if they all die together. After a while of fighting, Su Danyang used several thunder seeds from the pressure box to blast out a bloody path, and rushed out of the valley with the remaining injured fellow disciple. Before leaving the valley, he shouted loudly, Wan Yaxin of Yuling sect, Gao of Qinghai sect, Mu Jiu'an of Xian'an sect, I will remember you, wait for me. Lin Changqing was speechless. What did it have to do with him? It wasn't him who did it, but since they had a grudge against him, he certainly couldn't keep them. With a thought, he sent some purple crystal scorpions to follow. He then looked at the 2 monks from the creation sect, and the 2 monks looked at each other. Then one of the monks bowed to Lin Changqing and said, Senior brother Gao, we too feel that it is a waste to give us the purple spirit liquid to soak, so we will give the quota to you. We will take our leave now. After saying that, they headed out of the valley. Wait a moment, Lin Changqing stopped them. After hesitating for a while, he still walked towards them, took out 4 main herbs, gave 2 to each of them, and then said to them, this is considered as the quota I bought from you. Let's go. The 2 bowed to Lin Changqing again, and then quickly left the valley. Chapter 102, the main medicine delivered to your door. Wan Yaxin saw that Lin Changqing only used 4 main herbs to exchange for a quota, while he used the lives of 2 junior brothers to exchange for a quota. This comparison made him feel depressed and wanted to vomit blood. Lin Changqing didn't care what he thought. He returned to the Jiang pool and said to Huyana and Zhao Mingxia, this quota, you 2 discuss it among yourselves, who to let in to soak. The 2 were shocked. Huyana said, Senior brother, don't you soak yourself? Zhao Mingxia also said, Senior brother, you should soak yourself. If you give it to us, you can't pay off what you owe. Lin Changqing shook his head and said, I can't go in to soak. The situation around us can change at any time. I'm afraid that if I go in, we will be wiped out by others. You should discuss among yourselves who to let in to soak in the purple spirit liquid. I will protect you outside. The three junior sisters felt very ashamed after hearing this. They still dragged down senior brother Gao. At this time, Chen Ziyi spoke decisively, hurry up and discuss it. Don't let down the kindness of the senior brother. Just remember some things in your heart. Lin Changqing walked away a little, letting them discuss it themselves. He couldn't intervene at this time, otherwise he might get into trouble. Looking at the Yuling sect, he found that their monks were applying medicine and bandaging their companions, and some were treating spirit beasts. Anyway, they were all very busy, and no one came to disturb Lin Changqing for the time being. Isn't this good? The first batch of purple crystal scorpions sent out just now has successfully completed the mission. Lin Changqing felt it through the contract, but he didn't let them come back. Instead, they lurked near the corpses and waited for Lin Changqing to recover the spoils. After a while, Hu Yun'er walked to his side and thanked Lin Changqing happily. Thank you, senior brother. I will trouble you again later to help me protect my sister. Knowing that the result of their discussion was to let Hu Yun'er go in to soak in the purple spirit liquid, Lin Changqing nodded and said, Don't worry, junior sister, I will do my best to protect your safety. Hu Yun'er blushed and said softly, with senior brother protecting you, Yun'er is relieved. Lin Changqing nodded and said, That's good. At this time, Lin Changqing saw Lu Yuling from the Xian'an sect coming over. Looking at the clothes in her hand, he suddenly realized that she knew that Mu Xiaoxiao was about to wake up and was going to come over to take care of her. Thinking about it, Lu Yuling was the most suitable. If Mu Jiuan came, everyone would be nervous. Senior brother Gao, I will come over to take care of Xiaoxiao. Lu Yuling spoke first from a distance. Junior sister Lu, come over. We are acquainted. There is no need to be so formal. Lin Changqing called her over. After Lu Yuling came over, she took the initiative to greet the three female cultivators of Qingyan sect because of Lin Changqing. The three of them were also very friendly to Lu Yuling. After all, the relationship between the two sects is delicate now. They are both enemies and friends. It can be regarded as a tacit cooperation. When Mu Xiaoxiao wakes up, my junior sister will go in and take a bath immediately. It will be your turn next. You can talk to senior sister Mu later. Lin Changqing decided to inform them first. Lu Yuling hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said nothing. After waiting for a while, Mu Xiaoxiao finally woke up. She felt refreshed and her body seemed to be much more relaxed. She couldn't help but stretch. Intentionally or unintentionally, she showed her exquisite figure to Lin Changqing. At this time, Lu Yuling hurriedly put clothes on her. Seeing her showing off, Hu Yun'er couldn't help rolling her eyes, and didn't want to pay attention to her. She went into Jiang Pool and soon fell into deep sleep. Mu Xiaoxiao smiled at her senior sister, and then used her spiritual energy to dry her clothes. Then she came to Lin Changqing and said softly, Thank you, senior brother Gao. Xiaoxiao is very happy. I am lucky to meet you. Lin Changqing nodded slightly, looked at Xian'an sect, and said, Nothing, go back quickly, or your sister will come over. Mu Xiaoxiao remembered that her sister had been embarrassed in front of Lin Changqing, and couldn't help but giggled. Senior brother, remember to come to Xian'an sect to find Xiaoxiao, or Xiaoxiao will come to find you. Xiaoxiao must dance for you. After saying this, she also glanced at Hu Yun'er who was soaking in the Jiang Pool. Lin Changqing didn't answer her, but just sighed softly. The Lin family was too weak. Lin Changqing didn't dare to be casual. If his identity was exposed, the Lin family would be in danger of destruction. Moreover, after the end of this trip to the secret realm, there was no such person as senior brother Gao, and Lin Changqing didn't plan to contact her actively, so it was probably impossible to watch Mu Xiaoxiao dance in this life. Afterwards, Mu Xiaoxiao warmly greeted Chen Ziyi and Zhao Mingxia again, and they were considered to be acquainted. After the female cultivators chatted for a while, Mu Xiaoxiao followed Lu Yuling back to the Xian'an sect. Now, we just have to wait for Hu Yun'er to wake up, and Lin Changqing will leave this place of trouble. What happened to the remaining Xian'an sect and the Yeshao sect? Lin Changqing didn't want to care, so it was better to leave early. Moreover, Lin Changqing wanted to go out of the valley to explore the central area of the secret realm. The area covered by the magic array was so large that there should not be only one Jiang pool. Lin Changqing guessed that there must be some other things, but he didn't know if the people who came here before had already searched them out. It's better to leave here early and go outside to see if there are any other gains. After all, this is the only chance, and if you miss it, it will be gone. As for soaking in the purple spirit liquid, Lin Changqing listened to Chen Ziya's description and compared it. He felt that even if he soaked it, the effect should not be great. His spiritual consciousness is stronger than Chen Ziya, who has soaked in the purple spirit liquid. The growth of spiritual consciousness is inseparable from the support of the body, and it is absolutely impossible to grow unlimitedly out of thin air. The purple spirit liquid gave Lin Changqing a feeling that was very similar to the effect of the 100 Flowers soul intoxicating wine and the earth soul fruit combined. In this case, there was no need to quarrel with the Yuling sect over this. They had already provoked enough people this time. Moreover, since he was teleported in, he had lost contact with Chui and could only vaguely sense a direction. Lin Changqing wanted to find it back as soon as possible. He was really not used to it without it. At this time, the Yuling sect finally finished its work and there was a new movement. Wang Yaoxin walked straight over and stopped a little further away from Lin Changqing. He glanced at a thunderhorn in Lin Changqing's hand. He said, "Senior brother Gao, should it be our Yuling sect's turn to soak in the purple spirit liquid next?" Lin Changqing thought for a moment and said, "You should discuss this with senior sister Mu. After my junior sister finishes soaking, we will leave here and let you use the purple yang pool." After hearing this, Wang Yaoxin's heart sank. This won't do. Once the people from the Qingyuan sect leave, it will be equivalent to 4 of them facing 9 people from the Xianyuan sect. In addition, 2 of them are injured, and their spirit beasts are also damaged. The gap in strength between the Yuling sect and the Xianyuan sect is too big. What if they have any evil intentions? Then wouldn't it be very likely that he would perish here? Wang Yaoxin hurriedly said, "Absolutely not, senior brother Gao, you can't leave. Didn't we agree to form an alliance? How can we leave now? At least we have to wait until both of our quotas are used up before the alliance ends, right?" Lin Changqing was speechless and asked back, "Didn't you tear up the alliance yourself? It seems that Danding sect is also a part of the alliance, right?" Wang Yaoxin blushed when he heard it, and said after a while, "What do you want to do to stay? Otherwise, how about we hire you?" Lin Changqing's heart moved. If the price is right, it is not impossible to consider it. Because Lin Changqing knew that Xianyuan sect would most likely not take action, otherwise the 3 Shiangxing sword sect monks would not be able to leave this valley, but some things must be agreed in advance. "Then what do you want us to stay for? Watch you soak the purple spirit liquid?" Lin Changqing asked knowingly. Wang Yaoxin also came back to his senses and knew that Lin Changqing did not refuse the offer of employment, which meant that he accepted it. "Now it depends on what price he offers," he said. "Just stay and help contain the Xianyuan sect and prevent them from taking action. The 3 junior sisters from the Qingyuan sect will each have 2 main herbs, and senior brother Gao will have 4 main herbs. What do you think?" Lin Changqing did not agree immediately, and said, "I will discuss it with the 2 junior sisters first." Then, he turned back to the 2 junior sisters and explained the situation to them. Both of them said that Lin Changqing would make the decision, and they had no objection at all. Since the 2 junior sisters said so, Lin Changqing was not polite and turned back to Wang Yaoxin. He said, "Let's make it clear first. We will only help contain the Xianyuan sect. We don't care about anything else. If someone else teleports in, we won't care. If you agree, then bring the 10 main herbs first." Wang Yaoxin gritted his teeth, thinking that as long as the troops coming in were not as large as the Xianyuan sect, the Yuling sect could handle it by itself. He nodded and agreed, "Okay, I believe senior brother Gao will never break his promise." Then he took out 10 main herbs from the storage bag and handed them to Lin Changqing. After Lin Changqing took the herbs and promised to contain the Xianyuan sect, Wang Yaoxin said goodbye and walked towards the Xianyuan sect. As for how they discussed, Lin Changqing didn't care. Anyway, the mission this time had been completed, and Lin Changqing would not lose anything no matter what. Chapter 103, Smiles and Fragrance. After harvesting 10 main herbs, Lin Changqing returned to Jiangpool and went to the side of the 2 junior sisters, distributing 2 dwarfs of the main herbs in his hand to each of them. However, Chen Ziya shook her head and refused. "Brother, it's useless for me to take it, so I won't take it." Zhao Mingxia also refused again and again, and said firmly, Brother, the master has prepared the foundation building pill for me, and it's useless for this junior sister to take it. Besides, this is earned by the senior brother, and the junior sister didn't contribute at all, so I won't take it, okay? In this case, Lin Changqing can't force it. They're all full, and the whole family is not hungry. There are still a lot of clansmen in the Lin family who are looking forward to the foundation building pill. And Lin Changqing also wants to bring some surprises to the clan leader. This foundation building pill is the best surprise. Of course, if it can be exchanged for a purple mansion Twangsung pill, it will be even more surprising. After this delay, more than half an hour passed quickly. Lin Changqing estimated that Huyana was about to wake up, so he took the initiative to walk away, so as not to see the embarrassment of everyone who shouldn't see. Just then, seeing that the people from Xian'an sect had come over, it was confirmed that Wan Yaoxin had not gotten the priority. At this time, he heard the movement in Jiangpool, and realized that Huyana was about to wake up. In this way, Lin Changqing could not turn around, and could only watch the people from Xian'an sect first. The beautiful girls from Xian'an sect came not far in front of Lin Changqing. As they approached, Lin Changqing smelled a faint fragrance of flowers. Looking at Mu Jiuyan, the leader, he found that she was pretty good looking, with bright eyes and white teeth, and a graceful figure. In addition, she had a confident and capable temperament, giving people a generous and decent feeling. She smiled at Lin Changqing and asked softly, "Senior brother Gao, why are you always looking at me? Is there a flower on my face?" Lin Changqing's heart was moved, and the words smiles and fragrance appeared in his mind involuntarily. However, thinking of Chen Ziya's introduction to Xian'an sect, Lin Changqing immediately became alert, and immediately united his mind and thoughts, and guarded the spiritual platform tightly to avoid being affected by her. She said, "Senior sister Mu is really powerful, but please don't use it on me, or I will think you are going to attack me." A strange color flashed in Mu Jiuyan's eyes, and she explained, "Senior brother, you misunderstood. The disciples of Xian'an sect who practice Xian'an Heart Sutra will more or less have some rhythm of the exercises. It is not specifically aimed at you." Lin Changqing didn't want to get entangled with her, and said directly, "Senior sister Mu, please wait a moment. After my junior sister finishes cleaning up, Jiangpool will be handed over to you." Mu Jiuyan nodded and said, "Senior brother Gao, after leaving the secret realm, you can visit Xian'an sect when you are free. At that time, my sisters and I can accompany you to visit the Xian'an holy scenery." Lin Changqing responded, "Senior sister Mu, you are polite. I will definitely go to visit and see it if I have the chance." Mu Jiuyan hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Senior brother Gao, I have an unreasonable request. You know that Xian'an sect is not very good at fighting. If my sister is soaking in the purple spirit liquid and disciples from other sects are teleported in, I am afraid that the remaining sisters and brothers of Xian'an sect will not be able to stop them, so I want to ask you to help me protect my sister and take care of the people of Xian'an sect this way. Jiuyan owes you a big favor, what do you think? And after my sister finishes soaking in the purple spirit liquid, we will leave the valley, so you will have completed your employment mission for Yuling sect." Lin Changqing thought about it and it seemed that there was no harm. It was to protect Mu Jiuyan while she fell into deep sleep and take care of Mu's Ioxio and the others. Okay, after considering it, Lin Changqing agreed. Hearing that Lin Changqing agreed to protect her, Mu Jiuyan happily gave him a very formal salute and said happily, "Thank you, senior brother, you are really as chivalrous and tender-hearted as Ioxio said." Lin Changqing shook his head and said nothing. At this time, Huyana also packed up and came to Lin Changqing, saying happily, "Thank you, senior brother, I am very grateful and will remember it in my heart." Lin Changqing glanced at the radiant Huyana, shook his head and said, "Junior sister, you don't have to be polite. I have many things to trouble you in the past. Since the quota has been used up, it is not convenient for others to stay here, so let's give up the place." He said to the three junior sisters, "Let's change places. It's not convenient to stay here." When Muse Ioxio heard that Lin Changqing was leaving, she hurried over to pull him. She felt very safe when Lin Changqing stayed here, and she really didn't want him to leave. She tried to keep him. "Senior brother Gao, don't leave. It's the same if you stay here with the three senior sisters." Lin Changqing waved his hand and said, "It's not appropriate for us to stay here, so let's leave first." After that, he took the three junior sisters away from Jiangpool. Huyana was the happiest to hear that they were leaving here. She wished that Lin Changqing would stay away from these demon women of Xian'an sect, and it would be best if they would not meet again in the future. Then Lin Changqing brought 3 junior sisters to the place where Xian'an sect had stopped just now. At this time, Mount Jiufeng was about to enter Jiang Pool, but unexpectedly, someone else was teleported in, and the 4 people who came were cultivators of Qingyan sect. When Mount Jiufeng saw that the person coming was a cultivator of Qingyan sect, he felt relieved to enter Jiang Pool and soon fell into deep sleep. Zhao Mingsha whispered beside Lin Changqing, "This is Brother Chen Hao from Lingayan Peak. He is the only true disciple of Qingyan sect who came in this time. Brother Gao should be careful." Hu Yana also said, "This person is a dual cultivator of body and law. Among the disciples in the key refining stage, his strength is very strong. He is a bit flamboyant and strong. I don't like him very much." Lin Changqing nodded. Now that his mission has been completed, there is no need to be the first bird to come out. Just wait and see. Among the 4 people who came, one was particularly tall, with a long spear on his back. He was Chen Hao, a true disciple of Qingyan sect. He looked around and was a little surprised to see the 4 people from Qingyan sect. He greeted them. "Brothers and sisters from Qingyan sect, come over and join us. I will allocate a place for you to soak in the purple spirit liquid later." The 3 female cultivators were silent, all looking at Lin Changqing, obviously only listening to Lin Changqing. There was no way, plans could not keep up with changes, so Lin Changqing had to say, "Thank you for the kindness of Brother Chen Hao. We already have 2 sisters who have soaked in the purple spirit liquid. And we have an agreement on the offensive and defensive alliance with the Xian'an sect below, so we are not going to snatch it again. As for the other brothers, please do as you please." Hearing the brothers from his own sect say this, Chen Hao was a little angry. When did the sect have so many powerful characters, and they didn't even give him face, and no one listened to what he said? Restraining his anger, he asked, "Junior sister who? I know them. I wonder which peak the other 3 junior brothers and sisters are practicing in." Chen Zai rarely spoke up and said, "Junior sister Zhao is practicing in Xiaokang Mountain. Senior brother Gao and I are both disciples of Master Yangsha. I wonder if this answer is satisfactory to senior brother Chen." Hearing this, Chen Hao was completely depressed. They were all inner disciples and had backers, especially Master Yangsha, who was now outside the secret realm. In this case, he could only vent his anger on others. It should be okay to vent it on cultivators from other sects, right? There were 2 other groups of people at the scene. One group was from the Xian'an sect. In addition to the person soaked in the purple spirit liquid, there were 8 people around. This strength should be the strongest on the scene. The other group was from the Yuling sect. There were only 4 people, 2 of whom were injured. They were obviously soft eggplants, just right for taking down. At that moment, he said to the people of Yuling sect, "Why are you still staying here? Hurry up and leave. The purple spirit liquid belongs to us." Wan Yaxin was really angry and wanted to kill these arrogant Qingyan sect monks. Of course, he had to exclude Lin Changqing and others before he took action. Otherwise, he might be hit on the head by a divine thunder, and he would definitely not be able to withstand it at that time. He said sadly, "Senior brother Gao, what's going on? We are an alliance, and we just hired you." Lin Changqing was speechless and said, "The alliance was torn apart by you a long time ago, and you only hired us to contain the people of Xian'an sect. It was agreed that you would deal with the other monks by yourselves. It's good that we didn't join forces with our fellow disciples to attack you." Hearing that Lin Changqing and others would not take action, Wan Yaxin was relieved. At most, both sides would suffer. "Okay, you must remember what you said, not to take action. Don't regret it later." Wan Yaxin quickly nailed his words. Lin Changqing said him, and then stopped talking. Chapter 104, Tiger Fights, Burning Spirit and Bloodshed. After getting the promise from Lin Changqing and the others that they would not take action, Wan Yaxin would not tolerate them. He quietly signaled to his fellow disciples, and then the 4 of them released their spirit beasts at the same time and rushed directly towards Chen Hao and the others. Then the 4 of them controlled their flying swords and prepared to focus their fire on Chen Hao. This time they finally learned to be smart and knew how to strike first. Chen Hao was also greatly surprised to see that they dared to attack first, but he reacted immediately. Chen Hao shook his shoulders and untied the long spear behind him. The long spear shook, and the man followed the spear, breaking the wooden thorns swallowed by the giant jungle wolf in front of him, piercing its crown with a spear, and then using the force to move to the left, just avoiding the 4 magic weapons that attacked, and preparing to rush to the next spirit beast. The Yuling sect also reacted, and immediately separated the spirit beasts and transferred them to attack the other 3 monks of Qingyuan sect. Only one Yaxin's first stage peak level Swift Thunder Leopard was left to hold back Chen Hao. It was not a speed type spirit beast, and the fate of being approached by Chen Hao was either death or injury. Seeing that he did not achieve the expected results, but lost a spirit beast, Wan Yaxin gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. He patted the spirit beast's bag and released a huge tiger covered in red. Judging from its appearance, it should be a red flame tiger. However, the spiritual pressure on the red flame tiger was sometimes high and sometimes low. It turned out to be a spirit beast that was advancing to the foundation building stage. No wonder Wan Yaxin was reluctant to release it at first. In fact, it should not have been released at all, because now is its weakest time. Fortunately, Wan Yaxin was not stupid. He did not let it deal with Chen Hao, but pounced on a cultivator of Qingyuan sect and quickly achieved results. The red flame tiger first spit out a violent fireball, blasted away the defensive magic weapon, and then attacked the cultivator with another demon beast. The cultivator could not cope with it at all and died tragically on the spot. Chen Hao had actually seen the red flame tiger rushing out, but he only had time to shout, "It's the red flame tiger, Junior Brother Zheng, be careful." He wanted to go over to help but was entangled by the swift wind thunder leopard again. When he rushed over to help after being hit by the thunder leopard's claw, it was too late. He only received a corpse with a broken neck. At this time, the 2 spirit beasts rushed towards another Qingyuan sect cultivator. Chen Hao knew that he couldn't wait any longer, otherwise everyone might be destroyed here. He could only use the burning spirit bloodburst technique. Although the sequelae were great, it was better than all of them perishing here. When he turned the spell, a sound like beans bursting rang out all over his body. Then, Chen Hao's veins swelled all over his body, his whole face was flushed red by the blood, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and his body grew a few centimeters taller. He didn't dare to delay time, because the longer this secret method was used, the more serious the sequelae would be. He rushed directly to the red flame tiger, but he didn't expect that the swift wind thunder leopard would rush over to entangle him on the way. But this time, the swift wind thunder leopard underestimated his surging strength and speed, and was shot at the waist by him and flew out. He could even hear the sound of the swift wind thunder leopard's spine breaking. This time, it was useless if it didn't die. Being delayed by the swift wind thunder leopard, the red flame tiger and the other 2 spirit beasts cooperated to kill another Qingyuan sect disciple. This time, Chen Hao was really furious. He didn't care about anything and just wanted to kill the red flame tiger. However, under the command of Wan Yaxin, the red flame tiger refused to contact Chen Hao and only attacked the remaining Qingyuan sect disciple. Chen Hao was so angry that he almost ascended to heaven, but it was not without results. The 2 spirit beasts that cooperated and blocked the road all died under his gun. In this way, he killed 3 by himself and severely injured 1 demon beast. But even so, he did not save the life of the remaining Qingyuan sect cultivator. Under the attack of the 4 cultivators of the Yuling sect and the attack of the 2 spirit beasts, he still fell. The good news is that he fought desperately in the end and died together with one of the spirit beasts. This left Chen Hao alone to deal with the 4 monks of the Yuling sect and a red flame tiger between the 1st and 2nd levels, but now Chen Hao was fearless. He rushed directly towards the red flame tiger, and this time he did not fight the monsters that blocked his way. He shattered the big fireball spit out by the red flame tiger, and the man and the tiger directly engaged in close combat. In this way, the 4 monks of the Yuling sect did not dare to use their attacking magic weapons, because the red flame tiger was huge, and Chen Hao intended to use the red flame tiger as a shield to resist the attacks of the 4 monks of the Yuling sect. However, the result came soon. Facing the physical cultivator with explosive strength, explosive speed, and flexible body, the end was doomed early. Chen Hao shot through the heart from the side of the body, and fell to the ground dead on the spot. It was a pity that the spirit beast that did not completely break through the 2nd level was still in the range of the 1st level. It was just this 1-step difference, which was 2 different outcomes. The 4 monks of the Yuling sect were now terrified, and all their spirit beasts had died in the battle. In addition, the backlash from their deaths had greatly reduced their strength, so they could only use their minds to suppress the backlash with secret methods. They dared not stay here. As early as when they heard the screams of the red flame tiger, They had already put on the magic talisman and rushed out of the valley. But now Chen Hao had lost his mind a little. He would not allow them to escape. He directly drew out his spear and chased them out of the valley. The chase and escape soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Lin Changqing and several junior sisters looked at each other for a few times, and looked at each other in bewilderment. What was going on? Aren't they fighting to soak in the purple spirit liquid? Why are they all gone? Are they going to soak in the purple spirit liquid? Lin Changqing was the first to speak. I didn't expect Chen Hao's dual cultivation of physical skills to be so powerful. This is equivalent to defeating a group of people from the Yuling sect by himself. Especially the secret method at the end. It's really amazing. It's definitely a magical skill for a comeback. The combat power has obviously increased by more than double, Hu Yana hurriedly explained. The secret method is called the Burning Soul and Blood Explosion Technique. It's not the magical skill you think it is, but a secret method with strong explosive power and huge sequelae. I heard from my master that using this secret method will not only completely burn a part of the spiritual energy or mana, but also cause great damage to the meridians and various internal organs of the body. After using it once, even if you are very well trained, the total potential of the body will decrease by 10% to 20%, which means that it will be more difficult to practice and advance in the future. All senior brothers, don't learn or use this secret method. It's really not worth a loss. Zhao Mingxia also nodded and said, yes, senior brother Gao, after using this secret method, at least one layer of cultivation will be lost, and it will take a longer time to repair it. Moreover, once the secret method is lifted, one will immediately fall into a long period of weakness, so I don't think senior brother Chen will come back. Chen Zidai also said, grandmother and others also forbade disciples to practice this kind of secret method that damages their foundation. Once it is discovered that a disciple in the sect practices this forbidden method, he will be expelled directly from the sect. The words of several junior sisters made Lin Changqing fall into deep thought, and he murmured to himself, so that's the case. It seems that there is really no free lunch in the world. To become so powerful in an instant, there is a price to pay, and it seems that it is not small. It seems that I still have to work hard to practice and improve my cultivation. This is my own. At this time, Hu Yana asked, senior brother, what should we do now? Lin Changqing came back to his senses, looked at the corpses of cultivators and spirit beasts on the ground, and said, let's collect our storage bags, spirit plant bags and magic tools first. After returning to Qingyuan sect, hand them over to their relatives or teachers. It can be regarded as a little friendship between fellow disciples. The three sisters nodded in agreement, collected all the things and put them with Hu Yana first. Lin Changqing collected all the corpses of the spirit beasts on the ground, including the corpse of the huge red flame tiger. There was also the swift wind thunder leopard whose spine was broken by Chen Hao. It was paralyzed on the ground and wailed. It was also collected by Lin Changqing in another spirit beast bag. We will see how to deal with it after we get out of the secret realm. However, this kind of injury is estimated to require the use of second or third level elixirs to be cured. But using second or third level elixirs to treat someone else's spirit beast is definitely not worth the loss for Lin Changqing. Chapter 105, Token. After cleaning up the battlefield, he used the fireball technique to clean up the scene, so that it would not look so messy. As soon as the people from the Yuling sect in Chenhao left, there was another problem. There were 2 more places for soaking in the purple spirit liquid. How should they be allocated? Let's discuss this with Mu Jiuyan from the Xian'an sect. Because of the battle between Chenhao and the Yuling sect, plus the time it took Lin Changqing and the others to clean up the battlefield, more than half an hour passed quickly. Lin Changqing estimated that Mu Jiuyan would soon wake up. He first told his 3 junior sisters about his idea. There were 2 remaining places, one for each of the 2 sects, and Zhao Mingxia would go to soak in the Qingyuan sect. When Zhao Mingxia heard Lin Changqing say that she was going to soak in the purple spirit liquid, she was so happy that she was stunned. It was only when Hu Yana pulled her that she reacted. To be honest, she was too surprised. She never expected that senior brother Gao would give the last place to her. In addition to her family, there were also her master and grandmaster. It seemed that no one had ever been so good to her. It made her feel warm in her heart, and her eyes were slightly moist. She didn't expect that what she said was right. Following senior brother Gao, she actually got the purple spirit liquid. Now she was really grateful to senior brother Gao, and secretly decided that she must repay him well when she had the chance in the future. After unifying the opinions on her side, Lin Changqing took the 3 junior sisters and walked towards the people of Xian'an sect. At this time, Mu Jiuyin also woke up. After waiting for a while, Mu Jiuyin cleaned up and walked in front of Lin Changqing. "Thank you, senior brother Gao, for your protection. I am very grateful." After saying that, she bowed to Lin Changqing formally. Lin Changqing avoided her greeting and did not want to waste time, so he spoke directly. "Now that there are 2 extra places, what are your plans, senior sister Mu?" Mu Jiuyin looked at Lin Changqing deeply and chuckled. "Doesn't senior brother Gao already have a plan? Then how about letting me tell you if it's the same as you think?" Lin Changqing did not expect Mu Jiuyin to say this, so he could only say, "Senior sister, please speak. I'm all ears." Mu Jiuyin smiled and said, "Senior brother Gao, what you are thinking is that each sect should be allocated 1 place, is that right?" Since Mu Jiuyin said so, Lin Changqing naturally went with the flow. "Senior sister is indeed a smart person. I wonder what you think of this arrangement." Mu Jiuyin chuckled. "It's a free place, why don't you agree? Senior brother Gao is going to enter the Ziyang pool by himself this time. I and others are willing to protect you." Lin Changqing shook his head and said, "I won't go in. Let another junior sister go in." Mu Jiuyin looked at Lin Changqing in surprise. This decision was beyond her expectation. The previous 2 opportunities to soak in the purple spirit liquid could be said to be surrounded by external enemies, and Lin Changqing, the top combat force, could not be missed. Now the surrounding situation is basically under the control of the 2 sects, and he is willing to give up this opportunity. It can be seen that Lin Changqing is very broad-minded. Of course, it may also be that he has a deep relationship with the 3 junior sisters. If it is the latter situation, she will worry about her sister. Although she doesn't know what the relationship between Xiaoxiao and Lin Changqing is, she knows that Mu Xiaoxiao definitely has different feelings for Lin Changqing. Mu Jiuyin quickly confirmed, "Senior brother Gao, do you really want to give the opportunity to your junior sister? But are you worried about safety issues?" Jiuyin can swear that he will never have any intention of harming senior brother. Lin Changqing quickly denied, "Senior sister Mu, you misunderstood. This is because of my own reasons and has nothing to do with safety issues. And I have another suggestion. Let the 2 junior sisters enter the Jiang pool together this time. I think the Jiang pool is spacious enough for 2 people to soak together. Finish the soak early and leave quickly, otherwise, if it takes too long, someone will be teleported in. Then it will be another struggle." Mu Jiuyin nodded and said, "Senior brother Gao makes sense." Jiuyin also agrees. "Let's do it according to senior brother's wishes." Then he turned around to discuss with the junior sisters, and the final quota was decided. Of course, this has nothing to do with Lin Changqing. After a while, Mu Jiuyin, Mu Xiaoxiao, and Lu Yuling came over. Lin Changqing knew at a glance that the final quota must belong to Lu Yuling. Lin Changqing took the initiative to say, "Congratulations, junior sister Lu. After soaking in this purple spirit liquid, there's hope for the purple palace this time." Lu Yuling bowed to Lin Changqing gracefully and said, "Thank you, senior brother Gao. I will never forget your kindness to Yuling." Lin Changqing really didn't want to waste time, so he said, "Junior sister Lu, you don't have to be polite. Go in quickly to avoid any more accidents." The 2 agreed, and then went into the Jiang pool hand in hand, and soon fell into deep sleep. After arranging Chen Ziya and Hu Yuna to stay behind to protect the law, Lin Changqing consciously walked away a little. Most of the people around were female cultivators, and it was not appropriate for him to stay there. Today is the 9th day in the secret realm. We must hurry up, otherwise tomorrow will be the 10th day, and we don't know when we will be teleported out. In addition, we must find the place where Wu Shiki and others fell, take back the spoils, and then meet up with Chui, and then hurry up to explore the central area. There are still many things to do. Just now, the second batch of purple crystal scorpions also sent the information that they succeeded, but the 2 places are not in a straight line. How can we get to these 2 places more naturally? It's a headache. I can't separate from Chen Ziya and the others, right? But the more you go to the end of the secret realm, the more dangerous it is, because everyone has gained a lot if they survive to the end. As long as you can kill 1 or 2 cultivators who survive to the end, you will definitely gain a lot. So before leaving the secret realm, you still can't separate from Chen Ziya. Protecting her is Lin Changqing's first task in entering the secret realm. You must ensure that it goes smoothly and completely. This really makes Lin Changqing embarrassed. Forget it, Wait until Zhao Mingxia comes out of the bath, and then go directly to the place where the 3 people of Xianxing sword sect Wu Shiki fell. We will talk about it when we get there. At this moment, Lin Changqing sensed that someone was approaching him, and turned around to see that it was Mu Xiaoxiao. Senior brother Gao, why did you run here alone? Mu Xiaoxiao approached and asked softly. Nothing, most of you are female cultivators, and it's not convenient for me to be there, Lin Changqing told the truth. After hearing this, Mu Xiaoxiao giggled non-stop, and it took a while for her to stop laughing. Then she whispered, Master, other people are eager to squeeze in between us sisters, just like the brothers and sisters in our sect. Master, are you shy? Lin Changqing didn't know how to respond to this, so he could only remain silent. Mu Xiaoxiao said again, I found that Master doesn't want to contact Xiaoxiao. Will you not come to see Xiaoxiao in the future? Lin Changqing could only respond, if I pass by in the future, I should go to Xianxing sect to take a look, but I won't go there specifically. Moreover, it is too dangerous to walk outside with the current cultivation level of key refining stage. I should work hard to cultivate and improve my cultivation and strength. Let's talk about other things later. Mu Xiaoxiao thought for a while and said, then when Xiaoxiao has established a foundation, I will go to Qingyin sect to find the master. Lin Changqing was startled and responded quickly, no. You have to wait until you reach the golden core stage before you can come to me. This is an order. Do you understand? Mu Xiaoxiao pouted and said, I know, master is really boring. Then he thought for a while, took out a white jade pendant from his arms and handed it to Lin Changqing, saying, although I know that the master may not come to find Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao still wants to leave this token for the master. Lin Changqing hesitated for a moment, but still took it, and felt a warmth in his hand, knowing that this must be a jade pendant carved from the second-level warm jade. The pattern of the jade pendant is a white lotus, and the 2 words Mu-san are in the center of the lotus. This should be given by elders to newborn juniors, because warm jade has the effect of slowly recuperating and improving physical fitness, and is especially suitable for children to wear. Could this warm jade pendant be something that Mu Xiaoxiao has brought up since she was a child? Lin Changqing knew that this should be something more important to Mu Xiaoxiao, so he handed it back to her and said, take good care of such an important thing and don't give it to others casually. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't take it, and said, it may take hundreds of years for Xiaoxiao to cultivate to the golden core stage. With this jade pendant by the master, as long as the master sees the jade pendant, he will think of Xiaoxiao, and maybe he will come to see me one day. Lin Changqing knew that Mu Xiaoxiao would not take it back, so he sighed and put it away solemnly. Chapter 106, Oath of Union. Mu Xiaoxiao was very happy to see Lin Changqing solemnly put away the jade pendant she gave her, so that Lin Changqing could think of her when he occasionally saw the jade pendant. At this time, Lin Changqing felt someone approaching again. He looked and found that it was Huyana. In fact, Huyana saw Mu Xiaoxiao coming to find Lin Changqing just now. The two were talking and laughing. Mu Xiaoxiao also gave Lin Changqing a jade pendant. She was angry and anxious, so she couldn't help but come over. Seeing that it was Huyana, Lin Changqing took the initiative to say, Junior sister Hu, why are you here too? Is junior sister Zhao okay? It's okay, senior sister Chen is watching. I saw that senior brother was too bored here alone, so I came to talk to him. After saying this, she felt embarrassed and her face was a little red. After hearing what Huyana said, Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sneer, then talked to Lin Changqing, and took the initiative to return to the Xianxing sect. Lin Changqing nodded and said, thank you, junior sister. When junior sister Zhao comes out, we will leave here. I want to explore this central core area to see if there are any other discoveries. After all, they will not have the opportunity to enter the Jiang secret realm in the future, so of course they have to search it carefully to see if they can find any good things left by their predecessors. I will follow the arrangements of my senior brother. Junior sister has no objection. As soon as Mu Xiaoxiao left, Huyana's mood quickly returned to normal and became calm and generous again. Lin Changqing chuckled and said, okay, let's leave here early. Junior sister, you should go and take care of junior sister Zhao first. There are too many female cultivators there, and it's not appropriate for me to go there. After hearing what Lin Changqing said, Huyana immediately realized that it was for this reason that Lin Changqing left so far away, and she suddenly felt relieved in her heart. Her mood instantly became cheerful and happy. She agreed to Lin Changqing and then returned to Chen Ziya's side. Soon, another half an hour passed. This time, nothing happened. Zhao Mingxia and Lu Yuling both finished soaking in the purple spirit liquid and woke up at about the same time. At this time, there was only a thin layer of liquid left in the Jiang pool, and it no longer had the feeling of the purple spirit liquid that made the soul feel comfortable as soon as it approached. It should have lost its effect. Next time, it will take another 60 years to fill it up again. Now that the task has been completed in excess, it is time to leave here. However, there are still some things to deal with by the Jiang pool. After the death of the Xianxing sword sect monk on the ground, the storage bags, spirit plant bags, and magic tools left behind have been taken away by the Xianxing sect. Now there are only the relics of the two Yuling sect monks. The Xianxing sect tacitly allocated one to each site and signaled Hu Yunna to collect the things. Then he said goodbye to the people of the Xianxing sect and Mu Xiaoxiao's reluctant eyes. Lin Changqing led the three junior sisters and relied on the connection with the purple crystal scorpion to move towards the place where Wu Shiki of the Xianxing sword sect died. In addition to the two groups of purple crystal scorpions that were sent out, the remaining purple crystal scorpions that stayed in the valley had also been asked to leave the valley first and wait for Lin Changqing in front. He didn't want the people of Xianxing sect to see the purple crystal scorpions. Of course, the fewer people who know about this kind of trump card, the better. Unexpectedly, not long after leaving the valley, Lu Yuling rushed up from behind. "Senior brother Gao, I have a few words to say to you in private," Lu Yuling said a little hurriedly. Lin Changqing hesitated for a moment, but nodded in agreement, and left Lu Yuling a short distance away. Lin Changqing took the initiative to say, "Junior sister Lu, please say what you want to say." "They definitely can't hear you at this distance." Lu Yuling glanced at Lin Changqing with a complicated expression, and then said, "Senior brother Gao, I already know what you said to Xiaoxiao. The oath that Xiaoxiao made is not that simple. The oath she made completely deprived her of the possibility of finding a Taoist partner, and she herself only has 4 spiritual roots. If it weren't for this time, because of you, she was able to soak in the purple spirit liquid, she would not have had the opportunity to cultivate to the purple mansion stage, let alone the golden core stage. Therefore, her only way is to practice dual cultivation with a Taoist partner, so that she may go further on the path of immortality, but now she is destined to be alone for the rest of her life. Senior brother Gao, you must come to see Xiaoxiao more often when you are free, or it's better to take her away." Lu Yuling said what was in her heart in one breath, and finally felt a little better. After listening to Lu Yuling's words, Lin Changqing sighed, thought for a while, and then said, "Thank you, junior sister Lu. I understand. Let's talk about these after we build our foundation. Now I don't know what will happen in the future. You go back and tell Muse Ioxiao that I will go to see her when I have a chance." Lu Yuling nodded, bowed, and left. Shaking his head, Lin Changqing temporarily put aside these troublesome things, and returned to the side of the 3 junior sisters. Then the 4 of them continued to move forward to the location of the purple crystal scorpion. The group of purple crystal scorpions that retreated from the valley were waiting for Lin Changqing in front. They arrived at the place quickly, and after successfully collecting them into the spirit insect bag, they moved towards the location of the first batch of purple crystal scorpions. Chen Ziya and the other 2 now knew the existence of purple crystal scorpions, and they were not surprised by the sudden appearance of purple crystal scorpions. More than an hour after leaving the valley, they finally came to a canyon along the connection, and there were many pits of different sizes on both sides of the canyon, which looked like some mine caves. The monks of Xianxing sword sect chose such a place to heal and recuperate. It was quite secluded and had good vision. However, this kind of place is also an environment where various monsters like to hide and live. So Lin Changqing stopped at the entrance of the mine and said to the first 3 sisters, after entering, "Everyone should be careful. I don't know if there will be monsters or other dangers. Everyone, put on the defense talisman, prepare the defense magic tools, follow me, and don't get separated." Chen Ziya and the other 2 agreed and prepared according to Lin Changqing's instructions. Lin Changqing also prepared everything he should prepare. After everything was ready, he slowly entered the mine, and opened his mind to carefully explore the traces of the monks of Xianxing sword sect in front. On the way, he also saw some traces of battle and sporadic bloodstains. It seems that the monks of Xianxing sword sect who entered here in front have cleared the monsters in the mine first, so it is much safer. After advancing for more than a mile, they finally saw a small camping site. The bodies of Wu Shiki and the other 3 of Xianxing sword sect were lying quietly on the ground. Suddenly seeing several corpses, Chen Ziya and Hu Yana were all shocked, but fortunately they were restrained and did not shout. If they suddenly screamed, they might alarm other monsters deep in the mine and cause unnecessary trouble. Lin Changqing's heart moved, and he told them that there might be danger, and asked the 3 of them to retreat a distance, and he went to check. After they retreated to a farther place, Lin Changqing slowly approached, carefully observed, and confirmed that they were completely dead. Then he began to collect the storage bags and spiritual plant bags on the 3 people. Of course, there were also flying swords and magic tools that fell on the ground, which were not let go. Anyway, they had to be handed over to Hu Yana to deal with, so they couldn't be wasted. With the help of the work of collecting the spoils, the purple crystal scorpions of this batch were also collected back into the spiritual insect bag, and then a few fireballs were used to clean up the scene. Soon there was nothing left here except ashes. After returning to the 3 junior sisters, he told them about the situation of the 3 Xianxing sword sect monks and took out the spoils he had harvested, preparing to share some with them, but the 3 of them firmly refused. The excuse was that the 3 of them had soaked in the purple spirit liquid, only Lin Changqing had not, so all of these were given to him as a little compensation. Hu Yana also gave Lin Changqing the storage bag and spirit beast bag of the Yuling sect monk that she had collected just now. In this case, Lin Changqing was not polite and put them all into the cup. When he rested, he would check what was harvested inside. Now Lin Changqing was asking the 3 of them for their opinions, whether to continue exploring, because this was obviously an abandoned mine, and there were unknown dangers. Of course, they didn't know that the 3 people from the Xianxing sword sect were killed by the purple crystal scorpion, and Lin Changqing would not tell them. After discussing it, the 3 of them decided to exit the mine and leave. Lin Changqing naturally agreed with their decision very much. After scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense and confirming that there was nothing missing, he turned around and led the way. Chapter 107 Special 3 Flowers. The mine was only a little over a mile in, and after a while, the 4 of them successfully exited and left the canyon. In fact, exploring this canyon should yield some gains, at least some ores or something, but it was a bit unpleasant to spend all the time on mining, so Lin Changqing chose to leave. The 3 junior sisters did not have a specific goal, so Lin Changqing led them to explore and wander in the central area. Now Lin Changqing was heading towards the place where the second batch of purple crystal scorpions were located. The 2 places were still a little far apart, and I wondered if they could get there before it got completely dark. There was also good news, that is, after leaving the valley with the Jiang pool, the induction with Chu Ai was much stronger. There should be a magic array shielding in the valley, so the connection with Chu Ai was very vague. Since leaving the valley, Chu Ai has confirmed the location of Lin Changqing, and is now rushing over. It should not take long for them to meet up. After another 2 hours of traveling, they finally approached the location of the second batch of purple crystal scorpions. The 4 of them were now in a dense forest. It seemed that other cultivators also liked to find such hidden places to rest. Because it was getting dark, Lin Changqing did not rush to find it. Instead, he discussed with his 3 junior sisters and found a suitable place to camp. Then he asked Chen Ziya to set up the defense and attack arrays, and put some purple crystal scorpions around to protect the junior sisters. He asked them to tidy up the camp and told them that he would go around and come back soon. He left the camp alone and followed the connection with the purple crystal scorpions to move towards their location. Soon, under a big tree, he found the bodies of Su Danyang and his junior brother from Danding sect. After carefully confirming that they were completely dead, he approached to collect all the spoils, and then used several fireballs to clean up the scene. Unexpectedly, the recovery of the spoils by both sides was quite smooth, and Lin Changqing was in a good mood instantly. Because the environment was complicated in the dense forest, Lin Changqing used his spiritual sense to check twice, and only after confirming that there was nothing missing and traceable did he take back the purple crystal scorpion and leave. It just so happened that Chuai also returned successfully before dark, and now it was hovering over Lin Changqing's head, calling it down. After feeding it a soul-raising pail and some monster meat, he smoothed its feathers for a while, and then put it back into the spirit beast bag to let it rest. After patrolling around the camp and confirming that there was no potential danger, he went back. Several junior sisters had already tidied up the camp. Lin Changqing took out all the spoils and asked several junior sisters to help. Several of them together made a little sacrifice to these storage bags and spirit plant bags, and then poured out all the things. All kinds of things were classified and put together. There were more than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, but I didn't count them in detail. There were 18 medium-grade spirit stones. There were more medium and upper-grade magic tools. There were as many as 40 or 50 attack and defense magic tools. These were all handed over to Huyana, and she helped to deal with them and exchange them for spirit stones. There were also a lot of pills, such as the common key recovering pill, the rejuvenation pill, and the jade healing pill that Lin Changqing recognized, but there were many pills that were opened by Danding sect monks, and Lin Changqing had never seen them before. Fortunately, Zhao Mingxia helped to identify some of them, and put labels on these pills. There were also some pills that were too niche that she couldn't recognize, so she could only put them away for the time being and wait for the future. There were also some messy sundries, such as clothes or practice notes. If they were useful, they would be kept. If they were useless, they would be put into a storage bag and destroyed together at that time. Now all that was left was a pile of jade boxes. The four of them worked together, taking out those with things and putting them aside. At the last count, there were actually 112 spiritual medicines in total. Among them, there were 27 main medicines for the foundation building pill and the purple mansion Twanksun pill, and this was another 9 foundation building pills. The remaining 85 were mature common spiritual medicines, some of which Lin Changqing knew, and some of which he didn't. He would slowly look for information to identify them when he returned to Jiufeng Mountain. At this time, Lin Changqing found Zhao Mingxia, who was looking at a spiritual medicine with a hesitant look on her face, which aroused Lin Changqing's curiosity. Chen Ziya and Huyana also noticed her abnormality. Lin Changqing hurriedly asked, "Junior sister Zhao, what spiritual medicine do you have in your hand? Does it have any special effect? If you need it, I will give it to you," Zhao Mingxia said embarrassedly. "This spiritual medicine is this Huayan flower, which is one of the main ingredients of the 3 flowers Huayan pill. Together with the jade mussel flower and the tranquilizing flower, it can be used to refine the 3 flowers Huayan pill." Lin Changqing's heart moved after hearing this. All the spiritual medicines Zhao Mingxia mentioned were in his space. It was just because of the beast tide, and later the spiritual medicines and plants in the space were given to Lu Yaoqiang's family to take care of, so he didn't go in to check carefully during this period. "I don't know if it is mature. If it is mature, it can be entrusted to junior sister Zhao. The 6th elder in the family is now only a 2nd-level middle-grade alchemist. The success rate of refining pills may not be too high, and the quality cannot be guaranteed. It is not even known whether the family has the recipe for the 3 flowers Huayan pill." Lin Changqing continued to ask, "Junior sister Zhao, can you refine the 2nd-grade 3-flower rejuvenating pill?" Zhao Mingxia shook her head and said embarrassedly, "Only my master or senior sister can do that. I'm only a 1st-grade top-grade alchemist, and I'm still far from refining the 2nd-grade top-grade rejuvenating pill. But you can ask senior sister or master to help refine it." Lin Changqing nodded, put the rejuvenating flower in a jade box, and then put it in Zhao Mingxia's hand, and said, "This elixir is for junior sister. If you can refine it and there are extra ones, give one each to junior sister Chen and junior sister Hu." Zhao Mingxia's face flushed, and she shook her head and refused. No, I've already taken advantage of you a lot. I won't accept it." Lin Changqing chuckled and said, "What's wrong with that? Otherwise, just think of it as seeing your brother and trusting you to refine the pill. If you can refine it, each of the 3 of you can keep one, and give the extra to me." "That's all right," Zhao Mingxia blushed and reluctantly agreed. Chen Ziya and Huyana also thanked Lin Changqing and said they would help find the jade mussel flower and the tranquil spirit flower. Zhao Mingxia quickly introduced the appearance characteristics and survival habits of the other 2 flowers to the 2 in detail, fearing that the 2 would miss them if they met them and didn't know them. All the main medicines were put in an unmarked storage bag. There are now more than 60 main medicines in it, which can be exchanged for more than 20 foundation building pills. This must be kept well. Put all kinds of items in different categories. I will leave the secret realm tomorrow. Now I still have a lot of storage bags, spirit beast bags, and spirit plant bags with the logos of various sects." After discussing with the 3 junior sisters, Lin Changqing planned to find a place in the dense forest to bury these things. Chen Ziya also took out several storage bags and spirit beast bags with the logos of other sects and gave them to Lin Changqing, asking him to deal with them together. Lin Changqing left the camp and walked for a distance. He was planning to dig a deep pit to bury all these things. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Why not throw it directly into the deep pit in the space to see if Lin Changqing can absorb it? This can also be regarded as recycling waste. He did it as he thought. He scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. After confirming that there were no people or monsters, he released a purple crystal scorpion. After some arrangements, he entered the space with confidence. As soon as he came in, Lu Yaoqiang rushed over, followed by Lu Xiaoya and Lu Xiaoling, all of whom surrounded Lin Changqing and kept calling Yo-Yo. Lin Changqing stroked their fur one by one, and then fed each of them a soul-nourishing pill. Now Lin Changqing has the most stocks of this kind of pill, which can keep them eating for a long time. After feeding, he let them play by themselves. He did not forget the purpose of coming in this time. He came to the edge of the deep pit and threw everything in his hand. Anyway, he could not see any changes for a while, so he simply went to see if the 3 main ingredients of the anti-aging pill were mature. When I came to the place where Lin Changqing planted the 6 main herbs for the rejuvenation pill, I found that Lu Yaoqiang's family had already ripened them all. This made it easier. I took out 2 jade boxes and collected 1 jade muscle flower and 1 tranquil spirit flower respectively. I didn't touch the rest. I would collect them later when I needed them. It was not good to take out too many spiritual herbs at once. After putting away the 2 jade boxes and leaving the space, I confirmed that there was no problem around me with my spiritual sense again. Then I took back the amethyst scorpion and rushed back to the camp. Chapter 108 The 5 Emperors Book of Immortality. Lin Changqing returned to the camp and told them that the things had been dealt with. Then he took out all the ordinary mature spiritual medicines he had harvested in the secret realm, and of course put the 2 jade boxes he had prepared in the space just now in it. He asked Zhao Mingxia to see if there were any spiritual medicine she needed, and soon she found the 2 spiritual medicines prepared by Lin Changqing. Zhao Mingxia's face was flushed with excitement. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she might have screamed. Chen Ziya and Hu Yana were even more excited and happy to know that they had collected the 3 main medicines of the Sanhou's Hu Iron pill. The 3 of them gathered together and whispered. It was really rare. It was the first time that Lin Changqing saw that someone as cold as Chen Ziya would have such a big emotional fluctuation. It also made Lin Changqing a little speechless. They were not so excited when they were asked to soak in the purple spiritual liquid during the day. It seems that women always care about their own appearance the most. After the 3 women were excited, Zhao Mingxia calmed down. She said to Lin Changqing, Brother Gao, this time I decided to ask the master to help me refine the 3 flowers rejuvenating pill. My master is a 3rd-rank middle-grade alchemist, so there will be no problem. It is also likely that the master will produce a full pill. Lin Changqing smiled and nodded. Then I'll trouble you, junior sister. I know the rules. The alchemist will charge 3 layers of the finished pill as a reward. I understand, Zhao Mingxia said anxiously. No, I won't be paid if I ask the master to refine the pill. I just want to ask, if you have extra rejuvenating pills, can you sell one to my sister? Lin Changqing shook his head and said, then it makes sense to ask someone to refine the pill without paying. How about this? There are a total of 10 full 3 flowers rejuvenating pills. I only need 4. The remaining 6 will be 1 for each of the 3 of you, and the rest is the reward for the alchemist. I don't care how your master distributes them. Of course, if only 6 pills are produced, then each of you 3 will get 1, and the remaining 3 will belong to me, and there will be no reward. Do you think this is okay? Zhao Mingxia thought about it and knew that Lin Changqing said this just to make her agree. Moreover, her master would refine the 2nd-level pill, so a full pill could be said to be a sure thing. Maybe there would be 1 or 2 more pills at that time. If there are any extra pills at that time, I will return them to my senior brother. Now I will agree to deal with it. After thinking it through, Zhao Mingxia agreed. And promised that as soon as she returned to Zaya Kangshan, she would immediately ask the master to refine the pill and try her best to let Lin Changqing get this Hu Iron pill as soon as possible. Lin Changqing was overjoyed when he heard this. In this way, he would have gifts for his mother, aunt and sister when he returned. He didn't have to worry about it, and he believed that they would definitely like this gift very much. Of course, my sister is still young now. She has to wait until she is 18 or 20 years old to be the most suitable age to take the anti-aging pill. Before that, let my mother keep it for her. After thanking Zhao Mingxia, He told her to give the refined anti-aging pill to Chen Ziya when the time comes. And he would go to Chen Ziya to get it when he is free. Zhao Mingxia readily agreed, and then the few of them started chatting. They happened to talk about Chen Hao, and they didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Lin Changqing asked casually, the true disciples of Qingyuan sect are so powerful, is the core inheritance of the body training method, why don't they practice it? The three of them smiled at each other when they heard this, and finally it was Hu Yun'er who explained, the Qingyuan sect also has body refining techniques, but this is Chen Hao's own choice. The real core inheritance technique of the Qingyuan sect is the Five Emperors Longevity Sutra. Like my younger sister and junior sister Zhao, they practiced the Yan Emperor's Red Lotus Sutra, senior sister Chen practiced the Blue Emperor's Covering the Sea Sutra, and there are three other ones, the Qing Emperor's Longevity Sutra, the Yellow Emperor's Thick Earth Sutra, and the White Emperor's Questioning the Sky Sutra, collectively known as the Five Emperors Longevity Sutra. Lin Changqing suddenly realized it, and at this time Lin Changqing had another question in his mind, and couldn't help asking, then what is the relationship between the Qingmu Longevity Sutra and the Qingdi Longevity Sutra? Chen Ziya said at this time, the Qingmu Longevity Sutra is a simplified version of the Qingdi Longevity Sutra, which is practiced by ordinary inner disciples. Both can be practiced to the late nascent soul stage, but the Qingdi Longevity Sutra has the effect of increasing the lifespan by 20 to 30%, and the Qingmu Longevity Sutra can only increase the lifespan by about 10%. Lin Changqing nodded, indicating that he understood, and then he didn't say anything else. The night passed quickly, and the next morning, Lin Changqing finished his training, and the three sisters had packed up. Chen Ziya had already taken back the two array plates. Lin Changqing recalled all the purple crystal scorpions to the spirit insect bag and released Chu Ai from the spirit beast bag. After a night's rest, it became energetic again. Today is the 10th day, and I don't know when I will be teleported out suddenly, so I didn't let Chu Ai fly too high or too far. There is no specific goal today, just wander around, and go and take a look if you see anything interesting. Now that Chu Ai is watching in the sky, Lin Changqing feels more at ease. The four of them wandered in the central area of the secret realm, but the entire area is too large. After a few hours, the four of them didn't find anything. Chu Ai was watching in the sky, and the cultivators didn't find any. There were a few monsters, but Lin Changqing was not interested in them. It seems that since being teleported into this area, there are very few traces of human beings, just like the valley in Jiang Pool, which is covered by the array. Array, cover, Lin Changqing suddenly had an idea, as if he had caught something, and after thinking carefully, he understood a little. He immediately asked Chu Ai to fly higher, and used his innate golden eyes to observe the surroundings, and immediately found that there seemed to be a magic array still running not too far from here. Since he finally found it, Lin Changqing hurriedly led the three junior sisters to fly there. Now there was not much time left. About a quarter of an hour later, under the guidance of Chu Ai, they finally arrived at the destination. If Chu Ai had not confirmed it again and again, Lin Changqing would never believe that the rock in front of him was actually a formation. Fortunately, professional matters can be left to professionals. Chen Ziya has already started to study, and Lin Changqing took advantage of this time to summon Chu Ai down. There was not much time left in the secret realm, so as not to be suddenly teleported out of the secret realm and separated from Chu Ai again. Chen Ziya has arranged 12 array flags around, and is still casting various spells to try to break the formation. Lin Changqing does not understand this and can only watch from the side. After trying for a while without any results, Chen Ziya hesitated for a moment, and took out a glittering talisman from a jade box. Then he said to Lin Changqing, "Senior brother Gao, time is precious, and there is no way to break the formation slowly. Fortunately, this third-level defense formation has been damaged due to the long time. I will use this second-level breaking talisman to open a hole. Senior brother, you can use the divine thunder to bombard the edge of the hole. When the gap is expanded to a size that can accommodate people, we will rush in and it will be easy to break the formation from the inside." Lin Changqing nodded in agreement, then took out the thunder horn and injected spiritual energy into it. With the help of Babei, it quickly formed a Jiangjing divine thunder. Indicating to Chen Ziya that she was ready, Chen Ziya immediately activated the second-level breaking talisman and hid a relatively weak point in the formation, which immediately cracked a 2-foot-long hole. Lin Changqing immediately used the Jiangjing divine thunder to hit the edge of the hole. After a loud boom, The magic circle was broken open with a large hole, large enough for one person to pass through. Immediately, a stream of pure spiritual energy could be felt rushing out of the hole. Lin Changqing did not hesitate and rushed in first, followed by Chen Zilaya, Hu Yunna and the others. The hole was a bit messy because of the attack of the Zhengjing Divine Thunder. Looking back, he found that the hole had been slowly repaired and shrunk under the effect of the formation. It would be fully restored in a short time. Lin Changqing thought about it and released 12 purple crystal scorpions to lurk near the hole, in case someone came in without him knowing, or someone wanted to take advantage of the situation. These were mistakes that Lin Changqing would not allow to happen. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Yuquan Heart Tea Tree. As soon as the four entered the cave, they immediately felt something different. The concentration and purity of the spiritual energy far exceeded that outside, and they felt very comfortable here. But now they couldn't waste time here. Lin Changqing took the lead, and the three sisters followed him. The four of them were fully armed and walked carefully inside. After passing through a downward passage of more than 100 meters, they entered a bright and spacious hall. As soon as the four entered, they saw a spring in the center of the hall. Waves of spiritual energy came out of the spring. A small piece of spiritual field was opened up next to the spring, which was about 2 or 3 acres. There was only a very good spiritual tea tree on the spiritual field. At this time, Chen Zilaya said uncertainly, "Could this be the legendary spiritual eye spring?" When Lin Changqing heard this, he was so excited that goosebumps appeared. This was the spiritual eye spring he wanted very much. But then he felt uncomfortable again. With his current strength of the 7th level of key refining stage, he couldn't transfer it away. Besides, he didn't have a way to transfer the spiritual eye spring. It seems that to transfer these spiritual objects, there should be specific methods inherited from geomancers, or there should be methods from large sects, but the Lin family does not have such foundation now, and Lin Changqing does not understand these things. Geomancers and array masters have some similarities, both of which use the terrain of mountains and rivers. Many array masters also practice geomancer inheritance. I don't know if Chen Zilaya has this inheritance. At this time, Zhao Mingsha was also heard to say excitedly, This can't be a 3rd level top grade spiritual plant, the Jade Spring Heart Tea Tree." Seeing her so excited, Hu Yunna asked curiously, "Is the tea tree in front the Jade Spring Heart Tea Tree? Does it have any special effects?" After Zhao Mingsha calmed down, she explained, "If this tea tree is really the Jade Spring Heart Tea Tree, it would be too precious. I have only seen its records in the collection of my master's collection. I remembered it when I saw it planted next to the spiritual spring. This Jade Spring Heart Tea Tree is easier to survive if it is planted next to the spiritual spring. As for the effect of Jade Spring Heart Tea, it is very simple. It calms the mind and calms the heart, and wisdom comes from a calm mind." Seeing that Hu Yunna still didn't react, she couldn't help but add, "After drinking this kind of spiritual tea, it can improve your comprehension for a period of time." Everyone understood after hearing this, especially Chen Zilaya, who knew the importance of comprehension, especially when comprehending the magic array. If you can drink a cup of heart tea to improve your understanding, it will definitely be twice the result with half the effort, and your efficiency will be greatly improved. Knowing that it is a spiritual object that enhances understanding, what are you waiting for? The three sisters started picking tea leaves tacitly. When Lin Changqing heard about the effect, he was also very happy. Although the spirit eye spring cannot be taken away now, he must find a chance to get 1 or 2 rhizomes of this Yuquan heart tea tree and take it back to the space to see if it can be planted and survive. While they were busy, Lin Changqing had time to look at the hall. After a glance, he understood why the hall was so bright even though there were no windows or anything. It turned out that there were many glowstones inlaid on the wall. This thing is a first-grade upper-grade light attribute spiritual material. Although I don't know how many spiritual stones a piece is worth, there are so many glowstones on the wall, which is also a considerable income. Adhering to the principle of whatever I see is mine, no, it should not be wasted. Lin Changqing immediately took out his flying sword and dug on the wall. He dug out about half of the glowstones, about 100 pieces. At this time, The three junior sisters had also finished picking tea leaves and were discussing how to deal with the spiritual tea tree. Lin Changqing also walked over to join the discussion. The final result was to dig it out and transplant it to Jiufeng Mountain. There happened to be a spiritual spring on Jiufeng Mountain, which just met the conditions for it to survive after transplantation. The four people agreed that the annual production of Yuquan heart tea would be divided into 4 parts, 1 for each person, and Lin Changqing's part would be taken and kept by Chen Ziya first. The next step was to prepare to transplant the spiritual tea tree. Of course, the physical work of transplanting the spiritual tea tree must be done by Lin Changqing. It took more than half an hour to cover it with dozens of square meters, and the rhizome was dug out relatively intact. After a little trimming, it was put into a relatively large spiritual plant bag, and a large amount of spiritual fields were collected to temporarily surround the rhizome of the heart tea tree, and then the spiritual plant bag was handed over to Zhao Mingxia for safekeeping. Of course, 2 rhizomes were accidentally broken, but this is also a normal phenomenon in the transplant process. These broken rhizomes were also collected by Lin Changqing openly. Several junior sisters did not ask about it, and did not think it was of any use. Everyone knew that the spirit eye spring could not be removed now, so no one paid attention to it. There were 6 stone doors side by side on the wall on the other side of the hall, all of which were tightly closed. Lin Changqing stepped forward and tried to push the first stone door on the left-hand side, but it opened unexpectedly. The 4 people entered and judged that this should be a room like a study room, because the airflow brought by the opening of the door quickly turned the paper books inside into ashes. Several people entered and began to search carefully in every corner, but they did not find anything useful, or records or other texts. After confirming with their spiritual sense that nothing was missed, everyone left the room. The second room also opened with a push. It was empty when they entered, with only a rotten cushion. It seemed that this should be a practice room. Lin Changqing didn't give up. He entered the training room and carefully checked every corner, but still didn't find anything. The third room couldn't be pushed open. Time was precious and couldn't be wasted, so Chen Ziya was left here to study. Lin Changqing and the other 2 opened the 4th room. When they went in, they saw only a refining furnace and a rotten cushion on the ground. There was no fire mouth or anything like that under the refining furnace. It seemed that some spiritual flame was used to refine the weapon. But now the spiritual flame is gone. It should be too long ago, and no one has offered sacrifices to it, so it naturally extinguished and died. What a pity. I don't know what level this refining furnace is. Lin Changqing put it into the storage bag first. After checking that there was nothing missing, he left and rushed to the next room. When they opened the 5th room, there should have been some refining materials on the shelves inside. Because of the long time, the shelves have rotted and collapsed. Many spiritual materials are no longer usable. Huyana stayed here to collect those that can still be used. Lin Changqing estimated that the low-level spiritual materials might be useless, and some high-level spiritual materials might still be left. Lin Changqing and Zhao Mingxia opened the 6th room and found only 2 skeletons of monsters. They could only see that they were large tiger monsters, which should be of high rank. However, the spiritual light on the skeletons had dissipated and was of no use. After checking with their spiritual sense to find nothing missing, the 2 left. Back to Chen Ziya. She was constantly casting spells. Lin Changqing and the others could not help, so they could only stand by and watch. After a while, Huyana also came over. Seeing her smiling face, the harvest should be good. Finally, as Chen Ziya cast the last spell, everyone heard a click sound. It should be that the formation prohibition on the door was opened. Of course, Lin Changqing was the first to do it. Carefully pushing open the door, the layout inside looked like a bedroom. There was obviously a scattered skeleton of a monk on the bed. Lin Changqing was a little worried, and he also cast a fireball spell, blowing the skeleton to pieces. Suddenly, a ding sound was heard. After a closer look, it turned out that a bracelet had fallen from the skeleton. Could it be a storage bracelet? Lin Changqing picked up the bracelet, and then searched the room carefully with the 3 sisters, but found nothing. The furniture had basically rotted. There was nothing else, or maybe there was, but because of the time, it had all decayed. Only the bed in the room was good. It was a first-level ice jade bed. Practicing on it could calm the mind and prevent the devil. Unfortunately, someone had died on it, so no one wanted it. Chen Ziya found the center of the defense array outside in this bedroom. Then wait, it will be convenient to go out. You can go out by controlling it through the center. Up to now, the exploration of this cave has been basically completed. The most valuable things are the transplanted Yuquangxin tea tree and the Lingiant spring that cannot be moved. The next is the storage bracelet in Lin Changqing's hand. Chapter 110 The Great Ability of the Five Elements Escape Technique. After asking the three junior sisters, everyone said that Lin Changqing should be the one to sacrifice and refine the bracelet. In this case, Lin Changqing would not be angry and immediately began to sacrifice and refine it. It took half an hour to complete the sacrifice. The divine sense probed into the space of the bracelet and saw that it was indeed worthy of being used by high-level cultivators. The space inside was quite large, about 1,000 cubic meters, but there were not many things inside. All the things were poured out. The first was a large pile of medium-grade spirit stones, about thousands of them, which was almost 100,000 spirit stones. Among them, there were actually 15 or 16 high-grade spirit stones. There was not a single low-grade spirit stone, but these spirit stones were already a large number. Lin Changqing roughly divided it into 4 equal parts, one for each person, especially the high-grade spirit stones, and tried to give them the high-grade spirit stones that match their attributes. The three junior sisters wanted to refuse, but Lin Changqing forced them to accept them. After the spirit stones were divided, the next step was to open the jade box. There were still quite a few jade boxes poured out, so everyone opened them together. It was discovered that the spiritual medicine inside had all withered and rotted, and was useless. It was such a pity. The same was true for the dozen bottles of elixirs that were found. They had all turned into massive black matter and were completely deteriorated. No one dared to use them, so they had to be thrown away. There were also a lot of messy debris, but most of them were rotten, and the rest were useless. Lin Changqing cleaned them out, and then used a fireball to clean them up. In those jade boxes, 3 golden jade slips were opened. This might be the biggest gain this time. Lin Changqing picked up one and put it on his forehead to look at it. Unexpectedly, the content inside was actually related to Lin Changqing. The content recorded in the jade slip was a heavenly level practice called 5 Elements Chaos Sutra. It can be practiced from the key refining stage to the late stage of the spiritualization stage, and it is the most suitable practice for cultivators with 5 spiritual roots. The total amount of spiritual energy or mana cultivated by the 5 Elements Chaos Sutra is 5 times that of ordinary cultivators, and its own foundation will be very solid, ensuring that the cultivators who practice this practice can go higher and further on the road to immortality. But it is not without disadvantages. The time required to practice this technique is not exaggerated to the point that it takes 5 times as long as ordinary techniques, but it is definitely 2 to 3 times as long. And this is still under the condition of sufficient resource supply. If there are not enough resources, Lin Changqing would not dare to think of changing his practice. Of course, the fact that this technique can be practiced to the late stage of transformation is also one of the main reasons. This 5 Elements Chaos Sutra is the core technique of the Chaos Holy Land in the upper realm. The technique is put into the lower realm in the hope that the cultivators who practice the 5 Elements Chaos Sutra can ascend to the upper realm. They can find and join the Chaos Holy Land, become the inner disciples of the Holy Land, or even the core disciples, and also obtain the subsequent techniques of the 5 Elements Chaos Sutra. The reason for doing this is that every cultivator who can ascend to the upper realm is a generation of outstanding people with great luck and strength, far beyond their peers. Such people are eager to be sought by every Holy Land. This is just the first part. Of course, there is still a lot of information in it. Now I can't read it carefully for a while, so I can only wait until I go back to study it later. He handed the jade slip to Chen Zilia, took another jade slip from Hu Yuna, put it on his forehead and found that it was a jade slip of inheritance about the art of refining. After flipping through it, he found that the highest level could reach the 4th level upper grade refining master. There is nothing to see, anyway, just copy a copy, and then hand it over to the family. Naturally, there will be people in the family who are interested, and it can also enrich the family heritage, but Lin Changqing himself is not interested in the art of refining. If he really wants to learn another art of cultivation, then the first choice is alchemy. After all, this profession is more suitable for Lin Changqing, not to mention the support of space, which is also a huge advantage. He took the last jade slip from Zhao Mingxi's hand and was shocked at a glance. The content recorded in it turned out to be the 5 Element Escape Technique, which is composed of 5 5-element escape techniques. including the cultivation method of each small magic, various spiritual objects and materials that can be used to assist cultivation, and finally forming a magic spell in the danshan, which is commonly known as the magic seed. The whole cultivation process is recorded in great detail. After all 5 minor magical powers of escape are refined, they can be integrated into the great magical power of 5 elements escape. There is nothing to say. This must also be copied. This magical power of escape must be discussed with a clan leader and grandfather at that time, and must be controlled. It can only be circulated in a small range among the foundation building cultivators that the family can trust. There is no need for ordinary clan members to know. If the news leaks out, the Lin family will be in danger. Lin Changqing believes that for the inheritance of the magical power, there will be a lot of people who will come to trouble the Lin family, and even trample through the 9 Peaks mountain and rob the magical power inheritance. It is also very likely. Pass the jade slip to the next person to read, and wait until everyone has finished reading before saying what you mean. Everyone can copy the 3 jade slips, but please don't spread them casually, especially the 5 Elements Chaos Sutra, because Lin Changqing himself is going to change to the 5 Elements Chaos Sutra. After hearing this, the 3 junior sisters said that they only need to copy the weapon refining technique and the 5 elements escape magic power. The 5 Elements Chaos Sutra is not suitable for their attributes, so they will not copy it. When Lin Changqing heard this, he knew that the 3 junior sisters had given up the 5 elements, and he was very grateful in his heart. He could only remember it in his heart. The next thing was a few magic weapons. Yes, they were magic weapons, because Lin Changqing tried to input spiritual energy into them, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. If it was a spiritual weapon, there would be some reaction, so he confirmed that these were all magic weapons. 5 5-element magic flying swords, 1 each of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and a shield magic weapon with a tiger head pattern. Lin Changqing took out the refining furnace that he had just taken away, plus the storage bracelet, which was exactly 8 magic weapons. Because the 3 junior sisters had just given up the 5 Elements Chaos Sutra, Lin Changqing deliberately let the 3 junior sisters choose first. After discussing among themselves, the 3 decided that Chen Ziya would be the first to choose, Hu Yun'er would be the second, Zhao Mingxia would be the third, and needless to say, Lin Changqing would be the fourth. Chen Ziya was the first one. She first chose a water magic flying sword, Hu Yun'er chose a refining furnace, Zhao Mingxia chose a shield magic weapon, and Lin Changqing chose a wood magic flying sword. In the second round, Chen Ziya chose a gold magic flying sword, Hu Yun'er chose a fire magic flying sword, Zhao Mingxia hesitated and chose a storage bracelet, Lin Changqing had no choice, and finally only an earth magic flying sword was left. After choosing, Lin Changqing said to Zhao Mingxia, "Junior sister Zhao, this earth flying sword is more suitable for you, how about we change it?" Zhao Mingxia shook her head and refused. "Senior brother, I am not good at fighting. The flying sword in my hands is a waste of money. It is more suitable for you to be in your hands." After she said this, Lin Changqing had to give up. After getting along with each other for a few days, Lin Changqing also found that several junior sisters were relatively reliable and had good personalities. They were all people who could get along, including the 3 junior sisters who had just given him the 5 Elements Chaos Sutra, and now Zhao Mingxia gave him the earth-based magic sword. He remembered all of this. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Changqing put all the purple crystal scorpions at the entrance of the cave back into the spirit insect bag. Chen Ziya controlled the center of the magic circle, opened a gap, waited for everyone to come out, and then cast a series of spells outside to restore the magic circle to its original state. This magic circle has the spirit eye spring as the energy color. As long as it is not destroyed, it can last for a long time, and it is difficult for others to find it without special means. When they were about to come out, Lin Changqing had an idea and deliberately walked at the end, leaving Lin Changliu beside the spirit eye spring, letting it extend its roots into the spirit eye spring, and taking advantage of the little time now to absorb more spiritual energy. Anyway, it is a void creature, and a magic circle will definitely not be able to stop it. Chapter 111 Eyesight and Luck. Lin Changqing believed that there must be other cultivators' caves or other hidden buildings in this central area, but the time left was too short, and it was too late to explore them. It was a pity. After communicating with several junior sisters, they decided not to look for them anymore. They found a place nearby to rest and wait for the time to be transmitted out. Seeing that there was still some time, Huyana suggested that everyone should exchange their cultivation experience with each other, or raise any problems encountered in cultivation. This proposal was unanimously agreed by everyone. Huyana started the conversation first, and everyone started to communicate enthusiastically. The disciples of the big sects were different. There were senior masters who taught them cultivation experience. Even the outer disciples had foundation-building cultivators, who gave lectures and answered questions regularly every month. This was much better than the family disciples. Maybe the Lin family should learn from this model in the future. The one who gained the most from this exchange was Lin Changqing. Some experiences and methods made him fascinated. After verifying with some of his own experiences, Lin Changqing immediately realized that he had gained a lot from this exchange. The three junior sisters basically sorted out all the problems that would be encountered in the key refining stage, which really benefited him a lot. After all, the others had their masters or grandmothers who taught them by words and deeds. In fact, the current situation is that the three junior sisters imparted some precious experience and knowledge to Lin Changqing without leaving any trace. Lin Changqing knew this very well and was very grateful. Now he could only keep this friendship in his heart. Time passed unknowingly, and the four of them felt that the secret realm began to repel them. Lin Changqing hurriedly called Lin Changqing back. Suddenly, the repulsive force increased dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, the four of them were teleported out. When they opened their eyes again, they had returned to the edge of the valley where they had entered the secret realm. After searching around, fortunately, they soon saw Chen Zilia, which made Lin Changqing completely relieved. He rushed over to join her, and then saw Huyana and Zhao Mingxia. At this time, the key refining stage cultivators of various factions had gathered together spontaneously, and Lin Changqing and the other four hurried to the gathering place of Qingyuan sect. After settling down a bit, Lin Changqing finally had time to look at the monks from various sects. 600 people went in, but only 280 or 90 monks came out, and the number of deaths exceeded half. The surviving monks of Qingyuan sect, including Lin Changqing and the other four, only survived 47 people. And there was no sign of Chen Hao, the core disciple of Qingyuan sect, which proved that he had fallen in the secret realm. It was such a pity for a monk with such a strong physical and magical power. Lin Changqing looked at Xian'an sect again and found that Mu Jiuyan, Mu Xiaoxiao and the other three had also gathered together. At this time, they were also looking for Lin Changqing's figure, and their eyes happened to meet. Mu Xiaoxiao was about to shout, but was pulled by her sister. After reacting, she stopped talking. Lin Changqing shook his head slightly at her, indicating that she should not attract attention, and then ignored her. Then he looked at Yuling sect and actually saw one Yaxin, but he still looked a little embarrassed now, and the three junior brothers who followed him were gone. It seems that Chen Hao chased after him and must have caught up with him later, and there was definitely a big battle, but in the end only one Yaxin came out, so Chen Hao must have died in his hands. I still have a paralyzed Gale Thunder Leopard of one Yaxin in my hand. After returning to Qingyuan City, I will deal with it in this space. Anyway, I will definitely not give it back to him. Turning to look at the Xiangxing sword sect, they should have the most remaining cultivators, as many as 56 people. It seems that the survival ability of sword cultivators is stronger. Lin Changqing sighed in his heart. Just as he was about to continue to look at the situation of other sects, a wave of water ripples suddenly appeared in the center of the valley, and then the figures of 6 Jindan Henrin appeared. It turned out that the 6 Henrin were staying in the formation. The Jindan Henrin of Xiangxing sword sect looked at the remaining key refining cultivators of his own sect, and was secretly happy. He asked, "Fellow Daoists, are you interested in a small bet?" Hearing what he said, the Jindan cultivators of other sects immediately knew what he meant. The Jindan cultivator of Yuling sect said, "How do you want to bet?" There were also many cultivators from Yuling sect, and he had the confidence to bet with the Jindan Henrin of Xiangxing sword sect. The Jindan Henrin of Zhaohe sect said, "If you want to bet, bet on your own. We have so many fewer people than you, and we will lose if we bet." The Jindan Henrin of Xian'an sect also said, "No, we are not good at fighting, and we will definitely not gain as much as you." The great-grandmother looked at Lin Changqing and the others, and also said, "You can bet, but you have to change the method." The Jindan Henrin of Xiangxing sword sect asked curiously, "What method do you want to change, fellow Taoist Chen?" The other Jindan cultivators also looked at Lin Changqing's great-grandmother, Chen Yongxia, curiously. After she pondered for a moment, she said, "In the past, We bet on the number of main medicines harvested by each sect. This time is similar, except that this time, each sect will only select 10 disciples to bet on the number of main medicines in their storage bags. Moreover, these 10 people cannot be designated by the Jinden of their own sect, but must be selected by Jinden monks from other sects. This in turn will test your vision and luck. What do you think of this method? The female Jinden's Henren from Xian'an sect hesitated for a moment and said, "It is indeed fairer, but if everyone wins, we will have no chance of winning." Jinden's Henren from Yuling sect said, "It seems that Taoist Yu Yang has a plan in mind. Why not tell us about it?" Zhenren Yu Yang from Xian'an sect nodded and said, "Each of us will take out a treasure that everyone recognizes as a bet. According to the number of main medicines of the 10 disciples from each sect, they will be ranked. Of course, if the number of main medicines is the same, the one with more main medicines for Zifu Tuangsu Dan will win. The first place winner can choose 3 treasures first, the second place winner can choose 2 treasures, and the third place winner can get the last treasure. What do you think, fellow Taoists?" After considering it for a while, the Jinden's Henren of other sects all agreed. The Jinden's Henren of Xiangxing Sword sect and Yuling sect looked at each other and could only nod in agreement. The Jinden's Henren of Danding sect said, "Then let me start with some ideas." After that, he took out a square palm-sized piece of light golden metal from his storage bracelet. He continued, "This is the refined black gold. Everyone has heard of it, right? The characteristic is that it is strong and light. I think it is most suitable for refining flying swords. This thing can also catch the eyes of fellow Taoists, right?" Everyone agreed. Then the Jinden's Henren of Yuling sect took out a spirit beast egg from the spirit beast bag and said, "This is the spirit beast egg of the 4th level Thunderbird King in the depths of Qingayan Mountains. This kind of spirit beast can fight and can be used as a mount. It is a spirit pet that is very worth cultivating. It can be regarded as a treasure, right?" Everyone thought about it for a while, and reluctantly nodded in agreement. The reason is that it takes too long to grow to the point where it can help Jinden cultivators fight, at least 100 years. Seeing that the Yuling sect also took out treasures, the Jinden cultivator of the Xiangxing Sword sect thought about it, and took out a fist-sized piece of golden irregular metal from the storage bag. Holding it in his hand, he introduced, "This piece is the famous Zhengjin in the world of cultivating immortals, known for its hardness and sharpness. The piece in my hand, plus some other auxiliary materials, can be used to refine a magic flying sword. Of course, it can also be refined to upgrade the magic weapon." Hearing him say this, all the Jinden's Henren present stared at the Zhengjin in his hand. Needless to say, everyone agreed. Next was Zhu Yang's Henren from the Xian'an sect, who took out 3 spiritual bamboos of about 1.5 meters in length from a spiritual plant bag. He introduced 3 third-grade top-grade Qingayan bamboos, all of which are about 1,200 years old. They can be refined into Qingayan flutes or a set of Qingayan flying swords, all of which have the effect of confusing the mind. And the roots of these 3 are still there, so they can continue to be cultivated and planted. If they can be cultivated to about 5,000 years, they will be promoted to the 4th grade spiritual bamboo. Although the grade is a little low, fortunately there are 3 plants, and they can continue to be cultivated, which is also recognized by everyone. At this time, the great-grandmother also took out a formation plate and some formation flags from the storage bag, and introduced, "This is a 3rd grade top grade 5-element maze formation, with a maximum coverage range of 10 miles and a minimum coverage range of 100 feet. It can create illusions and fog, making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish between the real and the fake. It also has a short-range teleportation function, which can disperse the enemies that break into the formation and make it easier to defeat them one by one. If you are willing to use high-quality spiritual stones, the power of the formation can be comparable to that of a 4th-level formation. It is the most suitable portable formation for guarding the house and traveling. It is hard to say that the formation plates of high-level formations are rare, and they can be used as soon as they are obtained. This 3rd-level high-quality 5-element maze formation has been recognized by everyone. Now only the Jinden cultivator of the creation sect has not shown his treasure, and everyone looks at him. He took out a jade box from his storage bag, opened it and took out a glittering jade pendant, and introduced it. "This is not a jade pendant, it is a 4th-level life-saving jade talisman, a treasure I got from an ancient cultivator's cave. After refining this life-saving jade talisman, store it in your danshan. When you are hit by an irresistible life-threatening injury, The Jade Talisman will automatically acknowledge the injury for you and teleport you to a place 100 miles away. I wonder if this Jade Talisman will catch your eye. Needless to say, all the Jindans Henrin nodded in agreement. After all, this kind of life-saving thing is the most rare, and it can be said that it is something you can only encounter but not seek. Even the key refining cultivators like Lin Changqing were very excited, especially those who had just experienced the secret realm. Chapter 112, Thunderous Fury. The Jindans Henrin of Xianxing Sword Sect said, "Now that everyone's treasures have been revealed, the next step is to stagger and select 10 disciples to participate in this gambling game. I will go to Qingyuan Sect to select 10 disciples. Fellow Taoist Chen, is that okay?" The great-grandmother chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoist Li, please go ahead. It just so happens that I will also go to your Xianxing Sword Sect to select 10 disciples. After that, she began to look at the disciples of Xianxing Sword Sect. Zhenren Li of Xianxing Sword Sect was also looking at the disciples of Qingyuan Sect. Lin Changqing thought of how he had killed many disciples of Xianxing Sword Sect in the secret realm, and even the core disciple Wu Shiki died in his hands. Fearing that he would be noticed by this Henrin of Xianxing Sword Sect, he dared not look at him and could only keep a low profile with his head down. Zhenren Li did not have the ability to read minds, but his spiritual sense swept over and he could see the level of cultivation at a glance. He had already thought about it and would find 10 people with the lowest cultivation. Lin Changqing happened to be among the 10 people he chose. Seeing a bright monomark on his hand, Lin Changqing was speechless. He really didn't want to get involved in this matter. He just wanted to keep a low profile and go back safely, but why was it so difficult? Looking around, the 3 junior sisters and even Chen Zilia, who had the weakest fighting ability, did not have this monomark. He was the only one among the 4 people who had it. The others with marks were all at the 7th or 8th level of the key refining stage. It turned out that they were specifically looking for those with low cultivation. However, it seemed that Master Li's choice made sense. I wonder what his expression would be when he saw the main medicine in his storage bag later. At this time, the Jindan masters of other sects also staggered and selected 10 disciples, and left a mark on them with mana. Only Master Li of the Xianxing Sword Sect said, "All disciples with mana marks on their bodies, come out." Lin Changqing could only sigh and walked out. He was followed by 9 Qingyuan Sect disciples with marks on their hands. The 10 people walked to the front and stopped. When the great-grandmother saw that Lin Changqing was indeed chosen, she smiled. In fact, when she saw that Lin Changqing was not beside Chen Zilia, her heart skipped a beat, but she quickly reacted. At this time, the only one who could stay with Chen Zilia must be Lin Changqing. This face must be a disguise. This kid is quite smart and knows how to change his face to protect himself. She has some confidence in Lin Changqing. In addition, she promised that he can enjoy the same treatment as the disciples of Qingyuan Sect and can exchange 3 main medicines for a foundation-building pill. The opportunity is so rare that if she doesn't take the opportunity to get more main medicines, she must be a fool. The most outstanding cultivator of this generation of the Lin family will definitely not be a fool, so she also believes that Lin Changqing will not let her down. "Who will go first?" asked Jindan's Henrin of Yuling Sect. "It doesn't matter who goes first, but since it's me who proposed the bet, let's start with our Xianxing Sword Sect," said Li's Henrin of Xianxing Sword Sect. Seeing that no one objected, he said to the 10 key refining disciples of the Xianxing Sword Sect, "Take out the foundation building pills and the main ingredients of the purple mansion Twangsuan pill in your storage bags and put them on the stage, one by one." After saying that, he waved his hand at the ground, and 7 stone platforms with a height of half a person and a radius of 10 feet emerged on the ground. Then he placed his treasures on the middle platform, and other Jindans Henrin also placed their treasures on it. The first disciple of the Xianxing Sword Sect walked to the stone platform, took out 4 main ingredients and placed them on it, then bowed to Zhenren Li and withdrew. Zhenren Li had a little smile on his face. The first one was okay. Although the Xianxing Sword Sect was known for its good fighting and strong attack, in the past, these ordinary disciples were only at the level of 1 to 5 main ingredients. The first one was already good. The second disciple of the Xianxing Sword Sect looked a little proud. He walked to the front of the stage and placed 12 main ingredients on it. Zhenren Li couldn't hide the smile on his face this time. Then the third disciple put down 2, the fourth 5, the fifth, the sixth, until the last disciple, his face turned pale and he dared not come forward. Li's Henrin knew at a glance that there must be no main medicine in his storage bag. He snorted and ignored him. Seeing that there were a total of 57 main medicines on the stage, he smiled again. After all, the others also chose the 10 disciples with the lowest cultivation. This result was already good. Jinden's Henren of Yuling sect saw that the Xiangxing sword sect had already produced the results. He couldn't help but want to compete with Xiangxing sword sect. He stood up and said, "Disciples of Yuling sect, come forward one by one and put down the main medicines you have harvested." The first disciple of Yuling sect, with a confident and proud look on his face, came to the front of the stage and put down 13 main medicines, then bowed to this Henren of his sect and withdrew. The second disciple of Yuling sect came forward and put down 9 main medicines. At this point, the joy on the face of Jinden's Henren of Yuling sect was already obvious. The beginning was very good. Next, the third disciple placed 6, the fourth 5, the fifth, the sixth. The number of main herbs became less and less, until the last disciple stepped forward and placed 1 main herb. In the end, there were a total of 61 main herbs on the stage. The Jinden's Henren of the Yuling sect no longer concealed the smile on his face. However, the smile on the face of Li's Henren of the Xiangxing sword sect was a bit far-fetched. After all, the best situation now was to rank second, and he felt a little uncomfortable. The Jinden cultivator of the Danding sect said, "Disciples of the Danding sect, come up, follow them, one by one." Now everyone has experience, and the first few who came up had good harvests. The first disciple of the Danding sect walked up confidently, put down 15 main herbs, and then bowed and left. Some of the key refining disciples who were watching the show and eating melons below couldn't help but exclaimed. It seems that the harvest of 15 spiritual herbs is still considered high among the key refining disciples. The Jinden's Henren of the Danding sect already had some smiles on his face. This was a pleasant surprise. The second Danding sect disciple stepped forward and placed 8 main herbs. Next, the third disciple put down 7. The fourth 5, the fifth, the sixth, fewer and fewer, until the last disciple lowered his head and dared not come forward. In the end, there were a total of 59 main herbs on the stage. Jinden's Henren of Danding sect had already revealed a satisfied smile. This result was better than he expected. Ranked second, pushing Xiangxing sword sect to third place, Jinden's Henren of Xiangxing sword sect no longer had a smile on his face. Yang's Henren of Xian'an sect came out and said, "Disciples of Xian'an sect, come up one by one." Lu Yuling was the first to walk to the front of the stage and put down 12 main herbs. This was a bit beyond Lin Changqing's expectations. I didn't expect that Lu Yuling had gained a lot in the secret realm. I don't know whether it was before meeting Lin Changqing or after Lin Changqing saved her. The second Xian'an sect disciple put down 8, the third put down 7, Mu Xiaoxio was the 8th, and put down 2 main herbs, the 9th put down 1, and the 10th had no main herbs. In this way, Xian'an sect only had 55 main herbs in total. Master Yang sighed in his heart. They lost. There was no chance at all. The great-grandmother stepped forward and said to the 10 disciples of Qingyan sect, "Come up, disciples of Qingyan sect." Lin Changqing had already reacted and did not step up first. He was going to be the last one to control the number. Anyway, winning a little is also winning. The first disciple of Qingyan sect stepped forward and put down 10 main herbs, then bowed and left. Then the second disciple put down 8, the third 7, and then the fourth and fifth. By the time the 9th disciple came, there were already 50 main herbs on the stage. Lin Changqing thought for a while and stepped forward to put down 12 main herbs. Boom, the people watching the show and eating melons below were all boiling. It was a comeback. Only one Yaxin of Yuling sect curled his lips. This guy was so damn insidious. If there were only 12 main herbs in his storage bag, one Yaxin would twist his head off and kick it like a ball. I gave him 10 main herbs at that time. They also picked up the storage bag of the Qingyan sect monks left by the Jiang pool. There must be a lot of main herbs in it. It's a pity that he didn't dare to say it, otherwise Lin Changqing would say that Chen Hao died in his hands, and he would be in trouble. Now the Qingyan sect has made a comeback and ranked first. Li's Henren of the Xiangxing sword sect has a completely black face. He also glared at Lin Changqing. Fortunately, as soon as Lin Changqing put down the main herbs, he bowed and retreated back to the crowd. Then he seemed to be in a trance, with his eyes looking at his nose and his nose looking at his heart, as if there was some rare treasure on the ground, staring at the ground. Seeing him like this, Chen Ziya and the other two smiled at each other. Now they all know a little about him. They know that he just likes to keep a low profile and doesn't like to cause trouble. Mu Xiaoxiao and the others were also very curious why senior brother Gao only had 13 spiritual herbs. Later, after thinking about it carefully, they understood it. They all admired him very much. He dared to hide his shortcomings in this occasion. He was really bold. The remaining Jindans Henren of the creation sect also knew that the chances were slim, so they just waved their hands and asked the disciples of the sect to come up. The first disciple of the creation sect came to the stage and put down 10 plants, the second 8 plants, and finally, only 50 plants were harvested. In this way, the ranking was out. Qingyuan sect was first, Yuling sect was second, Danding sect was third, Xiangxing sword sect was fourth, Xian'an sect was fifth, and finally the creation sect. The great-grandmother chuckled and said, "Thank you all for letting me choose. I will choose first without hesitation." Then she took away the fist-sized Zhengjin and the Jade talisman for life replacement. Finally, after a slight hesitation, she took away the 3 third-level top-grade Qingyuan bamboo. As soon as the great-grandmother finished choosing, the Jindans Henren of the Yuling sect couldn't wait to come over, took the third-level top-grade 5 elements mystery formation in his hand, and then took back the Thunderbird's spirit beast egg. The remaining piece of Zuanjin belonged to the Jindans Henren of the Danding sect. It just so happened that he took this thing out himself, so it was just right to return it to its original owner. The other Jindan masters were fine, only Li's Henren from the Xiangxing sword sect had a completely dark face. All the key refining monks from the Xiangxing sword sect calmed down and dared not even breathe, for fear of attracting Li's Henren's attention and incurring his thunderous wrath. Li's Henren had no choice but to throw out a magic flying boat, shout "Let's go," and then fly up first. The key refining monks from the Xiangxing sword sect quickly boarded the flying boat, for fear that they would be left behind if they were too slow. Since everyone from the Xiangxing sword sect had left, the remaining Jindan masters also said hello to each other, released the magic flying boat or other vehicles, and set off on the return journey with their disciples. Chapter 113, Telepathy. After the great-grandmother said goodbye to the Jindans Henren, she released the treasure ship that Lin Changqing and the others had taken when they came. The disciples of Qingyuan sect boarded the ship very consciously without being reminded. Lin Changqing and the other 4 were the last to board the ship. After boarding, they found 4 rooms that were relatively close to each other, which was convenient for communication. Huyana also asked everyone to go to her place tomorrow morning, saying that there were some spiritual materials that had not been distributed in her place. Lin Changqing then remembered that this was indeed the case. At that time was tight, so she was left in the room where the refining materials were placed to collect some usable spiritual materials. I don't know what the harvest will be, but these are all tomorrow's things. Now I have to have a good rest. Lin Changqing's nerves have not really relaxed in the past 10 days and 9 nights. I always worry about some unexpected situation and fail the trust of the great-grandmother and Senior Chen. Now I can finally relax completely. Now on the treasure ship, I definitely dare not enter the space. I can only rest or practice in the room. He opened the spirit insect bag and fed some monster meat to the purple crystal scorpion group. He also put more than 100 spirit stones in it, 1 for each purple crystal scorpion, and let them chew slowly. He released Chu Ai from the spirit beast bag, fed it some monster meat and a spirit nurturing pill, and then began to stroke its for Chu Ai. And the purple crystal scorpion had made great contributions in this trip to the secret realm. Originally, they should have been rewarded, but in terms of time, they have not been promoted for a long time, and they will not be promoted in a short time, so the rewards should be kept for now. Give it to them when the time is right. After stroking their fur, he did not put Chu Ai back into the spirit beast bag, but let him stay in the room. The spirit beast bag that Chu Ai stayed in was still too small. This time, many spirit beast bags of the Yuling sect were seized, but unfortunately they did not dare to use them. There were still a few with large space inside, but they were thrown into the deep pit and attracted and digested by Lin Changqing. After finishing all this, it was getting dark outside. Lin Changqing cleaned up and rested. Soon the night passed, and the next morning, Lin Changqing completed the basic training tasks. Then he went out to Huyana. When Lin Changqing arrived, the 3 of them were busy copying the contents of 2 golden jade slips. Without being called, Lin Changqing found a place to sit down without disturbing them. After waiting for a while, the 3 junior sisters completed the copying one after another. Huyana handed the 2 golden jade slips to Lin Changqing and said, "Senior brother Gao, we have copied the jade slips. These 2 original jade slips are for you." Lin Changqing happily took them and thanked the 3 junior sisters. These 2 jade slips, like the one in Lin Changqing's storage bag, are at least 3rd level spiritual materials, and should be similar to the family's golden seal script. When the 4 people came together, Huyana poured out more than a dozen spiritual materials from her storage bag, all of which were earth attributed and gold attributed spiritual materials. Huyana explained, "Look at that room. It should be used to store low and medium level spiritual materials for refining equipment. Unfortunately, the spiritual materials of wood, water, and fire, as well as some low-level spiritual materials, are useless because they are too old. Only some medium-level spiritual materials of earth and gold attributes have been preserved relatively intact. I picked up the usable ones and put them here." Zhao Mingxia said, "We don't understand these spiritual materials either. Why don't you introduce them to us so that we can get to know them?" Huyana nodded. "There are a total of 17 pieces of spiritual materials for refining equipment here, a total of 5 types. These 3 golden spiritual materials are the 2nd level medium grade spiritual materials, golden spirit steel, which are most suitable for refining golden spirit shields. These 3 spiritual materials, plus some auxiliary materials, should be able to refine 2 2nd-level medium-grade golden spirit shields. These 4 black metals are the 2nd-level top-grade spiritual materials, Wujin. This metal is very hard and can be used to refine Wujin flying swords or protective gear. These 4 pieces of black gold plus some auxiliary materials are enough to refine 4 2nd-level top-grade black gold flying swords or 2 2nd-level top-grade black gold shields. These 3 pieces of light yellow are 2nd-level medium-grade, earth-attributed spiritual materials, black crystal rocks. This spiritual material is suitable for refining heavy spiritual tools such as mountain-shaped or seal-shaped. These 3 pieces together are barely enough to refine a seal-shaped spiritual tool. The next 3 pieces are 3rd-level medium-grade Lingxi gold. This metal can only be used as an auxiliary material. When added to magic weapons, it can make magic weapons more spiritual. And it is more closely connected with the owner, and it is more handy to control, as if the heart is in tune with each other, so it is named Lingxi gold, which is considered a relatively rare spiritual object. The biggest harvest this time should be these 4 pieces, 3rd-level top-grade soul-absorbing stones, which can be refined into a magic weapon soul-absorbing ring that is specially used to trap people. As long as you are accidentally trapped by this soul-absorbing ring, except for high-level physical cultivators, ordinary magic cultivators will definitely not be able to escape and can only be slaughtered. These 4 soul-absorbing stones should be enough to refine a set of 4 to 5 soul-absorbing rings. If Lingxi gold is also added, it will be even better. That's about it. What are your plans?" After saying that, he looked at Lin Changqing, and the other 2 junior sisters also looked at him. It seems that the 3 junior sisters are waiting for him to make a decision. Lin Changqing thought for a while and said, "How about this? Entrust the 2nd-level spiritual materials to junior sister Hu to refine them into spiritual tools, and then we will distribute them. As for the remaining 3rd-level spiritual materials, we are still too far away from using magic weapons, and we can't use them after refining them. Otherwise, let's divide them." The 3 junior sisters thought about it and felt that what Lin Changqing said made sense. They agreed with Lin Changqing's proposal, and Huyana put away all the 2nd-level spiritual materials. Now there are only 3 pieces of Lingxi gold and 4 soul-absorbing stones left on the table. 7 pieces are not enough for 4 people. Lin Changqing took the initiative to say, "I'll choose 1 piece of Lingxi gold, and the remaining pieces will be exactly 2 for each of you." "No, how can this be? I don't agree." The 3 junior sisters disagreed. Zhao Mingxia said, "Just give me 1 Lingxi gold, and the rest of you can each get 2 pieces, which is just enough to share." Huyana said, "We have a lot of spiritual materials for refining weapons, so I'll just give you 1 soul-absorbing stone." Chen Ziyai also said, "Don't push each other around, I'll choose 1 soul-absorbing stone. The remaining Lingxi gold and soul-absorbing stone, you can just get 1 each. I'm not good at fighting, and it's a waste to give me the Lingxi gold. Junior sister Hu needs Lingxi gold for refining weapons, junior sister Zhao needs Lingxi gold for her pills, and senior brother Gao needs Lingxi gold for fighting, so don't push it around. If you really feel bad, just give me the 3 2nd-grade medium-quality Zhuanjing rocks. That should be about the same, right?" Lin Changqing thought for a moment, nodded and said, Since junior sister Chen said so, let's do as she says. Seeing that Lin Changqing agreed, Zhao Mingxia and Huyana didn't insist. But Huyana couldn't help asking, Senior sister Chen, what do you want these 3 pieces of black crystal rock for? Do you want me to help you refine them into spiritual tools? Chen Ziya shook her head and refused. Thank you, junior sister, I don't need them for the time being. I want these black crystal rocks for other purposes. Seeing that she was unwilling to speak, Huyana didn't force it. Then she divided the 6 third-level spirits on the table into 3 parts and handed the largest one to Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing was about to refuse, but Huyana stuffed the things into his hands without saying anything. Then she and Zhao Mingxia collected the spiritual materials on the table one by one, so that Lin Changqing would have no choice but to collect them. After the spiritual materials for refining tools were distributed, several junior sisters also collected some of the Yuquan heart tea collected in the hall of the cave, and each of them was also divided into a little. Because it is unknown how long this spiritual tea tree has not been picked, the tea leaves picked this time are a little more, and each person should get about 2 or 3 coins. After distributing the things, Huyana, as the landlord, took out the spiritual tea and brewed it. The 4 of them sat together and talked about everything. Lin Changqing had just come out of the secret realm, a place of high mental tension, and wanted to relax himself, so he chatted with him. Moreover, Huyana and Zhao Mingxia were both good people. The 3 of them had experienced the secret realm and naturally had a life and death friendship. The most important thing was that one of them was good at refining equipment and the other was good at refining pills, and they both had high-level monks as backers. Lin Changqing wanted to maintain this friendship, as he might need their help in the future. Although he had hidden his true identity, his friendship with them was real, and it would not disappear just because senior brother Gao disappeared one day, but would only transition smoothly. Of course. Now was not the time for them to get to know Lin Changqing again. Now that the Jiang secret realm had just ended, it was still too dangerous to reveal his identity at this time. Let's wait for a while. Wait until the impact of the secret realm has subsided, then consider whether to let them know. Chapter 114. The Big Surprise. After chatting for more than 2 hours, everyone dispersed and went back to their rooms to rest. Because it was still early, Lin Changqing was about to take out the travel notes of the giant and monks to read and kill time. Unexpectedly, he felt someone had touched a band on the door. He opened it and saw that it was Chen Ziya. He quickly let her in. The 2 of them just sat down. Chen Ziya said, "Thank you, brother, for this trip to the secret realm. Without you, I would not have been able to get out of the secret realm, let alone soak in the purple spirit liquid." Lin Changqing smiled and said, "Sister, with the hundreds of years of friendship between our 2 families, you shouldn't be so polite." Chen Ziya chuckled and said, "Indeed, brother is right, I am obsessed." After speaking, she patted the storage bag and took out the 3 pieces of second-level spiritual material black crystal rock, which were the 3 pieces that were compensated to her just now. Lin Changqing frowned, looked at Chen Ziya and asked, "Sister, what's the meaning of taking out these 3 pieces of black crystal rock?" Chen Ziya glanced at him and said, "Don't get me wrong, these are not for you. These are for your purple crystal scorpions. They have saved me more than once. This is my thank you gift to them. It should be okay, right?" "Didn't you say that they like to chew crystals?" Lin Changqing was speechless. After a little hesitation, he said, "They are only in the middle stage of the first stage now. I don't know if they can chew this second stage black crystal rock." Chen Ziya nodded and said, "I haven't thought about this question. Why don't you try it now? If you can chew it, give it to them. If not, you can put it away for them first, and feed it to them when they are promoted to the next level and can chew it." Lin Changqing nodded, then released a purple crystal scorpion from the spirit insect bag. As soon as it came out, it saw the black crystal rock on the table, and looked eager to try. When Lin Changqing signaled that it could chew it, it immediately pounced on it. Lying on a piece of black crystal rock and gnawing, Lin Changqing and Chen Ziya watched it silently. After gnawing for 25 minutes, it only gnawed a little, about 1/10 the size of a grain of rice. It was barely gnawable, but it was hard to gnaw. Forget it, put the black crystal rock in the spirit insect bag and let them grind their teeth. Anyway, it was earned by them. The first level spirit crystals still need to be prepared for them regularly. It is not known when these 3 second-level black crystal rocks will be gnawed. Seeing the result, Chen Ziya said, "This should be considered gnawable, right?" Lin Changqing nodded and said, "It can be considered gnawable, Just treat it as a regular tooth grinding for them. I thank the world sister on their behalf. Chen Ziyi nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Can I touch it?" Lin Changqing was stunned for a moment, a little bit unable to react. He didn't expect that someone as simple as Chen Ziyi would have such an idea. It seems that no matter who it is, this crystal clear and beautiful creature will want to touch it. Lin Changqing nodded quickly and said, "Okay, you can touch it. I have communicated with it, and now it won't sting you." Chen Ziyi dared to reach out and gently stroke its crystal-like back. The amethyst scorpion was now busy gnawing on the black crystal rock. In addition, the master's order ignored her and let her touch it enough. At that time in the secret realm, she wanted to touch them. But she didn't dare to touch them because she thought of the consequences of being stung by them. After playing with them for a while, Chen Ziyi finally had enough. She said something to Lin Changqing, then got up and said goodbye. Lin Changqing quickly got up and opened the door to see her off. Back in the room, looking at the amethyst scorpion that was busy gnawing on the table, he put it and the 3 black crystal rocks on the table into the spirit insect bag. As soon as the 3 black crystal rocks were in, the surrounding area was immediately surrounded by amethyst scorpions. Lin Changqing observed them for a while and found nothing wrong, so he left them alone. At this moment, a voice suddenly came to his ears, "Zio Kinger, come up to the top floor." Lin Changqing knew that it was the great-grandmother who summoned him, so he quickly got up to check and was about to go out. Suddenly, he thought of something, and quickly took out the 3 Zhuangherong fruits from the storage bag containing the main medicine and put them into the storage bag he often used. Then he pushed open the door and walked to the top floor. There was only one room on the top floor. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a voice came from inside, "Come in." Lin Changqing quickly pushed the door open and went in. It was the great-grandmother inside. He quickly bowed and greeted, "Grandson, meet the great-grandmother." The great-grandmother chuckled and said, "Get up. Come and sit down. You don't have to be too restrained here. Just relax a little." Lin Changqing quickly responded and walked over to sit next to the great-grandmother. At this time, the great-grandmother said, "I have asked Xiaoya. You did very well in the secret realm, far exceeding my expectations. Not only that, you also saved the younger generations of the 2 Taoist friends. This time I will be proud of them." Lin Changqing quickly replied, "Thank you for the compliment, great-grandmother. This is what my grandson should do. As for the matter of saving people, my grandson didn't want to meddle in other people's business. It was at my sister's request that I took action. So my sister also has her share of the credit for saving people." The great-grandmother smiled and said, "No matter what, you save the 2 of them. The process is not important. Their elders still have to owe me a favor. They can't get away with this." Seeing that the great-grandmother was in a good mood, Lin Changqing hesitated for a moment, and still took out all the remaining main medicines in the storage bag containing the main medicines. Then he apologized to the great-grandmother, "Great-grandmother, my grandson did not take out all the main medicines at that time. Please forgive me." The great-grandmother chuckled and said, "Zio Kinger, you are quite smart. Not only do you know how to disguise yourself, but you also know how to hide your shortcomings. If Xiaoya were as smart as you, I would be relieved. Okay, get up, you have done a good job. Anyway, one more plant is a win. Why do you need so many and offend people?" Hearing the great-grandmother say this, Lin Changqing was relieved and said with a smile, "Thank you for your understanding, great-grandmother." The great-grandmother glanced at the more than 50 main medicines on the table, and said with a smile, "No wonder Xiaoya praised you so much. It seems that if she hadn't dragged you down, you would definitely have gained more. How about this? All your main medicines added together can be exchanged for 22 foundation building pills. I will help you exchange them for 2 Zifu Tuangsuan pills and 2 foundation building pills. What do you think?" When Lin Changqing heard this, he jumped up with joy. He was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth with laughter. He had thought about it but didn't dare to mention it. Unexpectedly, the great-grandmother had thought of it first. It seemed that the great-grandmother was really good to the Lin family. It was really good. He quickly calmed down his excitement and agreed, "Thank you, great-grandmother, you are so wise and brave. Of course, your grandson is willing. If it weren't for you, I don't know when I can get the Zifu Tuangsuan pill." The great-grandmother smiled and said, "You kid, be steady. You are like this just after I praised you." Then she raised her hand and waved lightly, and more than 50 main medicines on the table disappeared. She took out a Kingayan bamboo from a spiritual plant bag and threw it to Lin Changqing. He said, "I will give you the Foundation Establishment Pale and the Purple Mansion Profound Passage Pale after I return to Kingayan sect and exchange them. This third-level Kingayan bamboo is your reward this time. Find a place to plant it. It will sprout a new bamboo shoot every 500 years or so. The Lin family has a legacy of spiritual plant masters, so you should make good use of it. Thank you, great-grandmother, for the reward." Lin Changqing thanked her happily. Thinking of the Yuquin heart tea, she said, "Grandmother, this time the four of us found a Yuquin heart tea tree in the cave of an ancient monk in the secret realm. We have dug it out and stored it in a spiritual plant bag, and will transplant it to Xiaokang Mountain in due time. In this way, everyone will be allocated some Yuquin heart tea every year. My grandson wants to dedicate the annual share of heart tea to my great-grandmother, which can be regarded as a token of the Lin family in my grandson's heart." The great-grandmother shook her head and chuckled. "You are thoughtful too. Xiaoya also mentioned this Yuquin heart tea tree. You all want to dedicate your heart tea to me, but I can't use so much by myself, so how about this? I will take half of each of your kindness and leave some for you." Since the great-grandmother said so, Lin Changqing could only agree. The great-grandmother asked Lin Changqing some questions about Jiufeng Mountain, Lin Changqing's parents and family, and whether Lin Changqing was engaged. Lin Changqing could only bite the bullet and answer them one by one. Slowly, Lin Changqing also found that the great-grandmother was quite easygoing towards him, so Lin Changqing gradually relaxed and treated it as a chat with the elders of the family. Later, for some reason, she mentioned that this time she was walking in the secret realm under the name of Goddess Shui. When the great-grandmother heard the name Goddess Shui, she laughed so hard and praised Lin Changqing for the good name. Later, she took out a jade card from the storage bracelet and used her magic power to refine a jade card for Goddess Shui's identity on the spot. She also said that Goddess Shui would also be her registered disciple in the future. She asked him to visit Guangchang Peak more often when he was free in the future. Lin Changqing could only agree and took over Goddess Shui's jade card. After talking to the great-grandmother for a while, Lin Changqing took his leave and returned to his room. Chapter 115 Promises of Miraculous Effects. After returning from his great-grandmother, Lin Changqing was still quite excited. His great-grandmother agreed to help exchange 2 Purple Mansion Twanksuan pills, which was really important to the Lin family. At that time, it would be fine whether to keep it for himself or give it to the clan leader or grandfather. But it should be given to the clan leader and grandfather. Lin Changqing didn't know how long he would have to wait before taking it. Especially now that he has decided to switch to the 5 Elements Chaos Sutra, he doesn't know when he can use it. Fortunately, the main ingredients of the Foundation Building Pill and the Purple Mansion Twanksuan Pill are all in the space. I just don't know if the 6 Zhuangherong fruits can produce a fruit core that can be used as a spirit seed. If not, there is no way to complete the stable supply of the Purple Mansion Twanksuan Pill. I can only use these 6 Zhuangherong fruits to gather the main ingredients of the 6 furnaces of the Purple Mansion Twanksuan Pill, and then find a way to ask someone to refine it. This is also the reason why Lin Changqing wants to maintain his friendship with Zhao Mingxia and others. Since he wants to switch to the 5 Elements Chaos Sutra, he must hurry up to understand the contents of the Chaos Sutra. It just so happens that there is nothing to do now. It will take about a day and a half to return to Kingayan City, so this can be used. After making up his mind, he began to brew green jade tea. There was only a little bit of Yuquin heart tea, and Lin Changqing was reluctant to give it up now, so he brewed green jade tea first. Slowly sipping the spiritual tea, his thoughts began to become clear, and he took out the jade slip of the 5 Elements Chaos Sutra and began to study it word by word. This is his fundamental method in the future. It is estimated that it will be difficult to find a more suitable method for himself, so Lin Changqing read it very seriously. If there is any understanding or comprehension, he will write it down in another jade slip, so that he can ask the elders for advice at that time. However, this 5 Elements Chaos Sutra also contains the annotations of the previous cultivator, so it is relatively smooth to read and understand. Thank you so much to the unknown senior in the cave. Thinking of the fact that he used the fireball technique to blast away his bones, it is really a sin, a sin. When you are serious about doing something, time passes very quickly. In the blink of an eye, a day and a half will pass quickly. Now Kingayan City was already in sight, and the treasure ship soon returned to Kingayan Sect, to the sect square where Lin Changqing and the others had set out. As soon as the treasure ship landed, the disciples of King Iron sect bowed to the top floor one after another, and then left. They should have gone to the sect's General Affairs office to exchange for the foundation building pill with a voucher given by their great-grandmother. The four of them waited until the end to get off the treasure ship. Huyana and Zhao Mingxia agreed with Lin Changqing and the others on the time it would take for the rejuvenating pill to be completed, which would take about 5 to 7 days. Then the two of them said goodbye and went back. Before leaving, Huyana glanced at Lin Changqing, and then flew away. At this time, a purple sword light landed beside Lin Changqing and Chen Ziya, and then the figure of Senior Chen Jie appeared. The two of them quickly bowed and greeted. "Hello, grandmother." "Hello, Senior Chen," they said in unison. When Kit Chan heard Lin Changqing's voice, she knew it was him. She couldn't help but look at Lin Changqing's face after the disguise, then nodded and sighed in her heart. He actually knew how to disguise himself. What a clever boy. She looked at Chen Ziya again and saw that she looked radiant and energetic. Although she was wearing a veil, she could feel that she was smiling happily. This made her very satisfied. She took out a J token from her storage bag and handed it to Lin Changqing, saying, "Zio Kinger, you did a great job this time. I am very satisfied. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me instead of going to grandmother for everything. Take it. This is my token." Lin Changqing was overjoyed when he heard this. He took it respectfully and thanked her. "Thank you, Senior Chen." "Actually, I didn't do anything," Chen Ziya said at this time. "Grandmother. If it weren't for Brother Shi this time, Xiaoya would definitely die in the secret realm. Even with the trump card you gave, she would definitely not be able to get out." 100 disciples of King Iron sect entered the secret realm, but only more than 40 people came out in the end. Is that so? Then giving a token is indeed not enough to thank Zio Kinger for her contribution. "So, do you have anything you want? I'll give you 1 or 2 as a thank you gift," Chen Jie said thoughtfully. Lin Changqing shook his head again and again when he heard this. Just kidding, how could such a precious favor be wasted casually? He quickly said, "Senior, I don't know what I need right now. How about I come to you later when I think of it?" After hearing Lin Changqing's request, Kit Chan couldn't help but roll her eyes. This cunning boy is so smart. It would be great if Xiaoya was so smart. "Okay. Then you have to think quickly. If it takes too long, I might forget it," Kit Chan said with a little cunning. Lin Changqing was very upset when he heard it. The memory of the Purple Mansion cultivators is not ordinary. Senior Chen can actually say such a thing. Sure enough, these seniors like to tease the juniors. At this time, the treasure ship next to the 3 people suddenly shrank rapidly, and finally became a palm-sized treasure ship, which fell into the hands of the great-grandmother. She glanced at the 3 people and said, "Zio Kinger, what are your plans? Are you going to stay at Changsha Peak for a few days, or are you going back to King Iron City?" Lin Changqing quickly replied, "Let's go back to King Iron City. My grandfather is still waiting for me in King Iron City." The great-grandmother nodded and said, "Then come to me in 2 days to get the Twangsun pill." Lin Changqing hurriedly agreed. The great-grandmother said to Senior Chen, "Ji Yi, you send him to the mountain gate." Lin Changqing thanked the great-grandmother, said hello and goodbye to Chen Ziya, and then was taken by Senior Chen to the mountain gate. On the way to the mountain gate, Chen Ji asked, "How do you feel about Xiaoya's performance during this trip to the secret realm?" Lin Changqing thought for a while before answering, "We were not together for the first few days, so I don't know the situation. We got together a few days later. Overall, it was okay, but we didn't experience much. We still need to go down the mountain more often and go out for more experience." After listening to this, Chen Ji nodded thoughtfully. Soon they arrived at the mountain gate. After Lin Changqing and Chen Jie thanked him, they turned around and headed for King Iron City at the foot of the mountain. This trip to the Jiang secret realm took a total of 16 days. I wonder how my father and second uncle are doing? Worried in my heart, I unconsciously quickened my pace and soon returned to the entrance of the cave where my father and his family lived. I cast a spell on the defensive ban and waited at the door. Soon, a crack appeared on the ban, just enough for Lin Changqing to pass through. As soon as Lin Changqing entered, he saw his grandfather standing at the door with a smile on his face, looking at him. Lin Changqing couldn't help but rush over, hugged his grandfather and said, "Grandpa, I'm back safely. I made you worry." Grandpa patted Lin Changqing on the back and said with relief, "Time flies so fast, Kinger. You have grown taller than Grandpa. I'm glad you're back safely. Sit down and tell Grandpa about your experience this time." Lin Changqing let go of his grandfather, turned around and looked at the place where his father and second uncle were in seclusion, and found that it was still the same as when he left, and couldn't help asking, "Grandpa, have my father and second uncle been silent?" Grandpa shook his head and said, "That's not so fast. It will take your aunt 3 months to complete the foundation. It's only a few days and a month now, as long as there are no accidents. Just wait slowly." Lin Changqing nodded, and the grandfather and grandson returned to the hall of the cave, and Lin Changqing took off the hidden spirit mask on his face. Then he took out the tea-making tools and began to make tea skillfully. This time he used Yuquan heart tea, and good things should be shared with family. The tea brewed from this Yuquangxin tea is as white as jade, and Grandpa was amazed. Lin Changqing quickly relayed the introduction he heard from Zhao Mingxia to Grandpa. Hearing that it has the effect of improving comprehension, Grandpa also drank it with great expectation, and then closed his eyes and sat still. Seeing this, Lin Changqing also drank a cup, and then followed his grandfather, closed his eyes and sat still. There was an extremely comfortable and stable feeling in his mind, but his heart was unusually clear. The scriptures of the 5 Elements Chaos Sutra flashed through his mind, and he found that the places that he didn't understand or had doubts before, now he understood and comprehended them very naturally and fluently. Like flowing clouds and water, there was no hindrance. He went through the key refining stage from beginning to end and immediately understood it perfectly. Lin Changqing quickly took out the jade slips of the 5 Elements Chaos Sutra and studied the foundation establishment stage. Soon 2/4 of an hour passed. The grandfather and grandson opened their eyes at almost the same time, smiled at each other, and the grandfather exclaimed, "This Yuquan heart tea is really a good thing. The effect is extraordinary." Lin Changqing also nodded and said, "I didn't expect the effect to be so good, but it's a pity that there's only so little. I'll give you half." After that, he took out the jade box and divided half of it out. "If you use it sparingly, you can probably make 3 or 4 more brews." Grandpa nodded, took the jade box and put it away solemnly. Lin Changqing brewed another brew. This time the color of the tea was not as white as jade as last time. Only a faint white color could be seen. After the two drank it, they continued to seize the time to comprehend it, but soon opened their eyes again. This time the effect was more than 10 times worse than before. Seeing this Yuquan heart tea, only the first brew has the best effect. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Blushing Again. The grandfather and grandson recalled the feeling just now. Lin Changqing said, "This time we dug a Yuquan heart tea tree in the Jiang secret realm and decided to transplant it to Xiaokang Mountain in Qingayan sect. In the future, there will be a certain amount of Yuquan heart tea every year. My grandson took the initiative to present it to my great-grandmother, but my great-grandmother only took half. We will distribute the remaining half when the time comes." After listening, the grandfather nodded and praised, "You did a good job. Your great-grandmother protected the Lin family for hundreds of years. The Lin family didn't have anything to show off, so they presented it to your great-grandmother. This time you can present this spiritual tea, which also represents the Lin family's intentions. You did a great job. When the time comes, talk to the clan leader and see what compensation you can give you." Lin Changqing refused, "No need. Grandpa, I presented spiritual tea to my great-grandmother, and I never thought or about asking for compensation from the family." Grandpa glared at him and said, "Just because you don't want it doesn't mean that the family cannot give it. If a family wants to last forever, the first thing to do is to distinguish between rewards and punishments. Otherwise, the clan members will lose their hearts. Who'll still think about the family? Anyway, tell the clan leader first. The family will make its own arrangements when the time comes. Just take whatever is given to you." Hearing his grandfather say this, Lin Changqing could only nod and agree. Lin Changqing briefly recounted his experience in the secret realm. When he heard that Lin Changqing had harvested more than 60 of the main ingredients of the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Purple Mansion Twangxin Pill, which was equivalent to 22 Foundation Establishment Pills, his grandfather's hands trembled with excitement. He didn't expect his grandson to have such a big harvest. This was too rare for the Lin family. 22 Foundation Establishment Pills. Something he never dared to think about. Later, when he heard that the great-grandmother promised to help exchange for 2 purple mansion Twangsung pills, he was even more excited and blushed. He stood up and kept walking back and forth in the hall of the cave. It took him a while to calm down. After waiting for a while and seeing that Grandpa's mood returned to normal, Lin Changqing continued, of these 2 Zifu Twangsung pills, give 1 to the clan leader. If you can successfully advance to the Zifu stage, the Lin family will be considered a Zifu family. The other Twangsung pill will be kept for you, Grandpa. You should be the only one in our family who has the earliest chance to reach the Zifu stage. Grandpa shook his head and refused. Keep it for yourself. Zifu Twangsung pill is not like the foundation building pill. It is very difficult to get it again. Give the other 1 to the clan leader as you said. Lin Changqing listened and chuckled. Grandpa, you can use it first. I have decided to switch to practicing the 5 Elements Chaos Sutra. This is a heavenly level technique that I got in the secret realm. It is especially suitable for practicing the 5 spiritual roots and can be practiced all the way to the late stage of the God transformation, so I decided to switch to this technique. The spiritual energy cultivated by this technique is about 5 times that of ordinary techniques. And the foundation is also very deep and solid, but it also takes a lot of time to practice. If this Zifu Twangsung pill is left to me, I don't know when I can use it. So you should use it first. Besides, by then you and the clan leader will have advanced to the Zifu period, and it will be much easier to get me another Zifu Twangsung pill, right? Grandpa thought about it, sighed and said, that's the only way. What new practice do you want to switch to? Lin Changqing took out a jade slit and handed it to Grandpa, then introduced it. It is a practice handed down from the Chaos Holy Land in the upper realm. Like the Thunder Sutra, it is a heavenly practice. It is most suitable for the cultivation of the 5 spiritual roots, but it consumes several times more resources for cultivation. But this is not a big problem for me. The main thing is that it takes 2 to 3 times more time than ordinary practices. Grandpa took the jade slip and began to read. Lin Changqing brewed the Yuquin heart tea again. This was the 3rd time he brewed it. Basically, the white substance could not be seen, and the tea soup had become as clear as water. It seems that the Yuquin heart tea is most effective only after the first brewing. The effect of the second brewing has been greatly reduced, and the third brewing is basically ineffective. Lin Changqing still drank the tea, feeling that it was really light as water. He quickly disposed of the Yuquin heart tea in the teapot and replaced it with Qingyu Ling tea, which is more durable. After a while, Grandpa finally put down the jade slit and handed it back to Lin Changqing. Seeing the tea on the table, he picked it up and drank it all. He then said, it is indeed a heavenly level technique suitable for those with 5 spiritual roots, but it consumes too many resources and time. You can practice this technique on your own. Don't put it in the family scripture pavilion. Ordinary clan members don't have so many resources to practice this technique. Lin Changqing nodded and agreed, okay, I understand. I never thought about putting it in the scripture pavilion. Don't worry. By the way, Grandpa, how many thunder acupoints have you opened? Grandpa chuckled and said, that's good. I have opened 3 thunder acupoints, and the 4th one won't be long. Lin Changqing frowned and asked, why is it so slow? I have already opened the 6th one. Grandpa glanced at Lin Changqing and said, the thunder acupoints opened in the foundation building stage are much larger than those in the key refining stage. You will know when you reach the foundation building stage. Lin Changqing then reacted that his grandfather was in the foundation building stage, and the acupoints he opened would be bigger and stronger. Lin Changqing nodded and asked, by the way, Grandpa, have you prepared spiritual tools for my father and second uncle to use after they build their foundation? Grandpa shook his head and said, I haven't prepared any yet. I wanted to wait for the clan leader to come and protect them here on my behalf. I'll go to Wanbao Pavilion to see if there are any suitable ones and buy 2 for them each. But since you're here, I'll go to Wanbao Pavilion in a few days. Lin Changqing reminded, it's best to prepare 1 or 2 thunder attribute spiritual tools for my father and second uncle. In that case, will your spiritual stones be enough? Grandpa glanced at him and said, I know that. You won't be out of spiritual stones again, right? I still have some here. If you want, I can give you some more. I only processed a few of the 100-year-old zoo fruits you gave me last time. Most of them are still in my hands. Lin Changqing hurriedly said, no, I still have a lot of spiritual stones. I'm just afraid that your spiritual stones are not enough. This time I harvested a lot of spiritual stones in the secret realm, and even 4 top-grade spiritual stones. After that, he took out 4 high-grade spirit stones. The ones with water, fire, and wood attributes were distributed to the 3 junior sisters, and the ones he kept were those with gold and earth attributes. Grandpa took it in his hand and looked at it for a while, then returned it to Lin Changqing and said, "Keep it well, don't use it carelessly. This thing is circulated among high-level cultivators, and it is not common among low-level cultivators." Lin Changqing wanted to give 2 high-grade spirit stones to grandfather, but he refused. Lin Changqing had to take all 4 high-grade spirit stones back. After talking for a while, grandfather drove Lin Changqing to rest, asking him to rest well and take over his protection for his father and second uncle in 2 days. Lin Changqing had no choice but to go back to the original room to rest. But he was not tired now. After thinking about it, he still carefully checked the surroundings with his spiritual sense. After confirming that there was no problem, he entered the space. As soon as they came in, Liu Yaoqiang's family came around. Lin Changqing patiently stroked and smoothed their fur, not missing any of them, and fed them all a spiritual pill. He also rode Liu Yaoqiang and let him run around the space several times with a wind escape technique, experiencing the feeling of being at the speed of wind and lightning. After he had enough of it, he let Liu Yaoqiang leave. The next step was of course to find a few suitable locations and plant the 3rd-level top-grade Qingyan bamboo given by the great-grandmother in 2 sections of the rhizome of the Yuquan heart tea tree. Considering that the Yuquan heart tea tree may be more fond of water, it was planted by the pond. As for whether they can survive, it depends on luck. After all, there is no spiritual spring in the space. There are also some ordinary spiritual medicines harvested in the secret realm. As long as they can be planted, they will be planted. Anyway, they are not used for the time being, and they can be picked when needed. The only regret of this trip to the secret realm is that I saw the spiritual eye spring, but I couldn't move it away. I missed the opportunity. I guess I will never have the opportunity to enter this secret realm again in the future. Alice. Lin Changqing remembered that on the last day of the secret realm, he had asked Lin Changli to dig his roots into the spirit eye spring. He didn't know how much spiritual energy Lin Changli absorbed. By the way, he also threw dozens of storage bags, spirit beast bags and other things into the deep pit. I don't know how much bigger the space is. I'll measure it now while I have time. Still taking the deep pit as the origin, after some effort, I finally came to the conclusion that the space is now about 375 acres, 30 acres larger than before. It's okay, anyway, it doesn't cost any money, it's a free pickup, it's better to have it than nothing. Before leaving the space, he also specifically instructed Liu Yaoqiang's family to take special care of the newly planted heart tea tree roots and Qingyan bamboo. Chapter 117 on Successful Space. After measuring the newly added area of the space, Lin Changqing inspected the space again. He didn't find any problems, so he exited the space. He found that he was still very energetic and didn't want to rest, so he just practiced a Thunder Sutra. It was inconvenient in the secret realm, and he didn't practice on the way back and forth, so he hadn't practiced for about 10 days. Now he had time, so he practiced quickly, and the thunder spirit energy generated by the sutra stimulated the acupuncture points. The familiar soreness, numbness, swelling, pain, and various feelings came back, the muscles began to beat, and the sweat dripped on the ground and gathered into a pool. Lin Changqing was enduring with great perseverance and trying hard to persist. In this way, 2 hours passed with great difficulty, and finally all the energy in his body was squandered. This time he couldn't rest. The next morning, Lin Changqing completed the routine practice. Because he was mainly helping his father and second uncle to protect the law, Lin Changqing had not started to practice the new method. Although the key refining period of the new method has been fully understood and comprehended, it will not start to practice until he returns to Jiufeng Mountain and settles down. Fortunately, both methods belong to the chaos attribute, so there is no need to disperse the power and start over. This is very important and one of the reasons why Lin Changqing made up his mind to switch to cultivation. I just don't know how many levels of key refining I will drop to after switching to the 5 Elements Chaos Sutra, which is the peak of the 7th level of key refining. After leaving the hall, I found that I was the only one. Grandpa should still be practicing. The time required to complete basic cultivation in the foundation building period must be longer than that in the key refining period. so Lin Changqing could only wait in the hall. In fact, there was nothing to do, just to stay here to prevent emergencies. Lin Changqing brewed a pot of green jade tea, then took out the jade slips of the 5 Elements Chaos Sutra and studied it carefully. Yesterday, with the help of Yuquan Heart Tea, I had already understood the first 1 or 2 levels of the foundation building period. Taking advantage of the time now, I just continued to study and record those things that I didn't understand, and had doubts. When I have the opportunity, I will ask the elders at home, or use Yuquan Heart Tea to focus on these problems. It was unknown how long it had been, but when Lin Changqing put down the jade slips of the technique and prepared to take a break, his grandfather was already sitting next to him drinking tea. Coincidentally, after Lin Changqing greeted him, he asked his grandfather one by one about the problems he had encountered while studying the technique. The grandfather and grandson started to communicate in this way, one teaching attentively and the other learning humbly and seriously, which made Lin Changqing gain a lot. Although not all the problems were solved, 8 out of 10 were solved. For the rest, he would find an opportunity to ask Senior Chen or great-grandmother in the future, or use Yuquan Heart Tea to comprehend on his own. Anyway, he would always be able to solve them. After asking the questions, the grandfather and grandson chatted for a while. Lin Changqing remembered that he hadn't been to pick up bargains for a long time, and suddenly wanted to go for a walk. After telling his grandfather, Lin Changqing was going to stroll around the street stalls square in the market. It had been more than a month since the last time he went there, and most of the monks who applied for the job had left Qingyuan City. But Lin Changqing still wanted to go for a stroll to see if there was anything else he could gain, at least to go to the gambling stone shop to see if there were any new goods coming. After leaving the cave, the number of monks encountered on the road was obviously much less than before. I noticed it when I came back yesterday, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I came to the street stall square with familiarity. To be honest, I was still a little disappointed. The scale of the street stalls has been greatly reduced, and there are not many people visiting the street stalls. But since I'm here, I have to go shopping. I just walked around and found that on a stall, I saw 7 or 8 demon-luring grasses, but they were all 1 to 2 years old, which can be said to be seedlings. They should have just been found in the Qingyuan Mountains. With such a low age, it's no wonder that they can survive from the mouths of so many demon beasts. After discussing with the stall owner, I bought them for 40 spirit stones, which is equivalent to 5 spirit stones per plant. When the time comes, I will plant them together with the ones in the space, hoping that they will reproduce more. Lin Changqing now has a lot of spirit beasts in his hands. These demon-luring grasses will definitely be used frequently in the future, so he bought them all when he saw them. He continued to stroll around and saw a stall selling talisman supplies. He stopped to take a look and asked the stall owner to select 10 dozen talisman papers of good quality. Lin Changqing checked them again and paid the spiritual stones only after he found nothing wrong. The lapis lazuli and anyang cinnabar on the stall were already in Lin Changqing's storage bag, so he didn't need to buy them. He didn't gain anything until he finished visiting all the stalls. He didn't find any aura items, and there were few spiritual medicines and plants. Basically, they were all in Lin Changqing's space. He shook his head in disappointment and walked towards the gambling stone shop. As soon as he got inside, the shop assistant came to meet him. Lin Changqing waved his hand and indicated that he could just browse around. The assistant bowed slightly and left. There were also few customers choosing raw stones in the store today. Lin Changqing carefully observed the raw stones in the store. There was not a single raw stone that emitted a halo. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. With a thought in his mind, he randomly selected 2 raw stones the size of a human head and found the boss to pay the bill. Lin Changqing received a total of 420 spiritual stones. By the way, I asked when the new stock would arrive. This was Lin Changqing's real purpose. The answer I got was about 3 months later. There was nothing I could do about it. I didn't know if they would still be in Qingyuan City in 3 months. I went back to the cave where I rented and greeted my grandfather. Then I went back to my room and checked it carefully with my spiritual sense. After confirming that there was no problem, I entered the space. As soon as I came in, Liu Yaoqiang's family surrounded me. However, I had just fed them the Yulang pill yesterday, so today I just played with them for a while, and then planted the 8 new monster-luring grasses with the 3 before. The old 3 looked like they were almost 100 years old. It seemed that Liu Yaoqiang's family took good care of them. I went to see the alfalfa grass on the edge and found that the whole piece was very lush. There were too many of them, so I couldn't use the birth-inducing technique on all of them. I could only let most of them grow naturally. And I could see traces of gnawing on them. It seemed that Liu Yaoqiang's family had already eaten them. Lin Changqing was relieved. He just needed to tell Liu Yaoqiang to control the range and not let them spread. He released the purple crystal scorpion and Chuai again, and fed them some monster meat. He also gave each purple crystal scorpion an extra spirit stone for them to chew. Chuai seemed to be entering the space for the first time, and was quite curious. Unfortunately, the height of the space was only a few hundred meters, and Chuai almost hit the barrier and could only land on the Earth Soul Fruit tree. This scared Lin Changqing. There were 12 Earth Soul Fruits that were about to mature on it, which were to be provided to Lin Changqing to restore his spiritual consciousness. Don't drop them, because it takes several years to harvest them. He hurried over to pick it up. It was quite heavy, but fortunately it was not a problem for Lin Changqing to hold it. Chuai also acted cute and gently nurtured Lin Changqing with his head, chuckled and smoothed its feathers, fed it another spirit-raising pill, and then told it that the fruit tree it was standing on just now was very important, and remembered to protect it in the future. Chuai turned around to look at the Earth Soul Fruit tree and called out, probably to indicate that he remembered it. Chapter 118, Falling in a Trap and Crying Without Tears. Chuai was indeed smart. He let Chuai go and let it play by itself. Although the space was still very small, it was still able to let it fly low. He remembered that there were still 2 raw stones that he had just bought that had not been opened. He found the stone opening tools and began to polish them. Now he had a lot of experience in opening raw stones. It didn't take long for the first one to open a hole. He could already tell that it was a low-grade fire spirit stone. Lin Changqing lost interest in continuing to open it. Now he had to open at least a medium-grade spirit stone before he would be a little happy. He took the second raw stone and continued to open it. It was also a low-grade gold spirit stone. It seemed that his gambling luck was really common. If there was no halo reminder, he would lose 9 out of 10 bets. Just throw the 2 raw stones that were not completely opened into the deep pit and let Lin Changqing absorb and deal with them. Tomorrow, as agreed, I have to go to Qinghai Sect to meet my great-grandmother, recall Chuai to the spirit beast bag, and the purple crystal scorpion to the spirit insect bag, and then leave the space. After returning to the room, it was still early. He was afraid that practicing the thunder control technique would make too much noise and affect his father and second uncle who were building their foundations, so he decided to open the thunder acupoints first. He ran the Thunder Sutra, generated thunder spirit energy and began to stimulate the acupoints. Soon, another 2 hours passed. However, in Lin Changqing's feeling, it seemed like a long time. His energy was basically exhausted. Now it takes about a month to open an acupoint, which is faster than before. And when necessary, he can also mobilize the thunder spirit energy in other acupoints to speed up the opening. However, this will increase the frequency of stimulating the acupoints and make the practitioner feel more painful, so if it is not necessary, it is better not to try it easily. He sat down and rested for a while, and finally recovered some energy. After cleaning up and washing, he fell down to rest. The next morning, Lin Changqing regained his full vitality. After finishing his practice, he went out to the cave hall. His grandfather was still practicing and had not come out yet, so he could only protect his father and second uncle first, and wait for his grandfather to come out. After waiting for a while, Grandpa came out. Lin Changqing said quickly, "Grandpa, I'm going to Qinghai Sect to see my great-grandmother today and bring back the foundation building pill and the purple palace Twinkson pill." When Grandpa heard this, he said anxiously, "Then what are you still doing here? Go quickly. Be smart on the road and pay attention to safety." Lin Changqing said with a smile, "I'm telling you so that you don't know where I went." Grandpa waved his hand and said, "Go quickly. Go quickly. Don't keep your great-grandmother waiting for a long time." Lin Changqing responded, then left a cave and headed for the mountain gate of Qinghai Sect. It took some time to get to the mountain gate with ease. Unexpectedly, Senior Chen Jie was already waiting for him in the pavilion, so he hurried forward to greet her. "Hello, Senior Chen, I have to trouble you again," Lin Changqing said respectfully. Chen Jie turned around and looked at Lin Changqing, teasing, "You little kinger, you dare to make me wait here for so long. Shouldn't you compensate me for some losses?" Lin Changqing was shocked and said quickly, Junior really didn't know that Senior would come to pick me up in advance, otherwise I would have rushed over early and waited here. Please forgive me, Chen Jie chuckled and said, I don't care about this. Didn't I come to pick you up when you came to Qingyun sect that time? It's your own fault that you couldn't react, not my problem. Lin Changqing had no choice but to bite the bullet and asked, then what do you want from me as compensation? I don't have anything too precious. Chen Jie saw that Lin Changqing had fallen into the trap, and couldn't help laughing. Who wants your things? You just have to promise me one thing, that's all. Lin Changqing was very anxious when he heard this, knowing that it must be nothing good, and he didn't dare to follow her words. He could only say, Senior, didn't you say a few days ago that if you want anything, I can tell you, otherwise I don't want it, and I'll just treat it as canceling out this time. What do you think? Hearing this, Chen Jie glared at Lin Changqing, and then said, who cancelled out with you? I promised to give it to you, so I will definitely give it to you. Don't bring that up. After hearing her say this, Lin Changqing could only temporarily give up struggling and asked carefully, then what does the senior want me to promise? It's too difficult, I can't do it. Chen Jie laughed even more happily this time, threw out the flying boat spirit weapon, and then said, come on up quickly, we'll talk in detail on the way, don't waste time. Lin Changqing could only bite the bullet and get on the flying boat. Chen Jie also saw his helplessness, and her heart was full of joy. She ignored him for the time being and directly urged the flying boat to fly to Changsha Peak. Lin Changqing had also made up his mind. As long as Senior Chen didn't speak, he would never say anything, but unfortunately Chen Jie didn't do as he wished. Kit Chen glanced at Lin Changqing and began to say, Zia was diagnosed with 3 spiritual roots when she was 8 years old. Then she returned to Qingyun sect with me. Almost 10 years have passed, and now she is about to build her foundation. But she hasn't seen her parents and relatives for so many years, so she can't help but miss them. Her state of mind is not good, which has some negative impact on her foundation. In addition, there are letters asking for help from home, so this time you just have to agree to accompany Zia back home, stay for a few months, and help solve the problems at home, that's all. After hearing this, Lin Changqing looked at her strangely and couldn't help asking, why me? My cultivation is only at the 7th level of key refining. Kit Chen smiled, glanced at him, and asked back, didn't you say that you suggested Zia to go down the mountain more often and go out for more experience? Lin Changqing wanted to cry but had no tears. He almost slapped himself 10 times on the spot, letting you talk too much, letting you be able to. Seeing Lin Changqing's expression, Chen Jie felt even happier, and then continued, besides, Zia trusts you very much now, and she admires your way of dealing with people and your fighting skills very much. Although she didn't tell me the details, I know she would not do it without a purpose, so of course I can only find you. After hearing this, Lin Changqing felt a little better. Since Senior Chen had said this, he had no choice but to say, since Senior thinks so highly of me, I can only do my best. It's just that the outside world is not like the secret realm, where the opponents are of the same level. There are many cultivators with foundation building and above outside. What if you meet one? Chen Jie glared at him and said, just go back home, there are not so many dangers. If there's any danger, you should find a way to solve it yourself. Lin Changqing was really speechless this time, and looked at her with blinking eyes. Kit Chen explained, if there is no danger, what's the point of training? So you really have to deal with the danger by yourselves. But if you do well this time, I will give you a big reward. I heard from Zia that you need spiritual crystals, so how about I give you 200 first-grade high-quality ice crystals? When Lin Changqing heard this, he immediately revived with full health. 200 first-grade high-quality ice crystals, each one costs about 150 spiritual stones, and 200 is 30,000 spiritual stones. This is possible. Even if the purple crystal scorpion nibbles one every 2 days, it can nibble for more than a year, which is already very worthwhile. He quickly agreed and said, that's great, it's really a timely help. Thank you, Senior. I will do my best to protect Ziya's safety and ensure a safe return. Kit Chen teased, don't you feel wrong this time? Lin Changqing quickly denied, no, I am honored to do things for you, Senior. How could I feel wronged? I am very happy. Kit Chen laughed when she heard it. She liked Lin Changqing's shameless cleverness and his ability to lie with his eyes open. Seeing that Senior Kit Chen was in such a good mood, Lin Changqing had an idea and continued to say, Senior, when is Ziya going to leave for home? I'm in urgent need of spiritual crystals here. Can I advance 100 ice crystals first? Kit Chan laughed even louder this time. Lin Changqing was definitely the reincarnation of a monkey spirit. If he was given a long ladder, he would definitely be able to reach the sky. Lin Changqing was so confused by the laughter that he had no idea what was so funny. It took a while for Chen Jie to stop laughing, and then she said, "When are you going to leave? You can discuss it among yourselves later. I will prepare 100 portions of ice crystals and give them to you when you leave Changsha Peak." Lin Changqing was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you for your understanding, Senior. I will complete the task successfully and ensure that Ziya returns safely." Chen Jie was in a good mood and nodded, saying, "I also believe that you can complete it successfully. I am quite good at judging people." Chapter 119, Exposure and Suppression. By the way, have you decided what you want? If you have, I'll go get it and give it to you when you leave, Chen Jie asked cheerfully. Lin Changqing quickly shook his head and said, "I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I do." Chen Jie chuckled at the words, knowing that this monkey spirit would not decide what he wanted so easily, and she didn't care about it. Soon, the two broke through an invisible defensive formation and landed at the top of Changsha Peak, at the entrance of the White Courtyard. Lin Changqing had been here once before, and this time Senior Chen led the way again, passing through several courtyards and coming to hall. Great-grandmother and Chen Ziya were playing chess. Lin Changqing knew that it was a casual game for formation masters, but he didn't understand it, so he just watched from the side without saying anything, just like Senior Chen Jie. After waiting for a while, the chess game finally came to an end with Chen Ziya's sigh. Lin Changqing hurried forward and greeted her, saying, "Grandson greets great-grandmother." Then he said to Chen Ziya, "Greetings, my dear sister." Chen Ziya also stood up and greeted Lin Changqing, "Greetings, my dear brother." Only then did the great-grandmother say, "Xiao, why did you come so late this time?" Senior Chen Jie explained, "I discussed with him on the way and asked him to accompany Ziya down the mountain and go home, which delayed us for some time." Lin Changqing also said, "Yes. My grandson has hardly left the mountain gate. It's a good opportunity for us to go together and treat it as traveling." The great-grandmother chuckled and said, "Yes, it's just right to have you accompany Ziya." "When do you plan to leave?" Chen Ziya said, "I'm fine with anything. It depends on when it's convenient for my dear brother." Lin Changqing thought for a while and said, "Maybe in 3 days. I just don't know where my dear sister's house is." Senior Chen Jie said, "It is in Tongshan Village, Nan County, Jianzhou Prefecture. The ancestor of your Lin family also came from Tongshan Village, but later he moved the secular clansmen to the current Yongxing County." Lin Changqing suddenly realized that this was the case. He only knew the original origin of the Lin family now, so the great-grandmother also came from there. Chen Jie continued, "Starting from here, you have to pass through several prefectures, which is quite far. If you fly your own spirit boat, it will take a long time, and it will be too dangerous on the way. It is better to consider using the passenger merchant ship of Wanbao Pavilion. It happens that in 5 days, Wanbao Pavilion will have a passenger ship passing through Jianzhou Prefecture. If you are sure to leave in the next few days, let the people of Wanbao Pavilion send 2 tickets over." Lin Changqing knew that this kind of passenger merchant ship was the first choice for many key refining cultivators and even foundation building cultivators to travel far away, but it was mixed with good and bad people. It might be okay on the ship, but you should be careful after getting off the ship. After looking at Chen Ziya, she nodded slightly and said, "Then let's take the Wanbao Pavilion's passenger ship in 5 days." Chen Jie nodded and said, "That's it." Then she said something to the great-grandmother and went out first. She should be going to prepare the 100 ice crystals for Lin Changqing. At this time, the great-grandmother said, "Xiao, the foundation building pill and the purple mansion Twangsun pill have been exchanged. Here they are for you." After that, she handed a jade box to Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly stepped forward to take it respectfully, and then said, thank you, great-grandmother, for your help." The great-grandmother chuckled and said, "You're welcome. You and Ziya have made me proud this time. Yesterday, senior sister Su from Xiaokang Mountain came to thank me specially." Lin Changqing said, "Grandson didn't do anything. I just took them there by the way." The great-grandmother laughed and said, "You haven't done anything yet. It's already amazing that you took the 3 of them to soak in the purple spirit liquid. I'm just a little surprised. Why didn't you go in and soak in it yourself? When you asked me that way, I thought you wanted to take a chance to soak in it too. Lin Changqing was stunned when he heard this. Fortunately, he was prepared and replied, grandson did make up his mind at that time and was ready to go in and soak in the purple spirit liquid. But the situation at that time really didn't allow it. We were surrounded by foreign enemies, and true disciples of various sects arrived one after another, and emergencies occurred frequently. Several junior sisters are not good at fighting, and there is no one who can suppress the true disciples of various sects. My grandson is afraid that he will go in alive but not out alive, and he may even lose the lives of several junior sisters. So after thinking about it, I decided to give up the quota and concentrate on protecting them, so as to ensure that everyone can leave the secret realm safely. Upon hearing this, the great-grandmother nodded and said jokingly, it's really good. You know how to make choices at a young age. You are worthy of being the most outstanding disciple of the Lin family. And facing the true disciples of various sects, you can easily suppress them, not to mention it. After saying that, she laughed, chuckled. Lin Changqing was embarrassed by what the great-grandmother said, and could only touch his nose awkwardly. Fortunately, someone came in to report, Master, True Man Ziyan is here to visit. The great-grandmother said to Lin Changqing, you see, the Cao will come when you mention the Cao. You can go with me to greet him. Lin Changqing and Chen Ziyai responded, and Lin Changqing quickly put the jade box given by the great-grandmother into the storage bag. The great-grandmother then stood up and walked out, and the two followed behind her. Chen Ziyai whispered, this Ziyan Zhenren is a friend of the great-grandmother. He often comes to visit. He is also the master of junior sister Hu. Lin Changqing nodded to show that he understood. Then the three of them walked through the courtyard to the door and received three visiting guests, a middle-aged giant and woman, a younger female Zifu cultivator, and the last one was junior sister Hu. After the two sides greeted each other, the great-grandmother led the guests to the back garden because they were all acquaintances. The three key refining juniors walked at the end. Huyana frequently turned her head to observe Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing knew that Huyana was guessing his identity, so he ignored her and kept quiet, and did not give her any useful information. Everyone came to the pavilion where they had been last time and took their seats. True Man Ziyan said, Sister, I came here to thank you and Xiao Yang. Not only did you save Xiao Na, but you also let her soak in the purple spirit liquid. This is much better than I expected. Great-grandmother chuckled and said, Sister, you are too kind. Xiao Yu is just doing her part as a fellow disciple. True Man Ziyan took out a jade box from her storage bracelet, waved to Chen Ziya and said, Xiaoya, come here. This is the reward your uncle gave you. Chen Ziya looked at the great-grandmother, who smiled and said, what are you looking at me for? Your uncle has already taken it out, and you can't let her take it back. Hurry up and take it. Chen Ziya thanked her and stepped forward to take it respectfully. True Man Ziyan also chuckled and said, this is a set of array masters, a second-level peak array plate and 365 array chips, which are convenient for daily calculations and practice of arrays. It is enough for Xiaoya to use until the Purple Mansion period. Zhen Ziya was very happy to hear this, and thanked True Man Ziyan again. The great-grandmother also said, it's too precious. I could have just given it a random gift. Ziyan Zhenren exclaimed, oh my, and then said, I should have just given it a random spiritual weapon earlier. I had to search through boxes and cabinets in the warehouse. Everyone present laughed when they heard it, knowing that she was joking. Ziyan Zhenren said again, Sister, I have come to Chengshi Peak countless times. How come there is a younger generation that I don't know? The great-grandmother knew that she was talking about Lin Changqing, and explained, this is a younger disciple of the Lin family. He just happened to come to see an old woman like me. Xiao Kinger, why don't you pay your respects to Zhenren Li? Lin Changqing had no choice but to quickly step forward, bow respectfully, and then said, Junior Lin Changqing, pays homage to Zhenren Li. When Huyana heard Lin Changqing's voice, she couldn't help but shout, you are senior brother Gao. The great-grandmother smiled and said, yes. He is also my registered disciple Gao Dishui. After saying that, she couldn't help laughing again. True Man Ziyan looked at him for a moment and then said, get up. No need to be polite. So you are the one who saved Xiao Na, allowed her to soak in the purple spirit liquid, and also severely injured senior brother Gao, a true disciple of the Xiangxing sword sect. Upon hearing this, the great-grandmother laughed again, looking very proud. Lin Changqing had no choice but to explain, "It was me. I saved junior sister Hu at the request of junior sisters Chen and Zhao. I didn't know junior sister Hu at that time. As for the severe damage to the Xiangxing sword sect, it was just that I was lucky enough to succeed in the sneak attack. I don't deserve your praise. I hope you can forgive me. I changed my appearance at that time because I didn't want to bring the grudges in the secret realm to the outside world. I hope you and everyone present will keep it a secret." Master Ziyan nodded and said, "Not bad. The little ones are very smart. I agree to your request on their behalf. Whoever dares to spread rumors will be severely punished by me. Your great-grandmother will naturally discipline the people on Shengsha Peak. But this makes me embarrassed. What reward should I give you? I can't give you an ordinary spiritual weapon. I have to think about what reward is suitable for you," Lin Changqing said quickly. "Junior will benefit a lot from any reward given by Master. Don't be too embarrassed." Huyana's face flushed, and she finally calmed down her excitement. When she heard that the Master was discussing the reward for Lin Changqing, she couldn't help but say, "Master, senior brother Gao likes to raise spirit beasts." Ziyan Zhenren heard it, glared at her, and said, "You know my family background very well. It seems that you have been thinking about it a lot. In this case, I will send you to get the things." After that, he took out a token and handed it to Huyana. Huyana was in a very good mood now, and she smiled and replied, "Isn't this to relieve the worries of the Master?" After taking the token, she glanced at Lin Changqing, and then ran out quickly, probably to go back to the peak to get something. Chapter 123 Treasure Spiritual Beast Bracelet. True Man Ziyan explained, what Ziona went to get was a 3-treasure spirit beast bracelet. Because it is a space item, it is difficult to put it in a storage bracelet and can only be placed in the treasury. Great-grandmother asked, "Junior sister, the thing that you put in the treasury is obviously not an ordinary treasure, right?" True Man Ziyan continued to introduce, "Senior sister is really discerning. This is a small piece of space crystal that I got by chance. Unfortunately, it is too small to be refined into a space magic weapon, so it can only be refined into this top-grade spiritual artifact, the 3-treasure spirit beast bracelet. Considering the stability and practicality of the internal space, I divided it into 8 large and 8 small spaces, a total of 9 spaces, the smallest of which is 200 cubic meters and the largest is 3,000 cubic meters. It should be enough for you to raise a lot of spirit beasts, and there are some other functions. You can slowly explore them yourself when the time comes." Lin Changqing was very happy to hear this, and quickly replied, "Enough, enough. I can only raise 2 or 3 spirit beasts, which is more than enough." Fortunately, the 2 peaks were not too far away. Huyana also came back at this time, holding a jade box in her hand. Her breath was still a little unstable. It seemed that she was a little impatient. She handed the jade box to Ziyan Zhenren respectfully, and then stood behind Ziyan Zhenren, observing Lin Changqing. Ziyan Zhenren smiled and waved to Lin Changqing, saying, "Ziona senior brother Gao, come here." As soon as these words came out, everyone burst into laughter, and even Ziyan Zhenren himself couldn't help laughing. Only Lin Changqing touched his nose awkwardly, but he still stepped forward to take the jade box respectfully, and then thanked Ziyan Zhenren before retreating to the great-grandmother. As for them, they could laugh if they wanted to. Anyway, the top-grade spiritual weapon was more practical. The great-grandmother chuckled and said, "Junior sister, you gave away 2 top-grade spiritual tools as soon as you arrived. I am not as generous as you. I only have this second-level upper-grade small 5-element defense array and array flag. Give it to Ziona." Huyana hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully took the array disc and array from the great-grandmother, and then thanked the great-grandmother. The great-grandmother continued, "Let Ziona teach you how to use it. Ziona should also sacrifice and refine the 3-treasure spirit beast bracelet. It's too ostentatious to always hold it in your hand. Ziona, take them down." The 3 of them quickly agreed, and then left with Chen Ziya. Chen Ziya led them through 2 courtyards and came to a practice room, then said to Lin Changqing, "Brother Shi, you can sacrifice the spirit beast bracelet here. We are not far from the next door. You can come to us after the sacrifice is done." Lin Changqing said, "Thank you, Sister Shi. I will go to the 2 junior sisters to reminisce about the past." Chen Ziya nodded. Huyana's face was still a little red, and she also nodded. Lin Changqing entered the practice room and cast a few spells to close the door of the practice room. Then he opened the jade box given by Ziyan Zhenren, and saw a light yellow translucent bracelet inside. It looked very beautiful with a glittering spirit. Fortunately, it was a more orthodox style. Not the kind of style that looked very feminine at first glance, otherwise Lin Changqing would be embarrassed to take it out. He took the spirit beast bracelet in his hand and began to sacrifice it bit by bit with his heart. Although it was easier than the last time to sacrifice the magic bracelet. But it took longer, because the spirit beast bracelet would be used frequently in the future, so it had to be sacrificed to be more transparent. And through this ritual, Lin Changqing also knew why it was called the Three Treasures Spirit Beast Bracelet, because this Spirit Beast Bracelet is also a defensive spiritual tool, which can store mana in it in advance and instantly cast a defensive spiritual shield covering the whole body. Of course, the quality of mana and spiritual energy is more than 10 times different, but you can only store more of it in it at ordinary times. This is similar to the Sky Thunder Shield and his Thunder Acupoint. Lin Changqing has experience in this aspect. The second function is that the Spirit Beast Bracelet can be invisible. Lin Changqing roughly guessed this when he first saw it. This is a very practical function. Otherwise, it would be strange if others didn't be wary of you early when they saw you wearing a Spirit Beast Bracelet. The third should be the large space. The space of this Spirit Beast Bracelet is quite large. The main space is 3,000 cubic meters, which is already very large. If it is used to accommodate people, it can accommodate at least 1,000 people, and maybe more than that. There are also 8 small spaces, ranging from 200 to 500 cubic meters. In terms of space alone, it is much larger than the magic storage bracelet last time. No wonder Xian Zhenren named it the Three Treasures Spirit Beast Bracelet. There are 8 small spaces, 2 of which are 500 cubic meters, 2 of which are 400 cubic meters, 2 of which are 300 cubic meters, and 2 of which are 200 cubic meters. The 8 small spaces add up to 2,800 cubic meters. Together with the main space, the total is 5,800 cubic meters. It's really amazing. If I go to Wanbao Pavilion to spend spirit stones to buy this, I don't know how much it will cost. I moved Chu Ai to a space of 500 cubic meters, and put some monster meat and soul-erasing pills in it. Chu Ai was very happy to change from a small space to a large space. The purple crystal scorpion was also moved to another space of 500 cubic meters, and monster meat and spirit stones were also put in it. There are no more particulars about these small things. They are all eating, or basking in the sun, but they haven't been sunbathing for a long time, so I have to find a place to bask in the sun. Suddenly, Lin Changqing's mind moved. It seemed that he had obtained 100 or so glowstones in the cave of the ancient monk. He wondered if they would have any effect in the space of the amethyst scorpion. Thinking of this, he could not help but want to try it. He found a few glowstones in the storage bag and threw them into the space where the amethyst scorpion was. Unexpectedly, the amethyst scorpion quickly formed a circle around each glowstone, obviously enjoying the light. Seeing this, knowing that the glowstone had an effect on the amethyst scorpion, what else was there to think about? He immediately scattered all the glowstones and threw them into the space where Chuai was. After observing for a while, he found that there were 1 or 2 amethyst scorpions surrounding a glowstone, and there was no other movement. Lin Changqing was still worried that they would chew the glowstone as a spiritual crystal, but fortunately, after observing for a while, he did not find that they moved their mouths to chew. Putting the replaced spirit beast bag and spirit insect bag in her arms, she looked at the training room, scanned it with her spiritual sense, and found nothing missing before opening the door and going to the next door to find her 2 junior sisters. On the other side, Chen Ziya had already taught Huyana how to use the small 5-element defense array, and now the two were chatting. Huyana asked, "Senior sister Chen, do you know about senior brother Gao's situation?" Chen Ziya thought for a while and said, "I'm not very clear. I only know that our 2 families have been friends for hundreds of years, but I have never been to their place." Huyana actually wanted to ask if Lin Changqing had an engagement or a Taoist partner, but she was too embarrassed to ask. Chen Ziya remembered the original intention of Lin Changqing's disguise, and knew that Lin Changqing didn't want too many people to pay attention to him or the Lin family. So she didn't reveal any useful information to Huyana, of course, mainly because she didn't know much, all of which were just a little bit she heard from her grandmother. Moreover, she has a cold personality and is not on the habit of gossiping, so the 2 of them were chatting idly. They were mainly waiting for Lin Changqing to come out after refining the 3 treasure spirit beast bracelet. Chapter 121 3 Flame Peaks. When Lin Changqing found them, The two were chatting casually, mainly waiting for Lin Changqing. Huyana was actually a little absent-minded. When seeing Lin Changqing, Huyana finally came to life and quickly stood up to greet Lin Changqing. "Senior brother Gao, here." Lin Changqing smiled and said, "What are you two junior sisters talking about?" Huyana smiled and said, "We are talking about what kind of family can cultivate such outstanding children." Lin Changqing said awkwardly, "Junior sister who? Don't praise me. I'm so confused that I won't be able to get out of the door later." Chen Ziya chuckled and said, "Brother Shi, you are indeed better than many sect disciples. The three of us have the most personal experience of this." Huyana said, "Do you want to call junior sister Zhao over to get to know senior brother Gao again?" Lin Changqing quickly said, "Next time. I don't want so many people to know my identity for the time being. After all, the secret realm has just ended. Someone must be obsessed with what happened in there, and I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble." Chen Ziya and Huyana nodded and understood what Lin Changqing meant, which was to keep a low profile and not attract attention. Huyana said again, "By the way, senior brother Gao, I will help you deal with those seized magic weapons as soon as possible, and then I will give you the spirit stones." "Okay, junior sister Hu, if I'm not here, the spirit stones will be given to junior sister Chen first," Lin Changqing said. Huyana nodded and said, "Junior sister, I understand." At this time, senior Chen Jie also came over. Seeing that the three were all here, she said, "You are all here, that's just right. True Man Ziyan is going back. Let's all go." The three responded and then walked to the back garden together. When they arrived at the back garden, True Man Ziyan and the great-grandmother were drinking tea. Lin Changqing stepped forward a few steps. He said, thank you, True Man. I have refined the Sanbao Spirit Beast bracelet. The treasure bracelet is indeed powerful and has benefited me a lot." True Man Ziyan smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it. You can visit Sanayan Peak more often in the future." Invited by True Man Jinden, Lin Changqing quickly and respectfully agreed. Then Master Ziyan said goodbye to the great-grandmother and left. The great-grandmother led Lin Changqing and the others to see them out of the gate. Lin Changqing and Huyana walked behind. Because there were elders present, Huyana had no choice but to invite Lin Changqing and Chen Ziya to visit her at Sanayan Peak when they were free. After the guests left, the great-grandmother had time to pay attention to Lin Changqing and asked, "How is it? Do you want to stay at Changsha Peak for a few days?" Lin Changqing thought for a while and said, "I'd better go back, so that Grandpa in the city won't miss me, and I have to tell Grandpa about my trip." The great-grandmother nodded and said to her apprentice Chen Jie, "You can send Zhao King out." Lin Changqing said goodbye to the great-grandmother, said goodbye to Chen Ziya, and then left with senior Chen Jie. On the spirit boat, Chen Jie chuckled and said to Lin Changqing, "Zhao Kinger, this time we have a good harvest." Lin Changqing said embarrassedly, "It's all because of the care of the elders." Chen Jie raised her hand and threw a storage bag to Lin Changqing, saying, "The 100 ice crystals paid in advance to you are in it, and there is also a boarding pass for the Wanbao Pavilion passenger ship at noon 5 days later." Lin Changqing took the storage bag, put it away, and said to Chen Jie, "Senior, don't worry, I will meet up with Ziya on time." Chen Jie nodded and reminded, "This kind of passenger ship is only at the spirit weapon level, so it needs a relatively large place to take off and land. Remember to board the ship 10 miles outside the south gate." Lin Changqing actually knew this a long time ago, but of course he had to agree to the senior's kind reminder. They soon arrived at the mountain gate of Qingyuan sect. After saying goodbye to senior Chen Jie, Lin Changqing rushed to the cave where his father and the others rented. Because he was carrying the Foundation Establishment pill and the Purple Mansion Twangsuan pill with him, Lin Changqing was extremely alert and his spiritual sense was always scanning the surroundings. Fortunately, he did not find any suspicious targets. He returned to the cave safely. Grandpa had been waiting for Lin Changqing in the hall. Grandpa was relieved to see Lin Changqing return safely. Lin Changqing smiled and took out the jade box given by his great-grandmother from the storage bag and handed it to his grandfather. Grandpa looked at Lin Changqing with a trembling hand. This is. Lin Changqing smiled and said, "Yes, it's 2 Foundation Establishment pills and 2 Purple Mansion Twangsuan pills. Open it and have a look." Grandpa tried to calm down his emotions, then he gently opened the jade box, and what came into view were 4 small square jade boxes, all of which were affixed with soul-sealing talismans, 2 of which looked more advanced than the other 2. The two with high-level soul-sealing talismans should contain the purple mansion Tuangsuan pill. Grandpa took out a jade box, peeled off the talisman on it, opened the jade box and saw that there was a purple aura-filled pill inside, emitting the spiritual pressure of a third-level treasure. Although he had never seen a real purple mansion Tuangsuan pill, he had heard of it, and Lin Fangdao was sure that this was it, and he couldn't be wrong. He quickly closed the jade box to prevent too much spiritual energy from leaking out, and then input a little mana, reactivated the soul-sealing talisman and affixed it to the jade box, then put it back, and was about to hand it to Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing had already said, "Grandpa, please keep it. I feel at ease leaving it with you, and you can hand the other one to the clan leader." Grandpa thought for a moment and nodded, then took out a small jade box containing the foundation building pill and handed it to Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing hesitated for a moment, but still took it over. In fact, he wanted to leave it with Grandpa. After all, in a few days, he would have to accompany Chen Ziyi to Jianzhou Prefecture. And he didn't know when he would be back. Lin Changqing thought for a while, and still said, "Grandpa, in 5 days I will accompany Chen Ziyi back to Jianzhou Prefecture, which is Tongshan village in Nan County. I heard from Senior Chen Jiyi that the ancestor of our Lin family also came from Tongshan village." Grandpa frowned and asked, "Why are you going out again? You just came back." He sighed in his heart, and sure enough, he failed to change the subject. He could only explain, "There should be no danger this time. I will just accompany Chen Ziyi back and forth and stay for a while. Moreover, I will take the passenger ship of Wanbao Pavilion. Nothing will happen. Just think of it as going back to find my roots." Grandpa was silent for a moment, and said, "It's good to go back and take a look. The Lin family did come out of that place, but all the ordinary clansmen have moved to the vicinity of Yongxing County. Only the Chen family has been living there, and they haven't formed a family. Anyone who is found to have spiritual roots will be sent to Qingayan sect, so the only people left in Tongshan village from the Chen family should be ordinary clansmen." Lin Changqing nodded. Grandpa continued, "More than 300 years have passed in the blink of an eye. It may have been more than 200 years since the Lin family went back there to take a look. If the younger generation doesn't check the family history, they may not know where the Lin family came from. This time, you can go back on behalf of the Lin family to take a look. There should be no spiritual veins there. If you want to stay there for a long time, you should prepare a spirit gathering array for cultivation, so as not to delay your cultivation." After listening to his grandfather's words, Lin Changqing said with a smile, "Okay. I will represent the Lin family. When the time comes, I will erect a stone tablet there, and write on it, 'Lin Changqing, the 8th generation grandson of the Lin family, has been here.'" After saying this, Lin Changqing couldn't help but burst out laughing, but it was a pity that Grandpa didn't know about the monkey brothers' visit. Grandpa shook his head and said, "That's not necessary. You just go back and take a look. Remember to be in awe. After all, the Lin family came from there." After Grandpa said this, Lin Changqing didn't dare to be naughty this time. He could only agree seriously, and handed the foundation building pill that Grandpa had just given to Grandpa. Grandpa glanced at him and said, "Didn't you say it's not dangerous? Since it's not dangerous, then you can take it with you." Lin Changqing thought about it. "Okay. Isn't it just a long trip to Jianzhou Prefecture? It seems that I really don't see anything particularly dangerous, so just keep the foundation building pill yourself." Chapter 122. Someone was tricked by Lin Changqing. After the grandfather and grandson finished talking about business, they brewed a pot of green jade tea in the hall of the cave. Grandpa began to tell Lin Changqing about his experience of selling red fruit in various markets, as well as some things he encountered outside. Because he had never officially walked in the world of immortal cultivation, Lin Changqing listened very seriously. After all, this was his grandfather's care for him, and it was full of dry goods. The two chatted for 2 hours, and the green jade tea was changed twice. Fortunately, the green jade tea was in Liu Yaoqiang's family, and the production was more stable after taking office. Lin Changqing gave them priority care. Some important spiritual medicines and spiritual plants, and the second-level green jade tea trees were also within the range specified by Lin Changqing. After chatting with his grandfather, Lin Changqing returned to his room and sat in the room playing with the Sanbao spiritual beast bracelet he had just received today. Thinking of getting 100 ice crystals from Senior Chen Jiyi this time, Lin Changqing decided to give the little guys one every other day. Today, I changed the home for Chu Ai and the others, and then I remembered that I had a little mouse that I had seized in the secret realm. It was still in this space at that time, and I asked Liu Yaoqiang to cast a few revival spells on it. I don't know how it is now after not paying attention to it for so many days. And Wan Yaoxin's swift thunder leopard was also seized by me. Since Wan Yaoxin got out of the secret realm alive, this thunder leopard must not be kept. Otherwise, maybe one day Wan Yaoxin will find the connection of the contract and come to the door, and this possibility is not small. After checking the surroundings and entering the space, Liu Yaoqiang's family quickly surrounded Lin Changqing. Lu Xiaoling even went straight into Lin Changqing's arms. Now Liu Yaoqiang's family is very enthusiastic. Lin Changqing quickly stroked and smoothed the fur of each one to comfort his good employees. After a while, he fed them all with a soul-nourishing pill, and then let them play by themselves. After thinking about it, he decided to get rid of the swift thunder leopard in the spirit beast bag first. Moreover, Lin Changqing wanted to do an experiment, that is, to throw the thunder leopard directly into the deep pit to see what the consequences would be. He suddenly had an idea and called Liu Yaoqiang and Lu Xiaoling over. Then he took the thunder leopard out of a spirit beast bag. He had ignored it for so many days, and it was seriously injured and had not received any treatment. Now it was dying. Even if he ignored it, it might not survive for a while and die on its own. Now it was a waste. He signaled Liu Yaoqiang and the others to watch it carefully, and then he picked up the thunder leopard and threw it into the deep pit. It sank directly into the deep pit and disappeared. After 2 seconds, there were a few screams, and then there was no movement. Liu Yaoqiang and Lu Xiaoling were so scared that they retreated again and again. This time they saw the consequences of falling, and they dared not approach here in the future. Lin Changqing was done here, but Wan Yaoxin, who was far away in the Yuling sect, was pitted by Lin Changqing. As soon as he returned to the sect, he exchanged for a special medicine for treating backlash, and then immediately went into seclusion. By taking special medicine, he could treat a backlash caused by the death of the spirit beast, and he suppressed the backlash through secret methods in the secret realm. Now that he was in seclusion, all the backlash broke out. Fortunately, he was protected by the sex medicine, and he was finally able to get through it. Lin Changqing killed his swift wind thunder leopard in the space again, and another wave of backlash immediately hid him. Puff, a large mouthful of blood spurted out, and then he held his head and rolled on the ground wailing. This time it was not just a simple waste of all the previous efforts, but it was worse than the snow. It would take 3 to 5 years to recover. Moreover, the backlash on the body was easy to recover, but the problem was that the injury to the soul was not so easy to recover. Of course, Lin Changqing, who was far away in the market of Qingyuan City, didn't know this. After dealing with the swift wind thunder leopard, Lin Changqing asked Liu Yaoqiang again, "How was the white mouse last time? Was it dead?" Unexpectedly, the deer called out "Yo-yo" twice, and then took Lin Changqing to the center of the pasture, and then called out twice at a small hole. Lin Changqing knew that the little mouse should be inside, so he probed into the hole with his spiritual sense and found a listless little mouse lying on the ground in the hole to rest. Because the hole was not too deep, Lin Changqing easily caught it and put it in his palm. The little mouse was obviously raised by a monk since childhood, and was not too afraid of strangers. It just called out weakly to Lin Changqing twice, and then lay still again. It seems that the little mouse has withstood the backlash brought about by the death of its master. However, this backlash is more on the soul level, and the damage has not been treated, so it looks so listless. Lin Changqing carefully observed the white little mouse. It was not very big, just a little bigger than a palm, about the same size as a kitten. The whole body was flawless white, and now it was curled up in a ball, looking like a white ball of hair. Lin Changqing couldn't tell what kind of spirit beast it was. He only had the spirit insect chart given by Wanbao Pavilion and the list of strange insects from the insect cultivation heritage. He also saw some knowledge about spirit beasts in the family's sutra pavilion. However, just because Lin Changqing didn't know didn't mean that others didn't know. At least his master must know what kind of spirit beast it was. He took out a storage bag, which was specially used to store the sundries seized in the secret realm. The practice notes of those cultivators should all be here. He dumped all the things out. There weren't too many practice notes, only about 10 in total. He searched them one by one, and finally found the answer Lin Changqing wanted in one of them. The spirit-seeking rat was a spirit beast with wind, earth and dual attributes. The highest record of the beast-taming sect was that it grew to the 3rd level, with strong spirituality and the ability to understand human nature. It often relied on powerful monsters to survive, looking for various spirit objects and spirit veins for these high-level monsters, and these high-level monsters provided them with shelter and allowed them to survive in their territories. The soul-seeking rat is an omnivorous spiritual beast. Basically, it can eat anything with spiritual energy. But its favorite food is all kinds of spiritual fruits with spiritual energy. Their talent is to be good at finding all kinds of spiritual objects and spiritual veins, and they are the best helpers for cultivators to explore and hunt for treasures in the wild. Moreover, as a spiritual beast with wind, earth, and dual attributes, although it has no attack power, its ability to save its life is first class. Now it can already use the earth walking technique in the middle of the first stage. After it is promoted to the second stage, it will also comprehend the wind escape technique, and it will be even more difficult to catch it at that time. There are quite a few soul-seeking rats. The beast-taming sect has raised more than 100 of them, which are specially used to rent to disciples in need, so that they can go out to find spiritual objects and so on. In terms of its ability, it can be regarded as a relatively practical spiritual beast. After learning this, Lin Changqing made a decision in his heart. He planned to subdue this soul-seeking rat, but of course it also depends on whether it is willing. Knowing that the soul-seeking rat is human, Lin Changqing said to it directly, "I know you can understand. I have a way to heal the injury on your soul, but you must submit to me. If you agree, call 3 times and then turn over in my palm. If you don't agree, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I won't keep you for nothing. You also know that I have a golden winged bird. Whether you can escape from its claws at that time depends on your own ability." When the soul-seeking rat heard it, it trembled all over. A good rat would not suffer a loss in front of it. It could only call 3 times weakly towards him, and then turn over in Lin Changqing's palm with difficulty. Lin Changqing saw that it was indeed smart and human. Seeing that it was so difficult to turn over, he knew that he had to treat it quickly. First, he put on a spiritual light shield for himself, so as not to be stained by the fragrance of Beihuzuhan wine. Then he took out a Zuinun heavy water bottle. Considering the size of the soul-seeking rat, he only took a little spiritual wine out. The soul-seeking rat felt comfortable just by smelling the fragrance, and immediately believed that this thing would be of great help to his soul injury. He immediately sat up and called out to Lin Changqing twice anxiously. Lin Changqing knew this would happen, and did not waste time. He quickly sent the spiritual wine into his mouth. The soul-seeking rat took the spiritual wine and soon fell into deep sleep. At this time, even greater trouble followed. Liu Yaoqiang's family rushed over again and surrounded Lin Changqing, calling yo-yo non-stop. Especially Lu Xiaoya, she was extremely excited, and she called and added directly to Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing estimated that if he did not give it some 100 flowers soul-intoxicating wine this time, he would not be able to leave. First, he comforted their family, and then asked it through the contract whether the 100 flowers soul-intoxicating wine he took last time had been confirmed to have been digested and absorbed. Lu Xiaoya gave a positive answer. Lin Changqing also told it through the contract that continuously improving the cultivation through spiritual medicine and spiritual wine in a short period of time would consume one's own potential, and it would be more difficult to advance in the future. Unexpectedly, it actually told Lin Changqing through the contract that it did not continuously advance, and it only consolidated its cultivation last time. Lin Changqing thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. When he first saw it, it was already in the late stage of the first stage. Later, in order to treat its soul injury, he gave it the 100 flowers soul-intoxicating wine, and then consolidated its cultivation to the late stage. It is true that it did not continuously improve its cultivation. Lin Changqing thought about it and decided to give it resources to let it advance to the second stage, so that it could help Lin Changqing better manage the space. After telling it this decision, Lu Xiaoya was so happy and excited that she ran around the space. Fortunately, she was still rational and did not step on the flowers and plants, otherwise Lin Changqing would have to make it look bad. After being happy for a while, Lu Xiaoya returned to Lin Changqing and imitated Lu Xiaoling, going straight into Lin Changqing's arms. Lin Changqing laughed. Fortunately, the female deer had no horns, otherwise Lin Changqing would be injured. After stroking its fur for a while and confirming that Lu Xiaoya had calmed down, Lin Changqing cast a spiritual light shield on himself and took out the Zuinun heavy water bottle. He took out a Beihuzuhan liquor, which was about the same amount as Liu Yaoqiang had taken at that time, and asked Lu Xiaoya to swallow it in one gulp. Then it shouted yo-yo to Lin Changqing twice, and soon fell drunk and fell into deep sleep. When it wakes up after a while, it should be a second-level spiritual beast. After finally appeasing Lu Yaoqiang and Lu Xiaoling and promising to give them delicious food next time, he successfully got away. Alice. Really, it's not easy to be a boss now. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Heart Beating Innate Magical Power. After finally getting out of the space, Lin Changqing decided that it would be better to go unless if there was nothing to do in the future, otherwise these debt collectors would not let him go. Now the sky outside has darkened, so it is better to practice the Thunder Sutra for 2 hours, and rest after consuming the excess energy. It is still the most practical to practice. Lin Changqing actually likes to practice the most. The feeling of getting stronger little by little through his own efforts is really fascinating. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, after Lin Changqing finished his practice, he went to the cave hall to guard. After a while, Grandpa came out. Lin Changqing brewed a pot of green jade tea, and the grandfather and grandson began to drink tea and chat again. After drinking a pot of tea, Grandpa asked Lin Changqing to stay here to protect the law. He was going to Wanbao Pavilion to prepare spiritual tools and thunder-attributed spiritual objects for Lin Changqing's father and second uncle to use after the foundation. After Lin Changqing agreed, Grandpa went out and walked towards Wanbao Pavilion. Lin Changqing sat in the hall and didn't go anywhere. He thought that there was still a magical jade slip that he had not studied carefully. He took out the magical jade slip of the Great Five Elements Escape Technique, read it for more than an hour, and gained a lot. It turned out that the Earth Escape Technique, Wood Escape Technique, Water Escape Technique, etc. that were circulated outside were actually just some incomplete versions, and the names were not correct. Taking the Earth Escape Technique as an example, the real name in the early stage should be called Earth Walking Technique. Only when this preconditioning spell is cultivated to the point of telekinesis, that is, entering the ground for 3 feet and being able to walk underground for at least 3 miles, can it be considered the great perfection of Earth Walking Technique, which is also the limit that ordinary key refining stage can achieve. After the preconditioning spell is fully perfected, the real Earth Escape Secret Technique can be further cultivated. When the Earth Escape Secret Technique is also cultivated to the point of telekinesis, that is, entering the ground for 100 feet and being able to escape for more than 100 miles, and the speed of Earth Escape is faster than flying with a sword, it can be considered the great perfection of Earth Escape Secret Technique. At this time, a corresponding magical talisman should be automatically formed in the Danshan, which is commonly known as the magical seed. At this time, even if the magical power is just beginning, it will be more convenient and durable to use. The golden elixir can directly connect to the magical power seed, and the magical power can be used stably and continuously. And the power will also increase greatly. For example, in the secret art stage, it can probably penetrate 100 feet into the ground, and the speed of escape exceeds the speed of ordinary flying swords, but in the magical power stage, it is possible to penetrate 1,000 feet or even 10,000 feet into the ground, and the speed of escape is far beyond the ordinary flying sword, and it may only be slower than the special flying magical power. Of course, this premise is that the cultivation and mana must be able to keep up. There are requirements for cultivation and mana at each stage of the magical power. For example, in the pre-magic spell stage of the magical power, as long as the key refining stage and the spiritual energy can be cultivated and displayed. In the magical power secret art stage, at least the foundation building stage is required. Some powerful secret arts even require the mana of the purple mansion stage to support the cultivation and display of the secret art. When it comes to the real magical power stage, at least the mana of the golden core stage is required. If a cultivator in the foundation building stage wants to perform a real magical power, he may be sucked dry before he succeeds. Therefore, the real magical power must be performed normally and smoothly in the golden elixir stage. At this point, it is completely understood, but there are some introductions about the innate magical power later, which is what Lin Changqing cares about more. Because this aspect of information can be said to be something that Lin Changqing has never come into contact with. After all, Since the great ancestor Lin Changqing passed away, the Lin family has never produced a cultivator in the Purple Mansion stage, let alone a golden elixir real person. Therefore, the knowledge and information about high-level cultivators in this area can be said to be very scarce. Of course, this is also because the Lin family lacks a lot of foundation. Families that have been passed down for thousands of years will more or less have this kind of knowledge inheritance. Fortunately, now from this jade slip, I have learned some information about the innate magical power. The jade slip mentioned that as long as the magical power is cultivated to the point where it automatically forms a magical power talisman before condensing the golden elixir, you can imprint this magical talisman on the surface of the golden elixir while it is condensing, so that the magical power and the golden elixir can be combined, thereby improving the grade of the golden elixir. According to the records in the jade slips, the highest record is that 9 magical talismans were imprinted and a first-grade golden elixir was successfully condensed. And when the magical power is imprinted on the golden elixir, the consumption of using this magical power will be greatly reduced, and the power will be greatly increased, which greatly enhances the continuous combat ability of the golden elixir cultivator, so this kind of magical power is called the innate magical power. It seems that in the future, all the prerequisite spells and secret techniques of these magical powers will be practiced. Originally, Lin Changqing only wanted to practice the earth escape technique and the wood escape technique, but he didn't expect that there was such a thing as the innate magical power, and it can also improve the grade of the golden elixir, which can't be missed. The 9th grade of golden elixir, Lin Changqing originally thought that he could condense at least the 3rd grade of golden elixir by practicing the heavenly grade technique. As for the lower 3-grade golden elixir, Lin Changqing did not consider it, because the lower 3-grade golden elixir basically could not break through to the nascent soul stage, which was equivalent to cutting off the way forward. Now that he knew there was a way to improve the grade of the golden elixir, he must not let it go. Not only did he have to practice it himself, but his family also had to practice it. In this way, Lin Changqing had to practice a lot of things, including the Thunder Sutra, the Thunder Control Technique, the Palm Thunder, the Zhengjing Divine Thunder, the Gishu Yin Thunder, the Water Control Technique, and the Yuan Pei Shen Technique. Now he had to add the 5 prerequisite spells for the escape technique. Lin Changqing was a little overwhelmed with the practice, but each one was very important. Lin Changqing did not want to give up, so he could only arrange his time reasonably. Spells and secret techniques were divided into 4 stages: entry, minor success, major success, and major perfection, according to the power and the time of casting. Under normal circumstances, a spell or secret technique can be practiced to the entry level in 10 days and a half a month. If you want to practice to the minor success, it will take at least 2 to 3 months to half a year, depending on the power of the spell or secret technique and the difficulty of practice. If you want to cultivate to the great perfection, it will take at least 1 to 2 years. When you need to cultivate to the great perfection, it will take another 2 to 3 years. Of course, if you have a high level of comprehension, the time mentioned above will be much shorter. This will definitely vary from person to person. Just like the fireball technique that Lin Changqing practiced before, it is now at the great perfection level and is infinitely close to the great perfection. It can fire a fireball almost every second, and it is very close to the instantaneous release of the great perfection. It also played a big role in this beast tide. Now Lin Changqing is already feeling lucky that he got the Yuquan Heart Tea Tree out of the secret realm this time. He didn't think so before, but now he thinks that there seem to be very few spiritual objects that increase comprehension. Moreover, he also got 2 sections of the rhizome of the Yuquan Heart Tea Tree and planted them in the space, but because there is no spiritual spring in the space, he doesn't know if it can be planted. Next time he enters the space, he must let Lu Yaoqiang focus on the 2 sections of the Heart Tea Tree. After resting for a while, Lin Changqing picked up the magical jade slip of the Great 5 Elements escape technique. He wanted to use this time to memorize 1 or 2 prerequisite spells for the escape technique. For practicality, he chose the Earth Element technique and the Wood Element technique. After memorizing them, he began to carefully comprehend the 2 newly learned spells while drinking tea. Before he knew it, more than an hour had passed. Chapter 124 Luck. When Lin Changqing opened his eyes again, he found that his grandfather had returned and was sitting next to him drinking tea. Lin Changqing quickly asked, "Grandpa, you are back. Have you bought a right spiritual weapon?" Grandpa smiled and nodded. He took out a formation plate, a jade slip and several formation flags from the storage bag, handed them to Lin Changqing, and said, "The spiritual weapons and thunder-attributed spiritual objects are prepared for the two of them, so don't worry. This is a first-order spirit-gathering formation plate. It can be used after inlaying spirit stones. The specific usage methods are introduced in the jade slip. You will understand it after reading it. It is just right for you to use when you go to Tongshan village." Lin Changqing took it with a smile. "Thank you, Grandpa." Grandpa is still thoughtful. "By the way, Grandpa, do you know about the innate magical power?" Grandpa shook his head and said, "What innate magical power? You have to reach the Jinden stage at least to display the magical power. It is too far away from us. Let's take care of the present first." Lin Changqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew it would be like this. He handed the magical power jade slip to his grandfather and said, "Grandpa, take a look at the contents of the jade slip first. You will know what I am talking about." Grandpa took the jade slip with some doubts, and then probed his consciousness into it. As soon as he saw the words "the Great Five Elements Escape Technique," his whole body trembled. It was too unbelievable. Could this grandson of his be the reincarnation of the Son of Destiny? How could he take out such a precious thing so casually? He quickly focused his attention and continued to read. It took more than an hour, which was almost the same time as Lin Changqing. Seeing Grandpa put down the jade slip and then sighed, Lin Changqing quickly asked, "Grandpa, how is it? Did you understand the contents of the jade slip?" Grandpa was silent for a while, nodded and said, "The Lin family's background is still too shallow. Such important information is not known. The content of this jade slip is too important. Make an extra copy to avoid accidental loss. Regarding the matter of the innate magical power, it is necessary to tell the family and the clan members who have already established a foundation. The basic spell part of the escape magic power is widely circulated in the outside world, so put it in the family scripture pavilion and let the interested clan members exchange it for practice." Lin Changqing listened, thought about it and felt it was quite appropriate, and said, "Just follow what Grandpa said, let's arrange it this way first. But all our family members have to practice." Originally, the grade of the few exercises in the family was not very high. It is estimated that even if one is lucky enough to practice to the Jinden stage, the probability of condensing is only a low-grade Jinden. So now that we know there is a way to improve the grade of Jinden, we must not miss it. Of course, it would be best to exchange for a few higher-grade techniques, and the techniques must be exchanged as soon as possible. This can be done from Wanbao Pavilion. But it is estimated that the number of spiritual stones required will be huge. Grandpa thought about it and said, "Now the foundation building pills for the family members, including Xiolinger, are ready. Your Aunt Mao Ting's and my techniques do not need to be exchanged for the time being. Next, I will save as much spiritual stones as possible and strive to buy one or two high-level techniques suitable for my family members to practice in Wanbao Pavilion. Try not to hold them back in terms of techniques. As for how far they can go, it depends on their own abilities." Lin Changqing nodded, agreeing with his grandfather's arrangement, and added, "You can take some time to go to Wanbao Pavilion to take a look and find a suitable technique. We will first buy the techniques for the key refining period and the foundation building period. We can buy the techniques after the purple mansion period when we have saved enough spiritual stones. This will not waste too much time. Moreover, the magic and secret techniques of these magical powers in the jade slips should also be practiced, so that when traveling or fighting in the future, there will be more means to protect the way. The most important thing is that it can also improve the quality of the golden elixir. It's okay if I didn't know it before, but now that I know it, I must not miss it." Grandpa listened to what Lin Changqing said, nodded and said, "This is a good way, let's do it first." Practicing the magic and secret techniques of this magical power does not consume any resources, but it takes a lot of time to spend on it. Lin Changqing chuckled and said, "Fortunately, I can get a little Yuquin heart tea every year, which will definitely save my family some time." Grandpa also smiled and said, "This Yuquin heart tea really comes at the right time. Your father and your second uncle are not very comprehension, otherwise how could they not learn any of the 100 arts of cultivating immortals?" After listening to his grandfather's words, Lin Changqing was about to say something, when suddenly the grandfather and grandson looked at the same place at the same time, which was the practice room where Lin Changqing's father was in seclusion. Because this place is experiencing a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy, the spiritual energy in the cave is rapidly flowing towards the closed practice room. Grandpa Lin Fandao has stood up at this time, and walked quickly to the door of the practice room, muttering to himself with excitement and worry, "How is this possible? How can it be so fast? It's only been more than a month since I entered, please don't let anything happen." Lin Changqing is also a little worried now, but he still reminds, "Grandpa, is the spiritual energy in the cave enough to support my father to complete the foundation building?" Grandpa quickly sensed it and said, "This cave can support 2 foundation building cultivators to practice at the same time. The spiritual energy should be enough, but just in case, let's help him." After speaking, he tapped the storage bag and poured out a pile of spiritual stones. Lin Changqing scanned it with his spiritual sense and found that there were about 3,000 pieces. Grandpa continued, "Let's break these spiritual stones, release the spiritual energy inside, and increase the concentration of spiritual energy in the cave." Lin Changqing quickly responded and began to break the spiritual stones. The 2 of them worked very quickly, and soon they finished everything, and then they waited quietly at the door. Now they just had to wait until their father absorbed enough spiritual energy and completed the foundation building. As long as the current spiritual energy fluctuations did not suddenly become violent, it would be successful in 9 out of 10 cases. If the spiritual energy fluctuations became violent again and suddenly stopped, it would mean that the compression of spiritual energy failed, that is, the breakthrough of the magic power barrier failed, and at this time, it might be necessary to break through the barrier to save people. Now is the most dangerous and important moment. The grandfather and grandson stood quietly at the door of the retreat room with an uneasy mood. This stand lasted for more than an hour, which could be said to be a long time for the grandfather and grandson. Fortunately, the spiritual energy surge finally ended smoothly, and there were no other fluctuations in the middle, which means that Lin Changqing's father finally succeeded in building the foundation. He should be working hard to consolidate his realm in the practice room now. The time required varies from person to person, but in general, it will take a few days. After the realm is consolidated, it is time to start tempering the meridians and nourishing the body. While making the meridians stronger, he also used his magic power to nourish his body. This lasted for about 3 months, completing the 100-day foundation building and allowing his own life form to complete the transformation. From now on, my father's life level will be very different from before. With a constant nourishment of magic power, as long as he does not suffer from the kind of incurable damage in the future, his lifespan will increase by 2 centuries, and living to 240 years old is almost a sure thing. Only now did the grandfather and grandson breathe a sigh of relief. Grandpa then spoke, "I don't know why this time, your father will take much less time to build the foundation than your aunt. Fortunately, he should have successfully completed the foundation building. Otherwise, I would have beaten him to death." Lin Changqing smiled awkwardly, knowing that his grandfather was just talking. If his father failed to build the foundation, although his body was protected by the foundation building pill, it would definitely be severely injured. Resting for 1 or 2 years would be considered light, and he would not be able to withstand the beating of his grandfather. The 2 had just returned to the hall, and Lin Changqing was about to brew another pot of green jade tea to calm his grandfather. Unexpectedly, at this moment, another training room also heard a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy, and then the spiritual energy began to flow into that training room. Grandpa's face changed drastically and he shouted, "Not good." At this time, Lin Changqing also realized that most of the spiritual energy in the cave had just been absorbed by his father, and the time was too short, and there was no time to replenish it. Second uncle chose to break through the foundation building stage at this time. Really, it was too bad. Even if he chose to break through tomorrow, it would be fine. But he chose this time, there was no way, now he could only try to make up for it. Grandpa had already rushed directly to the door of the training room and poured out a large pile of spiritual stones, and then Lin Changqing also rushed over. The 2 of them desperately broke the spiritual stones, and after a while, they finally finished. Now the spiritual energy in the cave is enough. Just now, the grandfather and grandson broke at least 8,000 to 10,000 spiritual stones. The spiritual energy is no worse than when my father broke through just now. The rest is to wait. Fortunately, except for the lack of spiritual energy at the beginning, the fluctuation of spiritual energy inside has been very stable. Sensing that the spiritual energy has been flowing into the training room, the 2 of them were a little relieved. As expected, waiting is the most torturous thing, not to mention experiencing such a thing twice in one day. In short, Lin Changqing felt a mixture of surprise and joy. Chapter 125. I have learned a lot. More than an hour passed peacefully, until the fluctuation of spiritual energy in the training room disappeared, and the grandfather and grandson breathed a sigh of relief, smiled at each other, and finally succeeded. If the lack of spiritual energy in the cave caused the second uncle to fail in building the foundation, then the grandfather would not know how guilty and sad he would be. Grandpa has been looking forward to this day all these years. If he failed due to unexpected reasons, I don't know if Grandpa can bear this blow. Fortunately, the second uncle has successfully built a foundation, and everything is no longer a problem. Now only Mother Su Wenying has not built a foundation, and Sister Lin Changqing does not need Lin Changqing to worry at all, as there is no problem with the foundation of the Earth Spirit root. Besides, the foundation pills are ready for them now, and Mother has also taken the Earth Soul fruit. When I go home, I will give them the 100 flowers soul intoxicating wine. With so many favorable conditions, I believe that as long as the time is right, Mother and others will definitely succeed in building the foundation. As for Lin Changqing himself, because he plans to switch to the 5 Elements Chaos Sutra, he doesn't know when he will have to wait to build the foundation. It just so happens that I have to accompany Chen Ziyi back to Tongshan village this time. She may have to stay there for a while. Then I will use that time to practice new skills. Fortunately, the spiritual energy required for practice is not high. It mainly involves converting the spiritual energy in one's body. With a spirit gathering array prepared by Grandpa, it should be enough to cope with it. Grandpa finally relaxed completely at this time, and there were more and more smiles on his face. Until now, he has not fully adapted to it. It feels like a dream that his 2 sons succeeded in building a foundation on the same day. It seems a bit unreal now. Lin Changqing is in a very good mood now. His father and second uncle have both built a foundation, so he is not so anxious. Of course, he must wait until his mother succeeds in building a foundation before Lin Changqing can really relax. Seeing Grandpa's smiling face, I couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, what do you feel now?" Grandpa smiled and said, "I really don't have any feelings, but now I don't have to be afraid of them dying of old age in front of me. I feel very relaxed and happy in my heart, right?" Lin Changqing listened and couldn't help nodding, saying, "Yes, there is always an inexplicable sense of urgency in my heart, just because I am afraid of losing them." Grandpa nodded and chuckled. "Now as long as your mother succeeds in building the foundation, the basic problem will be solved. I am not worried about Xiolinger. And this time, your father and the others completed the foundation building in such a short time. I guess it has a lot to do with your 100 flowers drunk in soul wine. This thing seems too precious now, don't take it out casually in the future." Lin Changqing heard Grandpa's warning and nodded. "I understand, Grandpa, I won't do it again in the future. Last time, it was because of special circumstances. I wanted more clansmen to go home alive. I took out some as a reward for the family." Grandpa nodded slightly and said, "It's good that you understand it yourself. Not everyone is reliable." At this time, Lin Changqing thought of another thing and continued, "Grandpa, do you want to hold a foundation building celebration for father and second uncle this time? Or do you want to announce the news of their successful foundation building? Now all the families have suffered heavy losses in this beast tide. If 2 more foundation building monks emerge in the Lin family at this time, will they be jointly targeted by other families?" Grandpa was very pleased to hear what Lin Changqing said. No wonder the clan leader wanted Lin Changqing to be the next clan leader. Lin Changqing had already thought of things that he had not considered yet. He was indeed very suitable for the next clan leader. After thinking about it, he said to Lin Changqing, "Don't rush to decide this. Wait for the clan leader to come over and I will discuss it with him. But your concerns are also very reasonable. What I mean is that we should not announce it to the public yet. The Lin family suffered such a small loss in this beast tide, which must have attracted the attention of those who are interested. There is no need to make a fuss now." After Grandpa said this, Lin Changqing felt relieved. Now the Lin family should develop in a low-key manner, and there is no need to attract attention. Lin Changqing nodded and began to make green jade tea. After pouring a cup for Grandpa and himself, he spoke, "Grandpa, please take this magical jade slip to make a copy first, and return it to me when it is ready. Today, I saw that my father and second uncle have successfully established their foundations, and my sister Changling's cultivation speed is also many times faster than mine. I estimate that I may be the last one in the family to establish a foundation. So wait a minute, after drinking this pot of spiritual tea, I will go back to practice. I will not come out for the next few days. I must strive to successfully establish my foundation as soon as possible." After listening to Lin Changqing's words, Grandpa laughed and said, "You only know now that you are the slowest in the family, but you can't be too hasty in practicing. Relaxation is the kingly way. By the way, this time Senior Chen arranged for you to accompany Chen Zilia on the passenger ship of Wanbao Pavilion to go home. It should be for you to gain some experience by the way. Your passenger ship should stay for 1 or 2 days in each prefecture to facilitate the entry and exit of some goods. You can use this time to visit the markets in various prefectures and have a look. It is also good to broaden your horizons, but you must pay attention to safety when entering and leaving the markets." Lin Changqing was overjoyed when he heard this. Yes, why didn't he think of it? Going to the street stalls and gambling in the stone shop is his favorite. Maybe after this round, Lin Changliu's space will be increased a lot. I thought it was a hard job, but I didn't expect there would be such a good thing. I still have too little experience. Now the last bit of resistance in my heart about accompanying Chen Ziya home has disappeared. Now I am actually looking forward to this trip to Jianzhou Prefecture to find my roots. Lin Changqing smiled and thanked his grandfather. "Thank you for your advice, Grandpa. I didn't expect that Senior Chen had this meaning in it. These seniors are really. Obviously everyone is so familiar with each other, why can't they say something directly, and I, a junior, have to understand it myself? By the way, Grandpa, do you have a map of each Yizhao prefecture? If so, please make a copy for me so that I don't have to go to Wanbao Pavilion to buy it." Grandpa smiled and said, "You didn't think of such an obvious thing, and you blame others for not telling you clearly. You are so stupid. Of course there is a map, and it is a map covering the 6 major sects. This is what your great-grandfather brought out from Qingyuan sect. There are very few other places with such a complete map." After speaking, he took out a jade slip from the storage bag, handed it to Lin Changqing with a little pride, and continued, "This can be regarded as the treasure map of the Lin family. Let me show it to you first." Lin Changqing took it respectfully, put it on his forehead and examined it carefully, and found that on the map, the areas of the 7 Qingyuan prefectures were all represented by green, and the areas of influence of other sects were also distinguished by various colors. The area where the Qingyuan sect is located is to the east of the Qingyuan mountains, to the north is the sphere of influence of the Xiangxing sword sect, to the west is the Yuling sect, and to the south is the Danding sect, and to the south of the Danding sect is the Xian'an sect. That is, on this map, the Xian'an sect is at the southernmost, and the Creation sect is at the southwest of the map. Moreover, there are many densely packed place names on the map, as well as the names of various markets represented in gold. Lin Changqing found the location of the Qingyuan city market very easily. It will definitely be much more convenient to have this map when going out in the future. Of course, there are also some notes left by the great-grandfather and the successive generations of the Lin family's building period cultivators during their travels, such as where they have performed tasks, which market he has visited, and what specialties they have, all of which are marked on it. Moreover, there is quite a lot of information on it, which can be regarded as the precious wealth left by the ancestors of the Lin family to the younger generations. Lin Changqing understood a little bit that the things on it were what his grandfather wanted him to see. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.